This is the moment we've all been waiting for the thousands in attendance and the millions watching around the world. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get ready to rumble!
All your feelings hurt when it get real. All of them fakes, so they ain't ready, no. It be too hard, we get it lit, cause we speaking on. Fuck all the clowns, yeah, the ones who do it for the bite. All we going on, all your feelings hurt when it get real. All of them fakes, so they ain't ready, no. It be too hard, we get it lit, cause we speaking on. Fuck all the clowns, yeah, the ones who do it for the bite. All we going on.
Fuck your feelings. Big chest back in the building. Like Brady boy, I stay winning. Chef Curry, range extended. Splash. Fuck your feelings. Debate all day, that's business. Eat your ass, that's fitness. FYF gotta hit us. Bitch, I'm the realest. Alpha male strong, that's illest. FYF gang, we'll win this. Fuck the permission slip bitches. Ayy, yo. Fuck your feelings. FYF gang, be the realest.
All your feelings hurt when it get real. All of them fakes, so they ain't ready, no. It be too hard, we get it lit, cause we speaking on. Fuck all the clowns, yeah, the ones who do it for the bites. All we going on. All your feelings hurt when it get real. All of them fakes, so they ain't ready, no. It be too hard, we get it lit, cause we speaking on. Fuck all the clowns, yeah, the ones who do it for the bites. All we going on.
The paper chase, hurdles and relays, like a track meet. Drug fiends, bitches, foreign whips. Now that's my back street, stay humble. Be most hated is the consequence of success. Fast money always slows up. Gotta learn to invest. My flow, mastered. Money, I stacked it. Enemies, caskets to women. I'm attracted to my haters, outlast them. Passport stamped it. Can funny work on consignment. Come on, now that's a backflip. Principles you stand on. Wasted talent, sad song. Beach house 1.5, but the car dad said 260. God, obedience, Jesus, repentance. The marathon continues, and I'm strong to the finish.
All your feelings hurt when it get real. All of them fakes, so they ain't ready, no. It be too hard, we get it lit, cause we speaking on. Fuck all the clowns, yeah, the ones who do it for the bite. All we going on. All your feelings hurt when it get real. All of them fakes, so they ain't ready, no. It be too hard, we get it lit, cause we speaking on. Fuck all the clowns, yeah, the ones who do it for the bite. All we going on.
FYF, okay. No one measure, remember them 3 letters come with pressure. Okay. We be steppers, man, can't stop, won't let up. Real debates, the haters gon' hate. That's what makes it special, it come with level. Yeah, this shit get better, no cap, new era. We got ammunition for the opposition and plenty witness, killing competition. Catch us late night on the panel cooking, but don't be fooled. This ain't your mama's kitchen. They say they don't, but they watch and listen, typing in the chat. You ain't got a lot to kick it. If you click the link, make sure you got permission, and don't forget, nigga, fuck your feelings.
All your feelings hurt when it get real. All of them fakes, so they ain't ready, no. It be too hard, we get it lit, cause we speaking on. Fuck all the clowns, yeah, the ones who do it for the bite. All we going on. All your feelings hurt when it get real. All of them fakes, so they ain't ready, no. It be too hard, we get it lit, cause we speaking on. Fuck all the clowns, yeah, the ones who do it for the bite. All we going on.
I know they ain't ready at all. I stay ready, time to ball. No referee, I got shots to call. Believe I'm the best, so I'm better than y'all. Fuck your feelings, you know that's law. Running it up, now we running it back. It's that full court pressure, don't cut no slack. Jam it to the max. Ooh, bank count still full of racks. For the competition, they done went missing. The champ is here, look how the ring glisten. It's honorable mention, don't ever forget it. It's FYF, don't care about the ticket. You know we with it, yeah. We gon' do whatever it takes. Fuck all the hate. FYF still going down. It's one of the greats.
All your feelings hurt when it get real. All of them fakes, so they ain't ready, no. It be too hard, we get it lit, cause we speaking on. Fuck all the clowns, yeah, the ones who do it for the bite. All we going on. All your feelings hurt when it get real. All of them fakes, so they ain't ready, no. It be too hard, we get it lit, cause we speaking on. Fuck all the closure, yeah, the ones that do it for the bites. All we going now, supporters, no fans. LVCM, they talking on rear. Yankee hard, could be on the rear. Heart rate up, it's getting intense. All them people just speaking on nothing. Content clicks for the money. Hilarious, it be too funny. Debunking, they say, yeah, we run it. Cover it up, Lakers to Hornets. LeBron to Jordan, Blazers in Portland. We get it sorted, less can afford it. Entertaining or boring, whatever the top, and we act accordingly. Break it down, piece by piece. Been at this for too long. No Elder Baruch is saying what he on. Lace better stay gone. We get them all done. We get them all done. Yeah, we get them all done. All your feelings hurt when it get real. All of them fakes, so they ain't ready, no. It be too hard, we get it lit, cause we speaking on. Fuck all the closure, yeah, the ones that do it for the bite. All we going now, your feelings hurt when it get real. All of them fakes, so they ain't ready, no. It be too hard, we get it lit, cause we speaking on. Fuck all the closure, yeah, the ones that do it for the bite. All we going now.
Oh, man. FYF Sports, man, we back once again. Man, haven't been live in a while, man. We had a nice little road trip with the squad. Man, had to head out to Cali, man. We had a little 4-game stretch. You smacked them all, though. San Jose State, Arizona State, man. All them Cali schools, man. We wiped them down. So it was a nice little road trip with the team. Well, we're gonna get back to going live this week. Especially now, man. We gotta get on top of a few bad takes that I've been hearing, man. People been bringing some bad takes, and see, people been bringing the bad takes, and then they've been trying to cover it up with the finesse and the like. You can't slide this stuff past me. I cannot slide this stuff past me. Let's look to MacDeff. I see him in the chat. Y'all know MacDeff is one of the people that just got called Cappin. I think MacDeff has probably about an average. He's been on an average getting ether somewhere on some platform at a minimum 5 to 6 times a week, at a minimum. But he got caught out there in the streets, man, trying to cover his tracks. Facts, the King. This stream is not even about LeBron James, and people already bringing him up. This is not a LeBron James conversation. And just based on the direction that I'm going to go with it, I don't even see how it even goes into that direction. I don't see how it goes in that direction. But you know what? I'm going to set the groundwork for the conversation. Right, because I know people gonna come in here and try to cap and cover these tracks, try to flip the story. All right, and I want y'all to let me know in the chat. He says comb the head. Nah, I ain't got time to do all that. All right, this is how it started, y'all. Hold on. Riceco says Jerry West averaged 27, 5, and 6 for his career. That's great. I want you to hold that thought, Riceco, because there's a specific road that I'm going to go down with this conversation that's going to really lead to the Jerry West conversation. Obviously, the overrated part is a bit of a clickbait, but he is overrated to a certain degree. The reason why I say Jerry West is overrated is because his name rings so many bells right now as a GM. Right? People know that he was a great player. A lot of people don't know specifically what made him a great player. They just know he was a great player from the 60s. He played with one of the greatest NBA franchises of all time. But yeah, true. I'm going to tell you why your name's in the title. and also brother Omari Juma, and also MacDuff. Yeah, y'all was all in a little group huddled in together, just capping all together for each other. So when it comes to Jerry West, I say he's overrated because in the conversation that we had yesterday, people in the narrative in which we were speaking, people, especially True and especially brother Omari Juma, were running to the fact that Jerry West was great, and they were applying a level of greatness to him that didn't necessarily need to be applied. Hey, True, if I was getting cooked, I mean, I could bring you in here for the head-to-head. Right? See, because I haven't really shown my hand yet. So I haven't really exposed my hand yet. And I know you won't be prepared for the facts that I have. So like I said, it's probably best to stay in the safe zone. I would stay in the safe zone to say TruDaKing. That's probably your best bet today. Because with the facts that I have here, there's really no scooting and skating around it. Because to be honest, if I'm gonna just be blunt with it, TruDaKing and MacDuff and brother Omar Juma just were point blank, outright just lying about Jerry West. They made up a complete bold-faced lie about Jerry West. See, because I'm on my phone. I don't have, I don't got FYF Fred on my side. Right? I don't have him there because he's my fact checker, man. He pulls up all the notes, man, when y'all start capping. I didn't have him. I didn't have the squad ready. I'm out and about. I'm doing things. I'm really just ethering y'all on the fly. All right. Okay. That's very wise, TruDaKing, to abduct the smoke. That's very wise. Very wise of you. I knew you was a smart guy. TruDaKing. Right? You don't eat all that crappy dicks for nothing. But here's the narrative that I'm going around. Look, y'all, I'm gonna set the groundwork for the conversation. So I'm gonna set the groundwork. For this conversation by one. I'm gonna create a poll really quickly here. I'm just gonna create a poll. So hold on, let me create this poll really quick. I gotta go over to the YouTube. All right, let me do this. So I want everybody, for as many people that are in here, I want as many people to put their response in for this poll. Hold on 1 second. All right, here we go. Come on, computer, what are you doing? All right, here we go. So the poll question is going to be, he said, Lamont, face it. I know, we're TruDaKing. If I'm capping, then you should easily be able to just hit the link right now and explain to me how I was capping. Irregardless of any fact that I might have on hand that you won't be able to negate, you should be able to prove it. But you've already said that this is not a debate you're willing to dive into. You stay in the safe zone. I highly recommend it, right? But I'm just going to start this off by doing a poll, right? I'm typing it in now. Question is, who is better as the lead player on their team? All right. This kind of goes back to the video that I did this morning. Who is better as the lead player on their team? So when I say lead player, and you guys see that poll in there, when I say lead player, I'm specifically referring to James Harden, especially during his Houston Rocket years, because he was the lead dog there. And I'm referring to Clyde Drexler when he was with the Portland Trail Blazers, when he was the lead dog there. And I honestly don't care about your answer. If you're for Clyde, that's fine. If you're for James Harden, that's fine. right? Because we're talking about lead dogs, right? Because both James Harden is now secondary to Kevin Durant. Clyde Drexler, when he went to Houston, he was secondary to Hakeem. We're not talking about those years, so we're going to stay away from those particular years. We're not talking about OKC James Harden when he wasn't the lead guy. We're not talking about Brooklyn or even Philly James Harden, because he's going to have to defer. He's no longer the lead guy on those rosters. We're specifically referring to James Harden and Clyde Drexler when they were the number ones on their team. Unequivocally, no questions asked. They were the number ones on their team. I'm just setting this up right here. It's just a foundational question. And again, like I said, your answer to this question is completely irrelevant, right? There's really no right or wrong answer. But I just want as many people, right? When we get to 50 votes, then I'm just going to move on and I'm going to kind of start to elaborate on what specifically I'm talking about. See, because remember what we say, research purposes only, man. You got to listen to everything. You got to pay attention to detail. And a lot of people, what they like to do is they like to try to take other people's narratives and try to bring them into a debate that they don't truly understand. All right, so I think we're about there. Right, so right now the poll is at Clyde Drexler, 55%, James Harden, 45%. That's fine. I really don't care who you choose either way. Obviously, you're going to have some people that favor Clyde Drexler because of his style of play, not as selfish, more team-oriented. You might even go as far as saying that Clyde Drexler was a better leader when he was the lead dog on the team. I'm fine with all of that, right? Then you got other 40, 45, 46% now say James Harden is a better lead dog. Obviously, the stats, the MVP, the first team All NBAs. I mean, individually, as an individual performer, James Harden is definitely going to be a far superior player to Clyde. So they both have advantages as lead players. Okay? Right, so there's really no right or wrong answer. You can spend all day arguing based on your preferences, based on what you like, based on whoever. This is the context of the conversation. The lead players, right? Y'all know exactly what we're talking about, right? Because this is something that Mac Def said. Mac Def said unequivocally yesterday that Clyde Drexler as a lead player was better than James Harden. And a lot of people disagree with him. I thought he was crazy. I think James Harden is definitely a better player as the lead guy, not secondary guy, not backup, not any of those things. When they were both number ones on their teams, Houston with James Harden, Portland with Clyde Drexler, my preference would be James Harden. Once again, you might disagree with that. I don't want to die on that hill. Let's get away from that right there. So I just want everybody to understand the context and the conversation. Okay. Now I'm going to present to y'all. So in the context of this conversation, obviously I had to go into that chat on U3 Sports. I had to go tell MacDef that's completely asinine. I didn't like the logic that he was using to explain how Clyde Drexler was better. And so I had to go in there and ether him on it. He was lying about the help factor and saying that James Harden played with more help. He was just making up things. But that was the context of the conversation. We were talking about the lead dogs. But now, right, like I said, research purposes only, man. We deal with a lot of special ed people in this YouTube spectrum. We deal with people who are hard of hearing. They only want to hear certain facts. They like to pick and choose. And they sometimes don't understand the context of the conversation. People do that all the time with my videos. Right? When I said Magic Johnson was overrated, I had people running around saying, "Oh, you really think Magic is overrated?" No. If you actually watch the video, you'll understand the context in which I'm coming from. And that better explains it if you actually watch it and listen. If you go off the thumbnail, surface level, you're going to miss everything that I'm saying. And it's going to go right past your head. You're going to be looking stupid. And a lot of people were, because they just don't know how to pay attention to detail. That happened yesterday. Somebody walked in. Well, actually, you know me, y'all. I got eyes and ears everywhere, man. You know, the bat signal goes off whenever somebody says FYF Sports. The bat signal goes off, and I'm immediately chiming in on the conversation. I got to go here. If you calling me out on something, I'm going to pop up immediately. And salute to One Cool P in there in the chat. Salute One Cool P. So, Brother Omari Juma decides to call him FYF Sports Show. I know Blue Boat. See, you jump into conclusions. Stop being surface level. I'm gonna break down the thumbnail. I already said earlier it was a bit of clickbait, but I'm gonna break that down for you. I'm gonna break it down why in a certain aspect. I'm gonna explain why he's overrated in a certain aspect. I don't believe he was overrated just completely as a player, but I'm gonna get to that later. So here walks into the room, Brother Omari Juma. He says Lamont was capping about Jerry West. Because in the midst of me and Mac Def's conversation, somehow Jerry West's name got brought up. And I want y'all, do y'all agree with this statement? Jerry West, as the lead dog on the Lakers, was just as much of a loser as James Harden and Clyde Drexler. They didn't win anything. They definitely didn't win anything. None of the players won anything. And how Jerry West got the name Mr. Clutch, I have no idea. He makes one half-court shot to win a game, and now he's Mr. Clutch. And now everybody thinks he's just knocking down clutch buzzer beaters every time he touches the ball and touches the court, knocking teams out the playoffs when that wasn't the case. So in a sense right there, with the clutch, he's a bit overrated there. I wouldn't call Jerry West the most clutch player all time. I mean, you got the LeBrons, Kobe's, you got the Jordans, and you got a whole bunch of other players who've been showing up in the clutch and in tight games and in big game situations and have much better performances. Actually, Jerry West has a track record of shelling up in big games against the better teams and not performing with some horrible performances. So again, a bit overrated right there with the mythicism, right there. So however you define it, all three of these players, when they were all the lead dogs, were losers. Right? They didn't win anything. If you're not winning the chip consistently, you're talking about 6, 7, 8, 9 year stretch. They were all losing when they were the lead dogs of their own teams. That's a fact. But Brother Omari Juma said that he begged to differ. He said I was capping. He says that Jerry West was a winner. And so I just want to know, can anybody in here show me any facts, any history of significant winning championships that Jerry West did while he was in his prime? I consider Jerry West prime from 61 to 69. After that, I feel that he fell off. Brother Omar Juma didn't know when Jerry West came in the league or left the league. He just knew that Jerry West won one championship. He did not know who he won the championship with or when he won the championship in his career. He didn't know if it was in his prime or if it wasn't in his prime. He mentioned the fact that Wilt Chamberlain was a shell of himself in that finals in 72. Because I guess Brother Omari Juma wanted to include that 72 towards the end of Jerry West's career when he was 33 years old. He wanted to include that as one of Jerry West's prime years. When in that finals, Jerry West was the third best player on that roster. That's not me saying it. That's just the numbers saying it. No, it's not about championships. What I'm saying, True, is either you win it or you don't. See, because I can say Jerry West was a great player just simply based on stats. See, but a lot of y'all, including Mac Def, are unwilling to say that players like Oscar and James Harden are great players simply because of the stats. Because you change it. See, I got Oscar at number 10. Oscar statistically did something that's probably never going to be duplicated outside of what Russell Westbrook has been able to do, right? I put Oscar up there in my top 10 over Kobe. Kobe has more championships than Oscar. So obviously, I look at more than just championships, TruDaKing. So it's not just championships. But what I'm referring to is the direction that brother Omari Juma tried to take the conversation, because I was simply referring to these players in their primes when they were the lead dogs of their own team. And he didn't know that when Jerry West won that championship, he was at the end of his career and was no longer in his prime. He just was assuming as much, right? He just assumed as much. And then because Wilt Chamberlain, throughout his entire career, has always underperformed in the playoffs, even in his prime, he thought he was making this big time statement by saying Wilt was underperforming that year, when that's a lie as well. Right. So he talked about Wilt Chamberlain. This is what brother Omari Juma said. Brother Omari Juma said in the fight, because remember, Jerry West only won one championship. He went there 8 times. He only won one. All right. He said out of his mouth, Wilt Chamberlain at 35 years old was a shell of himself and was not performing up to par. All right, I'm going to tell you guys Wilt Chamberlain's numbers in the finals that year, and I want y'all to tell me, was he underperforming? This is a 35-year-old Wilt Chamberlain. I want you, and remember, he was the finals MVP as well. I want y'all to tell me, was he underperforming? Right? Game 1 of the 72 finals, 12 points, 19 rebounds. Game 2, 23 points, 24 rebounds. Game 3, 26 points, 20 rebounds. Game 4, 12 points, 24 rebounds. And he closes the Knicks out with 24 points and 29 rebounds. So, not Citizen Lou, but brother Omari Juma said that Wilt Chamberlain was underperforming. All right. And this is all right. If you look at Wilt, so Wilt's field goal percentages were through the roof. He shot almost 70% from the field in that finals, right? Even in game 3, he shot 90%, going 9 of 10 from the field, dropping 26 and 20 rebounds, right? With 9 blocks. But yet he said that Wilt was underperforming, and Jerry West was the savior that year. Remember, I told y'all by this time in Jerry West's career, he was no longer the 30-point, 10-assist Jerry West that was wowing everybody statistically. He was older, he was slower, and they were bringing in much more help from him. Now, there were people like Citizen Lou in the chat saying, oh, he took a back door to play make. Oh, well, if he took a back door to play make, Citizen Lou, and I want some of y'all to explain this, because y'all were in there saying, TruDaKing agreed. Y'all said he deferred. Remember, y'all said he had more talent around him, and he was deferring. He took a back seat to play make. So if he was taking a back seat to play make, then why was he shooting almost 30 shots per game? If he was taking a back seat to play make, he was just taking a lot of shots and missing a bunch, right? Game 1, Jerry West of the finals. Remember, this is the finals where TruDaKing and brother Omari Juma said Jerry West was the best player in that finals. He was the best player on that team. This is what they said. Wilt Chamberlain was a shell of himself. Gil Goodrich wasn't better than Jerry West at that time. This is what they said. Game 1 of the NBA Finals, Jerry West shot 3 of 15, 10 turnovers. Game 1 of the 72 NBA Finals, Jerry West shot 3 of 15, 20% from the floor with 10 turnovers. I just want, because remember, y'all are the ones that said Jerry West was the best player in that finals. This is what TruDaKing said. Y'all remember what I told you. I said Jerry West was no longer the lead dog on that team, so I can't include 72 as being part of his prime years. Okay, that first game might have just been an anomaly. Maybe he has a bounce back game the next game. Okay, game 2. Jerry West shoots 6 of 21 from the field. Remember, y'all lied and said he took a back door to play make, but he's still chucking up a whole bunch of shots. 6 of 21 from the field, 28% from the floor. 9 turnovers. Russell Westbrook like turnovers. That's 19 turnovers in the first 2 finals games. He's essentially killing them. Remember, in the first game, he had a plus minus of a minus 22. Right? So there we go right there. Okay, so game 2. So we'll go to game 2. We'll go to game 2. Oh, game 3, actually. So remember, y'all were saying that he took a backdoor to play make. Because this is what y'all were saying. Citizen Lou said he took a backdoor to play make and make these other players better. So we go to game 3 of the NBA Finals. This is the finals where y'all said Jerry West was the best player on the floor. Remember, I told you guys his Wilt stats. Wilt was highly efficient. Wilt was grabbed 20 rebounds in every single game, right? Finals MVP, completely dominant. Well, let's go to game 3. Maybe the first 2 games, maybe he was playing on a sprained ankle and he needed time for it to heal. This man's already shooting 23% in the first 2 games. You would think in the third game, he's really going to slow his roll. He's really going to slow his roll and stop chucking the ball up. Game 3, Jerry West shoots 10 of 28 from the field, 35% from the floor, and another 9 turnovers. Okay, that's 28 turnovers in 3 games. Right? And this is no knock on Jerry West, because at the time I still felt like he was a good player. I simply said he was no longer the lead dog on that team, which is why I didn't include in that time frame. Because remember, with James Harden and Clyde Drexler, we're talking about the lead dog of their team. Jerry West at this time in 72 was no longer the lead dog. When you're talking about a player, so in 3 games in the NBA Finals, remember, y'all said he was the best player in the NBA Finals. Y'all called me crazy for that. And I haven't even gotten to Gail Goodrich's numbers. But we're just talking about Jerry West numbers. I showed you guys Wilt's numbers. Wilt was dominant and efficient at 35. Jerry West was already older, 33. But these numbers are Russell Westbrook-like. So that's the third game. Okay. So you would think after 3 games, he's shooting 28% from the floor with 28 turnovers. Okay, 3 games. You would think he would slow his roll and hold on. Let me stop being Russell Westbrook. The man goes into game 4. He shoots 9 of 25, 36% from the field with 7 turnovers. Boom. Okay. So, according to y'all said Jerry West was the best player on the floor. He's looking to be the most inefficient player on the floor. That's what he's looking like. Right? Because even in that win, even in that game 4 win, he was a -5. Your best player was a -5 in a game 4 win in the NBA Finals. But y'all said he was the best player on the team at that time. I said it's arguable at best. But when you really look at the numbers, especially in the finals, remember, this is what matters most, the finals. He's looking like a shell of himself. I told you guys, it's no longer clear cut that he's the lead dog on the team. This is why I couldn't include 72 in his prime years. Okay, so maybe game 4, maybe that ankle's still bothering him because he has this prop. Because I'm sure one of these people are going to come in and say he was injured, but he wasn't. But maybe he had an undocumented injury or something. This is why he's playing so trash. Maybe in game 5, he explodes and turns into Mr. Clutch. Does he turn into Mr. Clutch in game 5 of the NBA Final in 1972, where they actually win it all? Nope. In game 5, he turns back on his best impression of Russell Westbrook. He goes 10 of 28 from the field again, 35% from the floor, with 6 turnovers. Now, extremely high, astronomical rate of turning the ball over. Much higher this is much higher than his career average of turnovers. His career average of turnovers up until that point was like 4 a game. So he's turning the ball over at an astronomical level in the finals. His efficiency, his field goal percentage, he's shooting 30% from the field in the NBA Finals. I'm assuming next you guys are going to say, oh, his defense was on point, right? Something that really at the time there were really no defensive stats that you can keep track of, so we can quantify any of that. So you guys are probably gonna run to the defense, and the defense made him the best player. But it's hard to say he was the best defensive player on the floor when you got Wilt out there almost getting double-digit blocks every game in the finals. And so, okay, somebody might be like, okay, it's arguable that he's the best player between Jerry West and Wilt. But see, unfortunately, there was another guy on that team by the name of Gail Goodrich, who seemingly was making up for the BS play of Jerry West in that finals. This is why, even though I salute Jerry West for getting that one chip, just like Clyde Drexler wasn't the best player on that championship team with Houston, James Harden is not going to be the best player if Philly is going to win a championship. He's not going to be the best player on that team. Just like Jerry West wasn't the best player at this point in time, he was no longer the best player on that Laker team. And it showed. Now, you might have had the player biases and things like that, and people were still voting him at the top. Look, Kobe was a shell of himself and was still making all-star games as all-star starters. We've seen that time and time again. It's nothing to get voted onto these lists. We got to judge these people by what they do on the court, right? And I didn't bring up this finals. This is something that TruDaKing and Brother Omar Juma brought into play. Herman says, salute FYF, but you just hate the older eras, period, though. I don't hate the older eras. I got a lot of those players from that era in my top 10. I got Oscar Robinson at number 10 on my all-time list over a guy like Kobe. How? How does that happen if I got no respect? I got Bill Russell in my top 3. I got Wilt in my top 5. You got to stop capping, Herman. Body. Memphis made. But we're going to get to Gail Goodrich, because Gail Goodrich was another player on that team who was a young up-and-coming player who was also making it much harder for it to be said that Jerry West was still the best player on that team. Remember, this is 2 years away from Jerry West being retired. Not saying he wasn't a good player. He was still a very formidable player, but he just was no longer the lead dog, the best player on that team at the time. So let's go to what Gail Goodrich did in the NBA Finals that year. Gail Goodrich in the NBA Finals, 1972. Right, we're going to go here. In game 1, 8 of 22 from the field, 20 points. Right, 20 points, 2 assists, 3 rebounds. Average game, mediocre game. They actually lost that game. So it looked like across the board, Wilt, Jerry West, and Gail Goodrich all had their worst games in that game 1. Right, I think they got blown out that game by the Knicks. But he follows it up in game 2, going 14 of 18 from the field, 5 assists, 31 points. He follows it up with another performance, going 9 of 20 from the field. Remember, that game 2, he shot 77% from the floor. Game 3, he shoots 45%. 9 of 20, drops 25. Game 4, he goes 9 of 20 again, drops 27. And then in game 5, in the elimination games, he goes 9 of 18, 25 points to finish him off. Efficient scoring, pretty solid rebounds, pretty solid assists, doing his job. It looks to me like the only person that wasn't doing his job and essentially was close to costing them this series was a man by the name of Jerry West, because he was a shell of himself at the end of his career. Jerry West was no longer in his prime, nor could you say he was the lead dog on that team as a 33-year-old player in 1972. Being a 33-year-old professional in 1972 is equivalent to being a 40-year-old now in the league. And unless your name is LeBron James, is not going to find too many players who are going to be the lead dog at that age. I'm surprised that Chris Paul is looked at to that degree. So, for me to make the statement that Jerry West Remember, this guy who in y'all head, y'all have him as this mythical figure because he's the logo, right? Because he's able to put these teams together with the Clippers, the Lakers, the Golden State Warriors. He has this reputation around the league. Instead of y'all actually going back to do your research on his game, right? Following up on what he actually did, what were his prime years, y'all just say 72 was a prime year for him, but you don't even know who was on the roster, what was going on. And some of these names are probably the first time you heard these names in NBA history, right? And you didn't even know what was going on in that final. So now that I tell you he was killing them with the turnovers, I told you guys 28 turnovers in the first 3 games. 28 turnovers in the first 3 games. Come on now. Is that acceptable? That's your best player? That's your best facilitator? Or maybe was he on the floor because that's the best that you had on that team? And you had no other options to go to. But there was no way in hell you could look to that finals and say he was the best player on the floor. He wasn't. Wilt Chamberlain was definitely the best. No, Hitman X, they did not calculate turnovers back then. But you know what happened? There's a guy by the name of, actually it's on Synergy. All you got to do is rewatch the games and count the turnovers. So turnovers is actually something that's very easy to calculate. I got it right here in front of me. Got all the synergy stats right here. Blocks and steals were not recorded back then. But the synergy will have them all because it'll go back and count them up and tally them up. They're never going to be counted as official. They're never going to be counted as official stats because they were not calculated in person live, but they've been tallied up. And Jerry West was destroying them. Now, this is not my fault. Look, y'all can look. I got Jerry West because, and this is how you know this is not a conversation about their complete careers, because they wanted to make it a conversation about their complete careers. I already told you, Citizen Lou, turnovers weren't counted, but turnovers can easily be counted by going back and rewatching the game, and these turnovers were counted by Synergy. Now, Synergy is known to be extremely precise with stats. So if you want to go back, all you got to do, anybody here can go get a Synergy account, go log in and go look at it. If you want. So again, it's always access to it if you want to see for yourself. Now, if you want to rely on Google and all these things like that, that's fine. Google's going to tell you what Basketball Reference tells you. Basketball Reference simply tells you that there are no offensive rebounds, right? They didn't count offensive rebounds. They just counted total rebounds. They didn't count steals and blocks. Just telling you. So let's not steer away from the narrative. The narrative was always about these 3 players when they were the lead dogs on the team. Right. And just like Clyde Drexler was not the same Clyde Drexler when he won his chip, just like James Harden, if he somehow is able to win a chip in Philly or later on in his career, he's not going to be the same James Harden. He's not the league dog. Jerry West was not the league dog when he won his chip. That was far past his prime. His prime years were from 61 to 69. Those are the years that made him the so-called logo. That's what made him a great player. Right. The championship was just a cherry on top, and he was lucky to get that at the end of his career with a stacked team by having Wilt and Gail Goodrich. Pat Riley was also on that roster as well. Just like Jason Kidd was able to get a championship and snag a championship, even though Jason Kidd had been to the finals in his prime with the Nets, he failed. They failed to win. He went to back-to-back finals and failed. Jason Kidd was able to snag one at the end of his career, and we give him credit for it. But no one is going to bring up that championship if you're doing a debate about Steve Nash and Jason Kidd in their prime. No one's going to give Jason Kidd credit for that championship that he got at the tail end of his career. Now, if he would have won one with the Nets when he was that man, that's where you can consider it if you're comparing the primes of Steve Nash and the primes of Jason Kidd. But no one's going to jump to the end of his career where he was still a starter, where he was still producing, he was still a good defender and a good passer and a much improved three-point shooter. That's all I'm saying. All right, so we're gonna bring them in first. We're gonna see if they have some. See, the thing is, the numbers are the numbers. You can't change that. Now, I sense that you guys are gonna finesse the argument, but I'm gonna have to immediately correct you. It's about when these players are the lead dog. Hold on 1 second. Let me drop this link for y'all. So we're gonna bring y'all one in it. I'm gonna bring y'all in one at a time because I don't want a whole bunch of people talking over each other, and then I'm gonna open it up for everybody. So we'll see who comes in first. I got the facts in front of me, so we're gonna see who comes in first. Lamont is a stats guy. Yeah, I am a stats guy. I'm a stats and analytics guy because that generally tells the truth. The old heads like to say you weren't old enough to watch, and they act like that. Yeah, y'all eyes are different. Like we can't go back and watch the game. All right, hold on. Let me bring True in, man. True, you say I'm capping. What am I capping about?
I did. Last stuff you said wasn't an argument. You trying to finesse it.
You get to your point.
Finesse it.
Okay, what did I finesse?
Okay, you said Jerry West. Initially, you said Jerry West is overrated. We were talking about Clyde Drexler.
I told you at the beginning that was a bit of clickbait.
Well, okay, right.
So let's get past
it. Started off the James Harden and Clyde Drexler debate you had with Mac Depth.
Okay,
correct?
What did I cap on?
Yes or no? That what it started from? We make it clear. We make this clear.
Hold on. I already explained to the whole chat where this stemmed from, the backstory.
Well, here's the thing. Nobody said. Hold on. Who said that Jerry West was the best player in the NBA Finals? Who said that?
You did.
I did say. No, I didn't. No,
hold on.
I didn't say that.
You said that. You and Citizen both said that.
I said he was the lead dog. That's all I said.
You said he was the best player on that team.
He was the best player on that team that year. Yes, he was. You can hold on.
No. Hold on.
That same lie.
Hold on, True. Let's not lie. True. Let's get back to the truth. At that point in time, because this is how you know we weren't talking. We never talked about the regular season. Y'all ran to the regular season, but when we talk about the finals, Brother Omar Juma was specifically talking about that championship, and I said Jerry West didn't even win the finals MVP, nor were his stats as good as in the finals Gail Goodrich or Wilts. I said, how is he the best player in the finals? Y'all started bringing up this season stuff when I wasn't even talking about the season. We were specifically talking about that finals because I said he wasn't even the lead dog in that finals. He was. I said you cannot clear cut say he was the best player in that finals, and the numbers don't support he was the best player in that finals.
Nobody said that. I don't know who.
Okay,
said
so
that.
you're retracting the statement that he was the best player in the finals.
I didn't retract nothing because I never said it. Okay, I say he was the best player on that team.
So you said if I scroll through that, all right, hold on. We're gonna go back to the chat. I'm gonna get your exact quote. No, I'm gonna pull the chat up. I can go to J-Mac's channel and pull it up and play it verbatim. So we don't even have to argue about it. I just
you don't do it. Oh, okay. So you gonna bring that
see, we don't have to. We don't have to. So what's another thing that you say I was capping on?
I didn't say that though. So you can bring it up if you want to.
You said you didn't say it. We're gonna play the clip and we'll see what was said. Now let's move on to the next one. What's the next thing I was capping on?
You said that Garrett Goodrich was a better player than Jerry West. You said first of all, there's a lot of things you did.
I said he played better than Jerry West in the finals.
Listen, here's the thing, right?
Are you saying he wasn't better in the finals in 72?
That was never my argument, but that was never the argument, bro. You were legit trying to manipulate the argument. All right, we were talking about more than just that. Let's not do that, Lamont. Let's not do this, Lamont. We were talking about.
Oh, it sounds like y'all are having a loss of memory. No, true.
You can play the clip. You can play the clip all you want to. Play the clip.
I'm gonna pull up the clip and we're gonna hear what y'all said verbatim. Since my memory, since I didn't just watch this video 5 minutes ago, since y'all have this memory lapse and memory loss all of a sudden, what we gonna do is we gotta pull up the video here because now all of a sudden y'all now that the facts are out and it don't support some of the things that y'all were saying, especially with Jerry West in that 72 final. Now you want to run all over the place. And I didn't say this.
He still was the best player on that team.
No, he wasn't. He was not the best player in that finals.
Why did he?
And this is why
he was the best player on that team. It don't matter.
Okay, so why did Citizen Luke pull up the final stats then and start telling you Gail Goodrich stats and Wilt stats? Why would he pull up those stats in the finals if we weren't talking about the finals?
We were talking about his career period. It was we were talking about. We were talking about his career period.
So you could play the clip. Y'all expanded it to all these other things.
You could play the clips. Listen, don't fool the people. We would
see, hold on.
Don't fool the people because you did this before.
Is it a fact? Is it a fact that Citizen Lou was running off the final stats for 72 so we could see who the better player was? Yes or no?
I don't recall.
Oh.
I really don't recall when he said that. I really don't.
Oh my God!
That's what he said. That's what he said. Yeah, that's what he said. I didn't say. I don't recall.
But you do remember when he was reading off those final stats, don't you?
I remember somebody reading off the stats, but that nobody said. I don't think nobody said.
Hold on. Now, let me bring Sturdy in. Let's see. TruDaKing right now is having a little bit of memory loss, right? Yeah,
I memory loss. But I know what I said.
So we got Sturdy in here. Sturdy, man. What are your thoughts on all of this, man? Because I know you weren't in the chat, man. They were what they were doing, and I told them this. I said they were taking some of your arguments, conflating them with mine. Because I told them yesterday the only reason I pulled up in there is because MacDef had the nerve to say that James Harden as the lead player was not better than Clyde Drexler as the lead player, and that's what I came in just laser focused on. What did you hear, man?
Yeah, I heard the playback, and I think just need to be an establishment of points first, right? Just a clarity of argument. Let's just set that right. And it started off when me and MacDef going back and forth who's better, Clyde Drexler or Harden. As you proved today, and as the world knows, it's Harden. Harden is better, more impactful, more accomplished, more impactful, and as well as has a bigger impact towards winning. So it's Harden. Second, in regards to the Jerry West thing, now I was in the chat, but I do share the premise of this. If Lamont is using the same logic that certain people like to do, the point is like people like to punish guys like James Harden or whoever set player that try to lead their team. They try to correlate their success and legacy with team accomplishment. That's not the case. We use that same logic on players that is not consistent with players of NBA history, like the Jerry West. In 71, when Jerry West, when the Lakers won their only championship, Jerry West was not the most impactful player on the team. Wilt was. Wilt had more win shares in both the regular season and the playoffs, and he had a better, of course, performance in the finals. Wilt was most impactful player, and Gail Goodrich's impact was very comparable, if not even, with Jerry West that year too, because almost even in win shares, both regular season and Gail Goodrich had more win shares in the postseason as well than opposed to Jerry West. And on top of that, as we went over last night, their stats are very comparable. Both guys average about 25 points. Both guys average about 7+ assists or more. The point is, Gail Goodrich not only matched Jerry West's production that year, but also was just as, if not more impactful to Jerry West in both the regular season and the playoffs. So the point is, people need to be consistent with their criteria. That's the word of the day: consistency. Consistency. You can't say on one hand a player is a loser because they didn't get the job done as a lead dog, but on the other hand, say the other person is if they didn't get the job done as a quote unquote lead dog.
That is facts. And you see the biases with Harden because when he was the lead dog, even though he came close, but it wasn't good enough to get to the finals. They had great teams. He gets punished for coming up short. But in that same context, nobody punishes Jerry West for coming up short. They gave him credit for getting there 8 times, even though for the majority of his career, it only took him 3 games to get to the finals. Unlike Harden, who had to actually win 12, and the road there was much tougher. But I'm not even going to harp on that too much because Jerry West got there.
Nah, I want to clarify this. Like when I compare players, either with the contemporaries or throughout eras, I compare only production in terms of individual players. Simple. I compare the impact towards winning. Simply means what does your team ask you to do and how productive and consistent are you in that thing they are asking you to do in comparison to both your contemporaries of your era and all time. Right? Then I take in a point, of course, stats, then accolades. That's how I compare players of both of the same era and different eras. So in regards to Jerry West, what made Jerry West great was his production. This man has multiple seasons, average at least 27 points per more during elimination games. Now, here's why I do disagree with you, Mont. Jerry West is clutch. That man averaged 29 points per game in elimination games throughout his career and playoffs. So what made Jerry West the logo wasn't the I like to call it elementary narrative that people like to constantly use because they can't. It's hard for some reason that people just do their homework instead of just follow media headlines from mainstream media. Like it's simple. Like he became logo due to his production, due to the fact that he has multiple years leading the league in scoring and assists, and he was the first two-way player and three-level player. Matter of fact, people who love Kobe so much, Kobe described his game perfectly. He was the first quote-unquote non-pattern player. He was one of the first of his kind. So that would make Jerry West great. It wasn't the quote-unquote lazy narratives like 9 straight finals, all this other bullshit. It was what he did individually what made him great. It's what he did individually what set his legacy.
That's true. Now, see, the one thing again, if some of y'all actually go purchase Synergy and log into it, the one thing that you will see is, look, if you're going to talk about these elimination games, yes, he has some big performances, such as 61, where he dropped 29 in an elimination game, 50% from the field. But he also had 9 turnovers. That's a lot of turnovers for the elimination game, right? Because how many games have we seen Russell Westbrook this year maybe go for 28, something like that? But he'll also add on 8, 9 turnovers, and everybody's running around saying he had a bad game simply because of the turnovers. Let's not stray away from that logic. If it's bad for Russ, it's also bad for Jerry West, right? If you look to his elimination games, because he was eliminated a lot in the finals, he's had some really good scoring nights, but most of those good scoring nights are paired with bad turnover nights. And if it's not a good scoring night, it's a horrible efficiency night, right? Where he's chucking up a whole bunch of shots just to get to his 30 points. Just like I showed you in 72, where he was still chucking up a lot of shots, extremely poor efficiency from the field, but yet I got people running and telling me he was the best player on that team when you got guys like Wilt putting up 20 and 20 almost every game of the finals. Oh, man, that's tough. We got Citizen Lou in here, man. I know he was in there. He did a little bit of capping too. What you got on this?
No, so I went back and listened to it, right? So what you and Brother Mar were arguing about was that Brother Mar said that he went to the finals. You were saying, he only went to one round. Okay.
No.
Argument. No, that's what it was. You said he only had to go through one round to get to the finals. So
I'm saying if you want to go that route and talk about the finals, then you have to put it in the context. Because remember, he said he got to 8 finals, and so he was giving him credit for getting there. But I said, how much credit can we give you for getting there when getting there for the majority of his career only took 3 games?
No, exactly. I agree with you.
So you didn't have to weigh it. Then you have to start weighing how much credit do I give you?
Just like Bill Russell rings don't mean anything now because they only had to go through.
No, I didn't say they don't mean anything because
you're the one.
Hold on, Citizen Luke, because this is what y'all
don't make sense.
Hold on, True. Because y'all said that last night. See, the thing is, if you get to the final, the one thing that was for certain back then, regardless of how many games it took you to get to the finals, you were playing a damn good team on the other side for the most part. Like no matter who you were generally playing the next best team in the league in that final. So I have a hard time taking the finals away. Bill Russell was getting there and winning, regardless of the road there. Regardless of the road there, he was beating some of the best teams. Am I wrong?
I feel that, but here's
was he beating cupcakes?
We'll move on from that. We'll move on. That really wasn't my. This is the argument I want when you were saying he wasn't the best player on the team, right?
When I said he wasn't the best player in that final because he brought up that final.
That being said, though,
was he the best player in the 72?
He was not the best player that year.
Yes, he was. He was taking MVP.
He was not the best Laker that year, bro.
Hold on,
he was.
Hold on, Sturdy. Hold on, man. Wait a minute. So they beat the Knicks in 4-1, right? They beat them. They gentlemen sweep them. So you only got a 5-game sample. I'm talking about the 80. How many games did they play back then? Was it 82?
82 games.
Yeah, 82 games. So I'm talking about the 82-game season where he led the league in assists. He averaged 25 points.
But y'all expounded.
He finished second in MVP votes. He had first All NBA and first All Team defense. I mean, I don't understand how he wasn't the best. Gail only got what, one All NBA after Jerry West left.
Okay,
and he had a long career after.
And these same things that you're talking about, these accolades that you're talking about, these are the same accolades that James Harden gets, but everybody shits on him because they talk about what did they go to? See, when we say these things and try to give credit to James Harden for those things, y'all run to his what was Jared saying in my chat earlier today? He choked. Hold on, True, let me finish. Hold on. What I'm saying is the general consensus of what people like to say about Harden. They say he chokes in the playoffs. They say bump everything that he did in the regular season because they know amassing, getting first team All NBA, MVPs, and being top 5 in the MVP vote. Y'all giving that to Jerry West. But when it comes to James Harden, y'all were so quick to knock him below Clyde Drexler, or so many people were so quick to knock him below Clyde Drexler, even though he had all these accolades because of Clyde Drexler's playoff successes. Y'all said people run to Clyde Drexler saying, hold on, they said Clyde Drexler got to the finals twice.
That's not what I said.
Hold on. They said Clyde. Let me finish. Hold on. They said Clyde Drexler got to the finals twice as the lead dog. It was never about having because Clyde Drexler's only been first team All NBA one time in his career. Yet people are so quick to say Clyde Drexler's better than James Harden, right? So the same things that you're using to boost up Jerry West right now, I want to make sure you consistently use those same things to boost up James Harden as well. Keep the same energy when it gets to him.
I got the stream right now. You must have came late because this is what I said. I said
that's not just for you. That's for everybody pushing this Jerry West.
Okay, my bad. I got you. Okay, my bad. This is what I said, bro. I said that since the NBA champion came out of the West more often than not, you could actually say that the Western Conference Finals is damn near the NBA Finals. That's what I was saying. So the fact that James Harden was losing in the West like that, that's in the Western Conference Finals, you really can't knock it against him. That's what I was saying because he kept losing against the champions in the West. So I was saying we need to kind of revamp this NBA Finals shit because the Western Conference Finals is way, more competitive than the NBA Finals. Apparently, that's what I was saying.
No, I hear that came late.
That was my argument. And I said, and I agreed with you on the Jerry West and shit, and all the 1-9. I was just saying when we look at the season, the logo was
was the lead dog. That's my whole argument too.
That was my argument. Yeah, he was the lead dog. Now, you were using the NBA.
No, what I'm saying is, hold on. What y'all did was because y'all started going to the fact that he was the lead dog in the regular season after you clearly saw that the stats did not favor him being the lead dog.
He was the leader of that team, period. He was the leader of that team.
Initially, hold on. You could be the leader of the team, but he definitely was not the lead go-to guy. He was not the best player on that team. Wilt was the best player that year.
Let's see. Hold on. First of all, let's make
not the same guy.
Hold on. First of all,
Wilt led analytically.
First of all, Wilt wasn't the same. Hold on. Wilt wasn't even the same. Wilt wasn't the same either. So you can't sit there and say,
true. No one said that. True. No one said that.
Wilt was second team all defense, was first team all defense, and second team all NBA.
Wilt wasn't even the best. Wilt wasn't even the best in his position at that time. So what are y'all?
But he was
I correct myself. I'm gonna correct myself. No, he led the league in win shares 2 seasons prior. My bad. Go ahead. What's that? Go ahead.
But Jerry West was the lead of that team.
True. No one's saying Wilt was in his prime. But even when Wilt at that stage of his career, statistically, he was the most impactful Laker, both the regular season, the playoffs, and
why he finished number 2.
Finals.
Why did Jerry West finish number 2?
Hold on, the MVP voting that's a regular season award.
True, I'm giving you objective evidence. I'm not giving you subjective evidence. Players voted. Players and media.
Well, it was a player. It was a player.
I understand that. I understand that. True. That's what I'm saying. No matter who votes for it, player or media, there's some form of subjectivity to it. Stats are objective. It's measured production. That's it.
But Sturdy, the player said Jerry West was more impactful than.
I just said
no.
That,
they said he was the most impactful. He didn't win it.
I just said that, Lou.
No. Jerry West was second.
So why we don't have?
Yeah, but he didn't win it.
Oh, this is my problem.
Hold on. You talking about a guy that got second place.
He got more votes than Wilt. Wilt got third.
But Lou, I just said that. I didn't disagree with you. I'm not disagreeing with y'all in terms of that what happened. What I am saying is the numbers don't prove that. The numbers just don't prove that.
He had a better regular. Listen, you judging off the play, off what he did in the play. That's cool. Well, listen.
No, I said both regular season and playoff.
He did not have a better regular season.
No, Will average 14 and 19, bro. How is he statistically way better than
All right, I got you right now specifically.
Jerry West played defense too. Let's not act like
are you about to go through like win share
with Wilt, nigga?
grade and all that shit? Do you
Really?
do that started?
So now
No,
that
that's what I'm saying. That's impact. That's literally impact.
They didn't calculate that stuff back then. They just add that shit.
You can go back and recalculate.
Yes, they did, bro. They count.
It's literally right here.
You can count.
I asked that 30 because that's not what I was using, but I mean,
they add that shit on the mock.
But this is my issue with that argument. Where I feel is not consistent because we've seen situations like this happen where a player,
the best player, Hitman pulled up the truth. Hitman said he got 2 more votes than Wilt. Stop it.
Okay, and
come on, y'all, man.
Come on. He still got more votes.
Come on.
I gotta double check that.
Yeah, let me check that. I mean,
the point is.
But y'all make it
we said in the beginning. Wilt was more impactful. The numbers say it. Gil Goodrich's impact and numbers are very similar to Jerry West. He was not the best player. He was not the best Laker regular season nor postseason. He wasn't.
You just say, hey, listen.
I'm not saying the numbers saying it.
Well. Here's the thing. I don't think that y'all make it seem like it was hands down. I don't like when y'all be saying it's hands down Wilt Chamberlain. Like that's that was a 1A.
Well, hold on. Hitman lied. Hitman ass lied. The nigga had a
black lying. That's why I knew he was
lying. Nigga just lying.
I seen it yesterday.
Lying. Nigga quick lie.
Nigga lying like
now, Lou, if he comes in with a link, then that's different.
I got it right here.
You on basketball reference, aren't you, Lou? You on basketball reference?
Yeah, I'm on basketball reference.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I was about to say. I seen
Jerry West won 393 and Wilt had 294. Jerry West had 44 first place. Wilt had 36 first place.
But that's what Lou. I'm not disagreeing with the fact that didn't happen.
But the thing is, but Wilt was up there though. Right?
Is that
nobody denying that?
The numbers will have big
like not act like Wilt wasn't right neck.
No, he was. No.
It was a 1A. It was a 1A 1B situation.
Yeah, exactly.
Nobody denied
it. That's what it is.
Okay, but true. That's exactly what I said yesterday. Hold on. Remember what I said yesterday?
I ain't say what was a side
true. I said yesterday in 72. At best, it was arguable who the best player on that team was. There, you could put an argument up for Gil Goodrich, Wilt, and Jerry West. I said I'm specifically
that Gary Goodrich.
True. I said I specifically want to focus on the years where it's clear cut. I said I want to focus on the year where it's clear cut, hands down. Jerry West was the lead dog. It was hands down. Jerry West was the lead dog from 61 to 69.
Play on the team with them same numbers. Cut it out.
Hold on.
I didn't say Wilt. Hold on. I didn't say Wilt wasn't nowhere near the best. I said it was a 1A, 1B situation.
You said Bill was the overall best player on the team with them same exact numbers through his whole career. That's not that.
I never said Wilt. Hold on. I just said Wilt was a 1A, 1B situation. So what are you talking about, bro? I like Wilt. Wilt. They brought Wilt there for a reason. So let's not.
Hold on. Let's not get off.
You stay on topic. Like, come on.
Hey. Real shit though, I'm looking at this right now. Kareem averaged 35 and 18. Yeah, Wilt was not getting first All NBA, so I guess I can't really hold that against Wilt. He probably would.
Yeah, I can't. About you, y'all. That's why.
Yeah, I can't hold that against Wilt. That nigga Kareem was going crazy, dog. Damn.
But you got to give when you talk about the numbers having much more of an impact, right? Because you talk about it, Wilt's did have a higher win share. His numbers were impactful towards winning.
Now, he does have a higher win share than Jerry West, but does that mean
you know the difference? But you know the difference. Yeah, but you know the difference.
He's the most impactful. That's what it means.
But you know the difference is when you brought up the James Harden and say this is the difference is why the Jerry West and James Harden is they're similar, of course, but it's a difference.
Hold on, True. Don't conflict topics, man.
No, the next topic was because of the James Harden versus Clyde Drexler. That's what
let me say this real quick. Hold on, I gotta before you do that, True. I gotta say this. Well, Lamar, I gotta say about that Gil Goodrich thing. His numbers were never the same.
I said in the finals, his numbers was very similar because I was always talking about the finals. Y'all started bringing up the regular season just to try to make a case.
To the finals without Jerry.
No, I'm not saying. Hold on, I'm not saying all of that. I'm talking about that year in 72 in the finals. When you look to that finals, if you look at the numbers. It's hard for somebody. I said this yesterday. It's hard to look at those finals numbers and say, hands down, Jerry West was the best player on that team. When you look at the analytics, when you look at the numbers, when you look at the turnovers, when you look at the efficiency, Jerry West could easily be looked at as the third best player on that roster in the finals. That's a fact.
Hey, let
Yeah,
me
but you
let
gotta.
that team.
But if
We
you
were talking about the
watching, you
finals. Now, y'all brought in regular season to try to make a case, but we were talking about the finals. I don't know where the regular season came in. Because if you're talking about regular season,
bro, you're talking about 5 games, bro. I mean, that's a small.
It doesn't matter. It don't matter.
It is small sample size. Nobody doing that. Nobody saying
because that's all what we were talking about. I was only talking about the finals because that's what brother Omari Juma brought up because he's talking about the playoffs. And I said, well, if you're talking about because he said that Jerry West he said you don't give him credit for the journey. And I said, well, it wasn't much of a journey having to win 3 games to get to the finals. So you got to weigh that as well.
How can you beat a man for 82 games and then once you get to the finals, I mean,
talk to James Harden because James Harden was an MVP, but when he got to the playoffs, he was no longer the man. He wasn't looking like that dude. Like y'all say, he choked. Is that facts?
But here's the difference though. Let's take away Jerry West. Let's not take away, but we're talking about Jerry West without the 7-2, right? Championship. He was more successful than James Harden. Let's not like.
So if you said if you take away the championship, Jerry West has a better career than James Harden?
Yes. Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
You can't argue.
Remember, you're talking about my point. But remember what I said. I said in totality, I said this yesterday. I said in totality, Jerry West's career right now, I have him 3rd, and I have him ahead of James Harden, who I have at 5. I said, now when it's all said and done, I expect that James Harden will pass him up if maybe he can get to that 3rd spot. But I said, but if you're talking about, we remember the focus on the conversation was when they were the lead dogs on their team, right? That's what we were talking about. I said, as lead dog on their team, James Harden and Jerry West were both losers. They did not win shit.
But that being said, though, hold up, and that if you feel
is that a fact? No, is that a fact?
That being said, of course, they didn't win no shit.
That is the point of contention.
Because we were saying he was still the lead dog on the team. That's what we were saying.
And he was more successful than James Harden. That's all I said. That's all I said.
But it's hard to say he's the lead dog when his numbers aren't as impactful as Wilt's, and Wilt was right behind him 3rd in the MVP race.
I mean, he did. He led his team in assists. Like he was a facilitator. He was a main facilitator on that team.
Oh,
and then I told you,
hold on.
Are you saying that if they didn't keep track of steals and blocks, you saying that Wilt wouldn't have led in both of those categories?
He probably would have.
Because according to Synergy, he had more steals and blocks that season. They just didn't tally him.
That being said, Jerry West still played defense too. That's all. He played defense too. Gary Goodrich wasn't the defender of Jerry West. So I mean, if you then because you brought in Gary Goodrich. He was a main facilitator, and he was the 2nd best defender on that team.
I said in the finals, Gail Goodrich's numbers was much better than Jerry West.
But defense. But here's the thing about defense is like the statistics of blocks and steals and all that.
I don't care how good a defense you play. If you got 28 turnovers in 3 games, you ain't playing the good of defense to make up for all them goddamn turnovers.
Well, they won though, so they won.
Because you get
Wilt didn't carry them, and Wilt, you can't say Wilt carried nobody because, like you said, it was.
Well, Wilt damn sure wasn't turning the ball over like that.
I didn't say that. Listen, nobody. I'm not gonna argue that Jerry West was the best player in that finals. I'm not arguing that though.
But that was the whole point. I said you can't include that year because he was no longer the lead dog. You guys are saying he was, but the numbers don't support that argument.
But that being said, when you compared him to. But when you was comparing him to James Harden, the only thing I disagree with you compare him to James Harden. That's what I disagree.
This is facts. When they were both the lead dogs, clear-cut lead dogs, because I can't count James Harden with Brooklyn, even though some people would argue James Harden is still the lead dog because he's a superstar, and you can make a case for that, but it's arguable at best. So I'm not even including Brooklyn. I'm saying when he was with Houston, when it was hands down, he was the lead dog. And when Jerry West was hands down the lead dog, they were both losers who put up a lot of stats.
I mean, you need help to win, dog. I mean,
I'm not saying all that. I'm just saying what they did on the court. They both lost a lot.
Even though
just like Oscar lost a lot, but put up big stats. But I still give him credit for it because those were historical stats.
Yeah, Jerry West. Listen, that's what I'm saying. That's why I also said there are similar. I'm not mad you similar with James Harden, Jerry West, because in the day, Jerry West had talent on his team. You know what I mean? We could say a James Harden that was, you know what I mean, almost got it done, but you know what I mean?
Yeah, but that's the stupidity of that criteria. Like when you measure individual players off team results, that's stupid.
Yeah.
No, I'm talking about we know what they did individually. That's what I'm saying. Like that's where the similarities go. Where what they do on the court, you know what I mean?
Okay, so if you know what James Harden did,
Wes is more consistent and he's played both sides of the ball.
Yeah, that's why I say
that's why he's better.
My point to McDuff would be, if you know what James Harden did individually, similar to what you know with Jerry West individually, why the hell would you put Clyde Drexler over James Harden?
That was bad. See, now I'm not. I wasn't with that at all. See, now right there, shit.
Because his logic's gonna backfire on him when you start putting it like that.
When you said Clyde Drexler was better than James Harden, hey, yo, who voted that too though? Can you see the votes, Lamont, on your end? That people
I can't see who voted what. It looked like Wally might have spammed up a whole bunch of votes.
Nah, but like the reason, if you saw the chat, the main reason why, Clyde got the Portland Trailblazers got to the finals twice. That's why.
And Clyde low key only had one hand too. Clyde on low key only had one hand too. Come on, man.
Yeah, Jordan even called him out on that video.
He was cold with it. Listen, Charlie Clyde.
But Jordan low key also admitted he was a one-handed player too. He said just like me.
I'm not
gonna lie. He was being generous like a motherfucker. They wasn't that bad.
Jordan, bro.
Hey,
hold on, Wally. Hit the link. Wally, Wally, hold on. Let me let Wally in.
Jordan is not going to be able to defend the perimeter players of this generation. He won't be able to.
He got to be more disciplined. Jordan definitely had to be more disciplined.
Clyde was working. Did y'all see them clips?
Bro,
Clyde
he was working him, bro.
You know them players, but you know them players though that can you already know what they're gonna do.
Clyde was giving Jordan the business, bro.
No, I'm saying this is what I'm saying. This is I'm giving Clyde props.
Did you see them clips?
Even though, I'm saying this is what I'm saying. You know when like even he did have one hand, he was when he's so unstoppable with that one hand.
Those clips right there prove that LeBron would bully the shit out of MJ.
Yeah, Michael Jordan was like only 195 at that time.
And he dribbled with his head down.
Maybe barely 200 pounds.
That's why he was getting up like that.
He said Wally about to destroy Ralph as usual. Now Ralph chilling tonight, man. Ralph ain't about to get into it with.
I got a simple question.
Ralph had a bad Black History Month. He was getting cooked all shit last month.
You had a bad month, nigga.
You were getting cooked like a motherfucker every day. God.
I know Rudy Gobert will be tossing fucking Bill Russell shit in the stand. I know that for much.
That's another Mac Dev Clyde Drexler take right there. That shit crazy.
That's like Paul Heyman said, that's a spoiler.
Like Darren Williams, like Darren Williams, the top 5 point guard too.
I've said point guards that I've seen. What the fuck you you can't deny anything I say. If it's
How old are you?
Hold on.
What you mean?
Ralph. When you start watching basketball?
Nigga, I was watching basketball.
Oh, hold on. Brother Omari Jim was there. He said I finessed tonight.
Oh shit, you know, Brother Mark,
drop the link, Lamont.
Hey,
it's in there.
Hold on. Have we ever got? I don't think we ever had.
Yeah, because I was listening to the stream again, and Brother Mark
I did not finesse.
Jerry West won, so you know.
You called him a loser, Lamont.
No, I said when he was the lead dog of his team, he was a loser just as much as James Harden was a loser.
Brother Mark,
that's a fact.
And that's where the point of contention came, is that he still was the lead dog on that team that they won.
And what I said was,
even though he didn't get the Finals MVP,
but you know what? What I'm saying is, I can't count a year. Like, let's say James Harden would have won a championship last year with KD. It's hard for me to say James Harden was the lead dog on that team, even if Kyrie was injured, because KD is there. And you got another guy who neck and neck is another superstar. So I'm only focused on the years where hands down you're the man on that squad.
If you're doing okay, yeah.
And then wait a minute, hold on, time out. Let me say this for Brother Mark. Hold on, wait a minute. Was he the lead dog with Elgin Baylor on his team? Because
that's why you have
later years.
What is a lead dog? What is a lead dog? That's
best part of the team.
That's ambiguous, bro.
Exactly.
No, he was later years of Elgin Baylor. Later years of Elgin Baylor, he was very.
When you start looking at these teams that have elite talent on them, bro, that lead dog term is ambiguous. James Harden, it just depends on who you asking, because certain players look at certain people that observing the game look at certain traits that would deem somebody as a lead dog. Me personally, if you playing point guard and leading the tempo, you are more important than somebody that's coming off screens and shooting the jumpers, in my ass, because you have more of a bearing on winning than somebody that's doing that, and really you have more responsibility. So just because somebody's a better player on the team doesn't make them the lead dog.
Right, 3
That's what I said.
superstars.
Jerry
That
West
shit
was
is
the leader.
kind of jaded.
Jerry West was the leader of the team.
Now, hold on. Now, stand on business. What I'm gonna ask you is this. Now, obviously, when a 33-year-old Jerry West, remember in the 70s, 33 is like 40, much older.
So you add,
you got Wilt. You got Wilt next to you. Like again, you got more stars around you now. Could you say without a doubt that Jerry West was still that man? Was still the best player on that team in the finals?
You said this nigga was in his prime.
That question was standing on business.
No, I don't have. I'm not commenting on the. I don't have a West in that race because I'm not privy to all the. I haven't really researched Jerry West in depth like that, so I don't have no West in the race.
Hey, wait, did Elder say Jerry West was the lead dog or Elgin Baylor was the lead dog?
I think he said Jerry West was, but no, I don't know who he said. I was hoping he came in.
Lamont, you can't be in the prime your second year in the league.
Okay, Ralph, we got you. We heard that.
No, I mean, you could be in your prime your second year in the league. You can't say that.
You can. Your prime can end abruptly and it can start abruptly.
Lamont, Elgin Baylor was averaging 38 and 18. Like, I mean, I feel like he should get more smoke than Jerry West should, right?
So Jerry West, you basically saying shouldn't even be in this conversation because he might not have never been the lead dog.
Low key, I mean, I'm looking at God damn. Hey,
no, later on in the middle 60s.
20, God.
Hold on. In 68, like 67, 68, that's when Elgin Baylor wasn't the same no more.
Yeah, your prime can start anytime. Anytime you activate, that's when your prime.
True's right. Yeah, so
Elgin got drafted a couple of years too, I believe.
Oh, hold on. We got Wally in here. Let's see what Wally's going to. I know he's going to get off topic, man. What you got, Wally?
Hold on for a second. Let me do something right quick.
All right.
Hey, Lamont. Let me drop this on you real quick. You got a couple guys in the chat, right? Now help me understand something.
Okay.
One of the guys, he hating on me, man.
What'd he say?
He said that I coach some kind of team in high school. You coach, right, Lamont?
Yeah, I coach.
All right. I was going to try to ask you a question when we had the Magic Johnson discussion. We never got around to it. But help me understand something, Lamont.
Yeah.
I played at a very high level, right? That's basketball, right?
Mm-hmm.
Almost made the league, right? I'm retired, right? The people come knocking on my door to coach their high school because a lot of people don't want to coach during COVID. COVID is about to pass over. So help me understand something. How am I coaching at the high school level and my team is about to win the championship if I don't know basketball? That's my first question to you, Lamont. And then my second question to you, Lamont.
Yeah.
Because you're supposed to be a jive coach and you don't know nothing, but that's okay. When you trying to establish a good basketball team, right? What is the first thing that you look for?
Point guard.
Who said that?
Me.
Lamont said it. You asked him the question.
LeBron ain't say that.
Lamont said that.
I did say that. Yeah.
Oh, I thought it was the other guy. I thought it was another guy that said that. Well, you get an A+ tonight, Lamont. That's the first thing. That's the first thing that you look for. This is why I wanted to bring that conversation back to you when we was talking about Magic Johnson and comparing him to LeBron James. You have to have a facilitator, somebody that can get the basketball to the other people on the team. We lost one game this year. That's because the point guard didn't play. He got in trouble, and we have a policy that if you don't do no schoolwork, you can't play. This is why I stress when you come on here, you talking about I can't have a debate unless I mention my master's degree. Well, that's part of it. I played at a high level, but I also did my schoolwork. So when I come up here and I'm talking to some clowns that don't know no basketball, you're talking to an educated brother. I played at a high level, and this time next Thursday, right, we're going to be hosting, putting a championship trophy in the air. How you like that, Lamont, Mr. Basketball Analyst?
Man, your ass is coaching.
I didn't say nothing about your basketball, coach.
Nick, you were assistant.
So what this got to do with Jerry West?
No.
It kind of do though.
For a second, gentlemen. No, bro. Just read the panties in a bunch. Lamont, you do your research, your analytics guy, but basketball is not all about analytics, brother.
I didn't say so. But when I did my breakdown on James Harden and Clyde Drexler, I didn't use all analytics.
Look, you can have James Harden. You can take that guy Russell Westbrook and put him in a trash can quick.
No, right? James Harden, you can't compare. James Harden is a totally different player.
When it comes down to being a clutch player, give me Jerry West, give me Michael Jordan, and give me
Kobe. You was about to say it. You was about to say it.
I heard the L.
That nigga mouth, the hater in him say it.
30 points.
Hey, yo, Wally. You got you, Wally. You know you about to say it.
I'm gonna give you the floor. Lamont, I want you to do this, man, because you got the tools to do all the research. You a research guy.
Get that head up so hard, brother.
I do not know what team that Olympic team they played on. It was LeBron, Kobe, I think
2008.
The Redeem team.
D-Wade was on that team. The boy that played for Syracuse, what's his name? Carmelo Anthony. He was on that team. And guess what happened? It got tight. Coach Shefty was looking around. I said, oh, shit. They getting ready to choke. And you know what they did? Kobe Bryant, they faded. Kobe Bryant said, not on my watch. And he put him on his back. You see what I'm saying? I look at the full body of work.
Hold on, Wally, can I ask you a question?
Hold on a moment. You got the floor in a moment. When you're analyzing.
You did a moment ago.
Let him finish his premise.
When you're analyzing a sports figure, right? LeBron was looking around. D-Wade was looking around. Carmelo Anthony. So you have to play basketball to know these things. They were looking around. And Kobe Bryant said, no, not on my watch. Go back and look at it, Lamar. See, you got to play basketball. You have to be in the trenches to understand what I'm talking about. Most of these guys on this daggone panel, they ain't been in no trenches. They ain't been in. Hey, look.
Talk about never been in the trenches.
They ain't never got a stitch.
No, you can't have SF.
I've been in a lot of trenches.
I played
trench you talk about. What you talk about?
Dunk on your
I played against NBA players in the league right now. What the fuck are you talking about? You don't know who you be
talking
about.
Same here.
No, don't worry about what I
played.
I know.
I didn't play college. I didn't play college. No, I didn't play college.
I played U.S. military. I
didn't play in college.
I played high school. I got
I played high school.
I had Division I offers. I didn't qualify.
University. I did not. You know what, man? If you ain't never played nowhere, man, I'm 55 years old, man, and I got $1,000. All you guys that ain't never played nowhere, I got $1,000 right now in a month. You set it up, and I'll take these brothers to school.
Man, bust your ass.
Yeah, you gonna drop out. You better
have that life. You better have that life alert ready.
You gonna drop out.
Oh shit.
Hey man, I worked out with the team I'm coaching, brother.
Hey, listen, you don't got no more, man. You don't got no more, man. They say you don't got no more, man.
Yo, Lamont, can I defeat my argument from last night? We moved on from that. All right, go ahead. No, go ahead.
No, we already cooked Lamont.
That's not true.
I'm sorry.
Get them off that oven.
I'm not going to raise my voice like I did last night. But
yo, SFM, mute yourself.
Hold on, SFM, you got to mute yourself, man. You sound like you're on the city bus. There's a few things I'm taking exception with because you keep framing my argument as if I didn't understand the context of the argument beforehand, which I kept telling you I did. So let me explain to you why my point of contention was my point of contention and why I only stuck to that. Because I want you, because you said you got tape and all that, you can go back. I want you to pick out the time that I said that one player was better than the other. Never gave my opinion on that at all. I came in, as you stated, because you said that Jerry West wasn't a winner. And I said, that's kind of factual from the standpoint because he actually did win it. I did bring up his 8 trips. But my point was to say, to capitulate, the ending point was he actually did win a championship. That's a fact. James Harden is in pursuit of that set championship.
So by that standard and that logic, you cannot say that your statement was that Jerry West is just as a bigger loser as James Harden, if not bigger. That's odd because he actually won. James Harden hasn't. Then you went into, well, you only had to win a certain amount of games to get to the finals, which you misspoke last night about that as well. Because you said you only had to win one series, which is technically not true because they had to play 2 series when they won the chip. So when you keep framing my argument, like I was saying something other than that from a factual standpoint, Jerry West won it. You want to say he wasn't in his prime when he won it in 72. I guess, fine. I don't care about that. And the reason I say I don't care about that is because McDuff made a point. He conceded you that point. He said, fine, if he wasn't the lead dog. He said, but James Harden hasn't even proved that he can contribute to a winning team, period. Because Clyde Drexler, if you say he wasn't the lead dog when he won with Houston, fine. James Harden haven't even proved that he can contribute as a second guy yet or a third guy. Clyde Drexler actually did. You want to go on this point that, well, he's still playing, so he might do so. And I said to you, well, let's have the conversation when he do it. He has not done it yet.
Lamont, you need some ice, baby.
All right, so let's hold on. Let me
Hey, go to the refrigerator and get some ice.
Hold on, I gotta mute people because we gotta get to the facts.
He dropped Molly,
yeah, because he was gonna talk. So first of all, so again, when we talk about, remember, this is why I'm pulling up the playback, because a lot of people like to try to finesse with the words that they use. So for what I said when I was going at McDuff's statement, because remember, when I pulled up to talk to McDuff, Sturdy was there and a lot of people were there to witness it. I even typed it in the comments. I disagree with the fact that he said that specifically as a lead player, Clyde Drexler was a better lead number one guy than James Harden. We were not talking about secondary guys when he went to Houston, anything like that. We're talking about the top dog. And then I said, and then somebody brought up Jerry West, and I said Jerry West as the top dog was just as much of a loser, just as the same loser as James Harden. I didn't include the 72 final because I do not believe he was like just clear cut the lead dog on that team. And when we went to the finals, because even Citizen Lou pulled up those finals numbers don't support, nor do they look like he was still the lead dog with the way he was turning the ball over, his scoring, his efficiency. He only shot 30% from the field, and Gail Goodrich and Wilt Chamberlain outperformed him by a long shot. How it got to the regular season, I don't know. I don't know where all those stats came from. I'm specifically talking about when they were the number one guys leading their teams. And now, if you actually go back and do your research, just like TruDaKing showed, when you're playing with Elgin Baylor, he might not have even been the number one those years. He might have been a number two his whole goddamn career behind Elgin Baylor. So I don't know where this thing came from being him a winner. What you did was you just kind of diffused my original statement. You taking it away from, we're talking about a certain sector of time. I already gave Clyde Drexler credit for being a great number two in Houston and getting the chip. But and I even told y'all yesterday, I have Jerry West over James Harden right now because of the totality of his career. But if you're talking about when they're lead players, number ones, I'm taking James Harden all day over a Jerry West as a complete lead dog. To me, he's just a more complete player. He's a better player all around. Now, you might differ. You might have a difference of opinion on that. But either way, they were both losers. If you want to say Jerry West was even a number one, they were both getting their ass smacked. They wasn't doing shit. They was losing year after year after year until they got significant help, and they were no longer clear cut the number ones on their team. That's a fact.
So let's do this then.
Both losers.
I asked you a question last night. if that's the case, why don't you just again? I'm gonna ask because you remember the question. Just
I don't remember the question.
I'm about to say it. Why don't you just go ahead and put James Harden in front of Jerry West now? Because
I answered this already.
I know.
I answered it already.
I know.
I say I'm never gonna just, especially I say when you're talking about like the top 5 at least, specifically the top 5. It's hard. You will rarely find me putting players at the top if they're still actively playing. I said I'm not putting LeBron James as a GOAT, nor will I consider until he's done playing. Now, do I predict that? My prediction is that yes, LeBron James will pass up MJ when he's done. But at the end of the day, I'm not going to elevate him now while he has an active career. I mean, his career could end tomorrow in an unfortunate, tragic injury, God forbid. You know, I'm going to wait till he's done. They elevated Jordan. I've talked about this on the channel before. I don't like how they elevated Jordan after he won his 3rd chip. They put him over Kareem. They put him over a lot of players. They should have waited till his career was done. At least give those guys that much respect. So you bring up that same question again. Why don't I boost James Harden? I answered that yesterday. I said, do I predict? I said, I answered it to a certain degree because I said, do I predict James Harden will pass him up? Yes, but he has to finish his career first before I put him there.
Okay.
So I answered that question already. You knew the answer and you repeated it again for what reason?
I didn't even get through it.
Okay, so what's the question then?
Again, I brought the question back to your attention because there's a flaw in the logic. Okay?
How can there be there's no logic to it? That's just my personal feeling. It's not logic. It's just an emotional. That's if you want to say it's an emotional take to not boost people early until they retire. That's just my preference. You may choose to do something different. There's no logic to it. My logic on that might be different. That's just what I do. You may do something different.
Trying to back out of your statement.
No, there's no backing out because I don't elevate guys to the top until they're done playing.
But you got him elevated somewhere close enough.
I said when we're talking about the elites, like the top 5.
But
I said when we're talking about the
top 5. In your
hold on. So basically what you're saying is I shouldn't rank nobody actively playing nowhere on nothing until they done playing. That's not what I said. You know what I'm talking about. You trying to mix it in with all this other silly stuff. You know exactly. I've said this with Jordan. I said this with a lot of other players, and now you seem confused about it.
No, I'm not confused. You just won't let me finish.
This is what
I'm talking about. Man.
This has nothing to do with the context of what we was even talking about.
In your opinion, because you won't let me finish the thought. See, you doing all this stuff, so I can see it's about to go a different direction.
Can you get to the question?
No, because brother, you're not going to allow me the time.
Or you still?
Because as soon as I get into it, you're going to cut me off, and this is your platform, so I can't overtalk you. So either you're going to allow me the time or not.
You're still rambling. You could have asked your question by now. Get to the question.
Okay, I'm going to get to it, but please allow me the time to finish.
All right. We don't need the in-between, the filibuster.
Yeah, we do need it because you're going to cut me off. I believe it's a flaw in the logic because, first of all, you don't have Jerry West in your top 5. So that's a mute point.
You don't even know my top 5.
You said it a billion times. You said
what's my top 5 shooting guards? What's my top 5 shooting guards?
Also, Nas top 5 shooting guards.
That's what we were talking about. Shooting guards.
We were talking about shooting guards, brother.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Just keep it.
Again, no. This is what I'm talking about. See, now the things are getting conflated. When you made that statement about top 5, we were talking about an overall because
we weren't.
Last night you said you made a reference to why you don't have Bill Russell wherever you don't have him at because you don't respect, quote unquote, whatever. I don't want to say you don't respect, but because I'm improvising on that. I don't remember the exact word, but the point you were making was the reason you got Bill Russell where you got him is because the grind and these
that is not what I said.
Brother Mark, just ask him. Just ask him, man. Just ask him right now if it's unclear.
I don't even get on that point because we're gonna go a whole other route. Fine, if you saying that 5 shooting guards, whatever, that's not the point.
We were talking about shooting guards.
Okay, that's fine. I'm gonna move on because I don't want to get stuck on it. I'm saying there's a flaw in the logic because you have no respect for Jerry West's career.
I got him at number 3 in the shooting guards.
That's what I'm saying. That's a contradiction because last night, hold on, I'm gonna quote you since we're gonna do this. So let me see if I can find this quote. You say, wow, great job at getting to the second round of the playoffs. That's at 526.
Why did I say that?
Let me finish. We'll get back. Remember that question you asked me? At 528.
Why did I say it?
Oh, God. See? At 528, you reiterated that same point.
Why did I say that?
LeBron, I haven't forgot your question.
Okay, now tell the people why I said that.
I'm going through it right now. You won't allow me to go through it.
Because
I'm calling. All y'all gotta do is go to 528.
Let him get it off, Lamar. Let him get it off.
529. Hold up. This is a exact quote. At 529 and 38 seconds, I'm not going to give you as much credit for doing that.
Why did I say that?
Because he only had to go through 2 rounds.
One.
He had to go through 2 rounds.
Hold on. First of all, because let's correct you. In 72, hold on. No, brother Marju, because you're starting to cap now. Hold on. I gotta. He's starting to cap, y'all. I've said this before, I consider his prime from 61 to 69. Now, if you go look at the final that he went to, like look at some of the finals he went to in those 60s, those were 2 rounds. In 70s, which is a year that I don't consider to be his prime, there was a 3 rounds. So it moved up to 3 rounds. You consider that to be his prime. I don't. So don't try to put 70s in there when I don't even consider that Jerry West prime. Again, there's two rounds. So it wasn't 2 rounds in his entire career, but in the majority of his prime, those were 2-round series to get to the finals. Stop trying to conflate the 72 series with my argument, because I don't consider that Jerry West prime. I consider his prime from 61 to 69, and he was just as much of a loser as James Harden, and both of those players are great. We made Jerry West great because of his individual statistical accomplishments, just like Oscar. Don't act like we said he was great because he got to all these finals and lost. That's not what made him great. What made him great was the statistical accomplishment, just like Oscar, because Oscar was getting bumped out of the playoffs in the first round for the majority of his career. Yet I still have him as number 10 on my all-time list because I respect what he did as an individual player, just like I respect what James Harden's doing, and I don't overemphasize the losing because that's team, just like I'm not going to overemphasize Jerry West losing because I still have him as the number 3 shooting guard all-time on my list. I said, and I said that's his career. I said I predict by the time James Harden finish, he's potentially may have a chip, and I'm going to elevate him over Jerry West. But until that happens, and until he's retired, I'm not doing that. Okay. So let's stop mixing stuff that don't belong. Stay factual, my guy. Stay factual to my argument that I was talking about. Don't make stuff up and add it to what I was saying.
Look, y'all can go back and replay it yourselves, and then
I can tell you why I said it. I'm gonna tell you.
No, I'm not.
Look, because he brought it up. Hold on, because look, we got to mute him again. Because he brought up the fact.
Don't worry about it, man. Because I can't even finish my thought.
I'm just trying to. No, what you trying to? What he tries to do? Hold on. Hold on. No, I'm not gonna let you move on without me killing this bullshit that you about to say.
You're lying.
Hold on. Let me move on. So I said specifically, he said you don't give him credit for getting to the finals even though he was losing. So according to a brother Omar Juma, he's elevating Jerry West for getting there when actually, if you contextualize it, it only took 3 games for the majority of his career just to get to the finals. So I have to weigh that to a certain degree. The road to the finals wasn't as tough. So how much credit can I give you if all you have to do is win 3 games? And I showed you guys yesterday that a majority of those teams had losing records. So all you had to do was beat a team with a losing record 3 times and you in the finals. And I'm supposed to give you credit for getting to all these finals and losing.
But you got Bill Russell in your top 5.
No, I told you why, but I have Bill Russell in the top 5, not solely because of the championships. I can break down. He was one of the best passers as a big man, the best defensive big man that I've ever seen. Right? One of the greatest rebounders, if not the greatest rebounder of all time. Right? He also coached, just like True brought up. He did something so I can name what made Bill Russell great without running to the championships like what people do with MJ. Just like I can say what made Jerry West great without running to the fact that he lost finals or won that one chip, just like some people with lazy basketball knowledge do. I can tell you what made these players great outside of winning and losing, which is a team accomplishment.
Yeah.
So let's not conflate and bring this stuff in because Brother Omar Juma said, give him credit for getting there. No, I'm not giving him credit for getting there. I'm not giving him credit for getting there. No, it took 3 games to get there. That's not what made Jerry West great getting to the finals. We don't look at him. We don't look at him as one of the greatest shooting guards of all time because he went to all those finals. That's not what made him great.
Yeah, how you say you're the greatest you ever seen? Ben Wallace and all these other people. You not really
that's my opinion. If you differ, that's fine. I don't have a problem with that. That's just my opinion. To me, he's the greatest defensive big of all time. But just can't make stuff up. Like I said that for a reason because I felt like he overinflated him getting to the finals, like it was some tough road. He had to really get through a lot of tough teams. Man, great job getting there. You say that to Iverson, who had to grind his way to the finals and beat that Milwaukee Buck team that nobody thought he was going to beat.
So why
you say that to Reggie Miller, who got there and had to grind his way 12 games to get there? So but I'm not saying that to Jerry West, who had got to the finals in 3 games. Great job grinding your way through the playoffs to get to the finals and then lose.
Lamont. You have no credence for that.
Oh my God! I think you're slow, brother. I really think you're slow.
Lamont, hold on.
I honestly believe you're slow.
Let's come off an intellectual.
I swear to God, I think you're slow.
I'm stepping you and you getting called out. You're not as smart as you say you are.
No, I swear. I don't think you understand what I'm talking about. No, you just because you say you bring up stuff.
Let's just take it one step at a time and let's do this.
Brother Mark, hold on, real quick.
Go ahead, Sturdy. Go ahead.
I just want to say this real quick.
Brother
Mark, I don't want to listen. Brother Mark, real quick. I don't want to go in circles again. I don't want to go in circles.
I got time.
Go ahead, brother. Sturdy. What are you getting out of this? Where's he getting mixed up?
Let's have this simple clarification. All right, just simple clarification. What I see what Brother Mari is conflicting at. What Lamont is doing is attacking that criteria. What people do is associate team results and have that be the end all be all when evaluating individual players. That we like. He just said it like Jerry West is mostly known for consensus, more so his 9 trips to the finals than opposed to his production. That's all Lamont is referring to.
30. Let's take this back again. If you just laid it out just there.
He's the logo because of his production, not because of the finals.
I said nothing about his logo.
No, I'm saying we look at him as a great player all time because of his production.
With everybody else
not because he got to the finals.
Okay, anyway.
We don't look at Oscar and say he was a great player because he won a chip. We say he's a great player because of the triple doubles.
You just laid it out. You said he's
even though he got worked in the playoffs.
You said he's attacking the criteria.
Yeah, you're the one that said Jerry West got there. Give him credit for it. So I attack your criteria.
First of all, that's not my main part of the argument. That's the point I'm making. Like you call me slow, but my point of contention was he actually won it, which is a fact. You keep trying to go back to
your point of contention is odd because he won it outside of a time frame that I thought was his prime. You say it was his prime, but yet when I pull up the numbers, how does a player with 28 turnovers? How does a player with 28 turnovers in 3 playoff games? How does it? Okay, I want you to answer. He's in the finals in 72.
Okay, I'm gonna show you the contradiction.
He's not putting up numbers. He doesn't have the win shares. He doesn't have anything analytically better than Wilt. He doesn't have the impact. He 28 turnovers in the first 3 games of the finals. And you want to sit here and tell me he was better than Gail Goodrich in that final and Wilt Chamberlain? No, he wasn't.
Okay. Let me go back to your contradiction.
He shot 30% from the field most games, 20% in that first game. He had no game where he had a decent field goal percentage. He's chucking up shots. Remember, y'all said he deferred and was a passer. Yeah, he's chucking up almost 30 shots in some of these games. That was a lie.
In your opinion,
man. Y'all don't even know who y'all talking about.
In your opinion, his prime.
That's not an opinion. These are facts.
I didn't even say this. What was I about to say after that, Lamont? Please tell me. You don't know. So shut the hell up, please.
Yo, Lamont, let him get it off, man.
All right, man. I don't think he's bringing up something that was never in the argument.
I know, but he got to get it off. He got to get it off, man.
He done it all night.
But he keeps saying 72 championship. I don't include that. Why you keep bringing it up? I told you why I don't include it.
I told.
And you can't give me a reason why that was his prime.
Why I'm doing that.
You don't even know nothing about Jerry West to tell me why 72 was his prime.
Okay, so we're gonna do this. You said,
hey y'all, Jerry. Hey y'all,
hey
y'all, Jerry West got dreads and tattoos. Oh, hey y'all, Jerry West. Hey y'all, Jerry West got.
What's that weirdo nigga?
Yeah.
A few times, Lamont, you stated that you believe, in your opinion, that Jerry West prime was from 61 to 69. Now, when Lou brought you something to your attention, you backtracked that and believe that you don't even think that was his prime, or he was the best player of the
What did he bring to my attention, and what did I backtrack?
That was scoring 38 points a game, Baylor. And so Lou.
But TruDaKing said that, I thought.
Okay, TruDaKing then. Lou.
No, that was me. That was me.
Okay, so that was Lou.
Okay, so what does that have to do with anything? That was still that was.
I can't even finish the
Lamont. Okay, you gotta let him get it off, man. You gotta let him get it off.
This is like
you're taking the long road. You're taking the long road.
Okay,
all right, let's hear it. My bad. Let's hear it.
Lord. Anyway.
Oh my God.
So you said that was his prime years, but then you backtrack.
No, I didn't backtrack.
Oh. Okay. Let's just move on for it, because I'm not gonna get through that. And you said that Jerry West was out of his prime when he won it in 72. He was 33 years old. Correct?
I said that's not his prime. I don't feel like
That's
he was
not
the
his
best.
prime.
I said no. I said he was still a good player.
Okay.
I don't feel like he was the lead dog on that team. Wilt at that time, I feel like he was more impactful on that championship team.
Okay.
And there was a lot of help being given from Gail Goodrich to make up for Jerry West's inefficiencies that were growing and getting worse.
He was 33, because you said 33 then is like being 40 today. Am I correct? Did you not say that?
Okay, yes. What's the point?
How old was Wilt at that time?
35.
So what would that be today then?
40.
45?
40. Yes.
So Wilt was still just as good, but Jerry wasn't?
Well, here's the difference.
And
Obviously, Wilt was a freak of nature. Wilt was like LeBron. He's a freak of nature. You can't compare those two.
Okay.
They're freaks of nature.
But it's a
Jerry West was not a freak of nature. He was a regular white boy. He was a regular white dude. He was not Wilt. Come on, stop it.
Even with that clip, even with those freak of nature numbers you said.
He was.
Yo, Lamont, let it rock.
He still was not producing at the rate he was doing in his previous years. That's the point. But and to make that further point, Wilt retired the very next year.
Okay.
You're right. Keep going, Lamont. Keep going, brother Mark. Come on.
All right, man. It's like it's just not it.
I don't know what your point is.
Listening, man. I told you continue.
What I'm trying to do is lay down the premise of Lamont's contradiction and backtracking.
What? Okay, get to the point, because you haven't got to any contradiction.
I got to the point. When I was trying to go down your
quote, what is it?
What
are you talking about?
When I was trying to go down your quotes and things you were saying yesterday, and your hypocrisy, you cut me off. So now,
okay, tell me what the hypocrisy is. If you could sum the hypocrisy up in 2 sentences, what is it?
I'm making a problem. I got a problem with your logic when I ask you the question.
What is my hypocrisy? In 2 sentences.
Go ahead and put James over Jerry now. You don't have to wait, because up until this point in your summation, he has done everything better.
No, that's all right, brother Mark. I'm just killing this right now.
30.
Hold on, brother Mark. Wait, bro.
Please, 30.
Please, brother Mark. Come on, bro.
I have this quote. Go back and listen to the stream.
You doing a tortoise of the hair right now, bro. That's what you doing, bro. It's like, come on, bro. I fucked with you, bro. But
when I was going down his quotes, he cut me off.
I'm not cutting you off now.
So let's go back to the quotes again. And
see you got notes.
Go to your quotes when I said this stuff. What did you say to make me? What did you say to encourage me to say these things? That's what
you said. You got the time.
You make a blanket quote, but why did I say these things?
Down it.
Okay, give me the first quote. Give me the first quote, and I'll tell you why I said it.
Brother Mark, please. Can
First
I just
30, first of all, you out of this conversation, 30, because you
No, he's not out of the conversation.
He was, because he wasn't even there.
Because the conversation started because it's 30.
But he wasn't there when we got into it, so he's out. Just like you told me last
Actually,
night.
the conversation started from
Mark, listen, but
no. Because I'm so Lamont said I couldn't get in the conversation because
What is your first point of contention? What is your first? Well, you said I would say something.
This statement real quick. Lamont said I couldn't get in the conversation last night because I didn't understand the context of the conversation. I just came in.
You still don't.
All right. But then when Mac Def charged you with the same thing, you said I don't care.
All right.
So now you can come in with no context, but I can't.
I know you being petty, man.
No, I'm not being petty. I'm showing the hypocrisy in the.
Okay, no, but I told you I came in on a conversation. I came in a conversation to address one thing that Mac Def said. I didn't dive into Sturdy's argument with Mac Def. That was their argument. A lot of people were conflating the things that Sturdy was saying with my argument.
I didn't know. So stop
yes,
talking about what
you did. Because you didn't even know we were talking about primes. You let alone didn't even know. The funny thing is, you thought we were talking about all-time players, and we were talking about shooting guards only. You didn't even know that.
Lamont, I literally knew that.
You just said you did.
Hold up. Just go back to the screen, and you're gonna see
literally
my comment.
Just said you didn't know we were talking about.
We can fix it real quick. When y'all were having that conversation, you can see me type in the chat. When you made that silly ass comment,
can you get to the point? Can you get to your comments? Let's get to the hypocrisy.
When we can go back and pull up the records, it's move on.
Can we get to the hypocrisy?
Yeah, let's get to the hypocrisy.
Let's get to. I want to start talking about Jerry West. You talk. You doing?
Yeah.
Let's get to the real. Let's get to the heart. Let's get to the heart of the facts, man.
All right.
Give me the first thing I need to add.
Hey y'all, Jerry West got dreads and a bit terrible ass.
First thing you misquoted me is saying
Jerry West got dreads and a.
Oh my god, man. Go ahead.
First thing when you started this live tonight, you made it seem like I had a position on who was better, and I asked you to give me the time.
I did have a position on who was better in the finals. No. You said out your mouth Jerry West was the best player in the finals.
Lamont.
You did not say that?
What I said, this is what I said.
Did you say Jerry West was the best player in the 72 finals?
Right here. 525-47.
Oh my god.
We don't want timestamps.
Brother Mark.
No, sir, I'm giving timestamps. I'm giving timestamps.
Listen. Brother Mark, listen. Listen. I'm saying, hold on.
When did I say it?
Just a brief.
27-47.
Just give me 10 seconds, Brother Mark. Just 10 seconds, please.
Listen. Man,
listen, Brother Mark. Listen. I respect your technique, but listen.
You won't.
Don't need no jabs right now, bro. Just straight haymakers. Just get to the point. Haymakers.
No, because this is what y'all do. If you just get to the jab, y'all will undermine the other things that led up to it. See, Lamont can come home and make this convoluted argument like people said some things that they didn't say, and then finesse it and say it just misrepresents some people's arguments and lie. He's blatantly lying, and then he get to laughing and he like we saying something silly when he said something silly first.
Did you say Jerry West was the best player in the 72 finals?
No. So again, let me get back to it. He asked me when did I say it?
You said Jerry West was the best player in the 72 finals.
525.
You said that.
525-47.
What did you say?
Wilt wasn't the same player at the time, so let's not do that.
Finish it. Finish your sentence.
That's what I said. Because you were saying.
So you said you did not say Wilt. You did. You're saying you didn't say Jerry West was the best player in the 72 finals.
Lamont.
That's a yes or no question.
I gave you the timestamp, brother. You just go to the timestamp.
Okay, was Jerry West the best player in the 72 finals? I'm asking you now. Let's
just go to the record.
I'm asking you now. Was Jerry West the best player?
I want you to pull it up and tell me if and let's hear me say it. Because right here at 525-47, I can clearly prove.
If you're implying that Wilt wasn't himself, that means you're saying that Jerry West was the best player because Wilt wasn't himself. So you did say
no, because you made a statement that
because there's really no other player who could be considered the best player on that team.
To the conversation.
Okay, so let's go back.
So what are you saying with
go
saying
Wilt forward, Brother Mark? Fuck that. Go forward, man. Damn, man. Stop doing that.
This is the problem. We can't go forward until we get a clear understanding.
Okay, we get a clear understanding. You said Wilt was a shell of himself, correct?
I said he wasn't the same player at that time.
To say that means you were implying that he wasn't himself. Therefore, Jerry West was the best player on that team.
No.
Facts.
Let's go again. That's why I said let's go back. Because
just clarify that statement. Just clarify that statement right there. Don't go back. Just clarify that statement right now.
Sturdy, please stop.
No, my God.
Because he kept asking. He kept asking what led up to it. You made an emphatic statement that Wilt was better. That's the clarification. I'm trying to get there. So did you
numbers and analytics were better in the finals?
Okay. You said
now, did you say he was? You said Wilt was a shell of himself to imply what?
Now, Lamont, when I said earlier that his production at that time was not the same, did I not say that? See, this is
yes, you did. Hell, you did say that.
I got to do the cross referencing because
okay, yeah, you said that, brother Omar Jr. You said Wilt wasn't the same. Yes.
Now, that's the point I'm making because you made the statement that at 33, Jerry West was out of his prime and not playing the same. My kind of argument to you that is you can say the same thing about Wilt. Just because Wilt was not producing the same numbers that he was prior, just like Jerry West wasn't. But Jerry West was still producing good numbers. Just like you want to say.
No, Jerry West was turning the ball
Lamont,
over.
No more, bro. He was almost there. He was almost there, Lamont. Come on,
all right,
man.
go ahead. Let him finish.
All right, so I'm going to go back and look at this. 71-72. Playoff. 22.9. That was Jerry West. Points per game. Wilt, 14.7. Wilt, rebounds, 21.
In the finals?
There we go. There we go, Lamont. There we go. We finally here. There we go.
This is the playoffs.
Damn.
Because this is why you keep. Lou had already said that you taking a 5-game sample size, which is not good enough.
He said that today, not yesterday.
Did I say he said it yesterday? I said he said that you taking a 5-game sample size. I didn't say when he said it.
Hold on. You took 3 games. You took 3 games to say he was making a great playoff run to the finals. Why can't I take 5 games?
1971-72. They played, it says 15 games here. Now, what do you mean 3 games?
Bro, I don't consider 72 his prime, so I never considered that in what I was saying.
Yeah, he said that, Brother Mark. He said that. The point is, the whole premise.
I heard it. I'll keep trying to tell him that he's trying to couch it that way so he can keep avoiding.
I'm not. I've been said that.
So he can escape his overall arching point because he knows he don't have a point to
There we go.
on.
Hold on, Brother Mark. What is his overall what is his overall point in your opinion? What is it? What by your interpretation? What is it right now? Boom.
Sturdy. When I came into the chat last night,
Brother Mark, man, come on, listen, bro. Listen, Brother Mark. You
it's
read,
like when I try to do my
you read hundreds of books, Brother Mark. I asked you a simple question. What is the author's purpose?
You like to be the statistician on here, and we let you get through it, even though it be convoluted sometimes. But we let you get through it because you making you trying to make a point, and we let you get through it. Even though sometimes it be overkill, and sometimes it don't even need to be said. But we respect it and let you get through it because you trying to do your surgical thing.
You're right, Brother Mark. You know what? You're right.
I'm trying to do my surgical thing here, but I can't get through it long enough for y'all to even understand it. And so now I gotta do cross references, and every time I go back and forward, you get to laughing like the points ain't connecting. But they connected, you willfully being ignorant on the fork.
Yeah, Brother Mark, that's what I'm saying. Brother Mark, just be efficient with your timing. That's all I'm asking. I'm
brother.
for 5 minutes. I'm gonna mute myself for 5 minutes. Just be efficient with your
That's
timing.
That's a long time, man.
That's it.
Yeah, brother. Mark, you stop addressing the other stuff. Just get right to
just stay on point, man. Just stay attacking. That's it.
Okay, let's just do this. Lamont, I'm gonna just move on from that because Lamont kept misrepresenting my argument. He kept saying I was saying something that I was not saying. My point of contention was Jerry West was a winner, point blank, period. Because he actually did.
Period, Pooh.
He actually won it. Now, what Lamont want to do is he want to remove the final and say, "No, I'm just talking about his prime years."
Well,
that's what we were talking about.
But look, hold up.
That's what me and MacDuff were talking about.
But see, this okay.
Prime years.
But this where you lose.
It's not about winning or losing.
No, okay. This is where you. It goes.
Jerry West didn't win nothing when in his prime years.
This where it goes off track, Lamont. Because look, MacDuff actually conceded the point to you because before you jumped yourself in the conversation, they were having a much overall conversation about who was better in totality.
I know that, but I didn't dive into totality conversation.
My God, but that's the point. You jumped in that conversation.
No, actually, see, brother Mark Jimmy, if you listen to the conversation,
I'm trying to make it
quick. No. When they look, you're capping there because when I came in the conversation, they had already moved on to a whole nother player. When I came in, I said I want to backtrack. I want to talk about that statement you said back there. When you said, I said when you said James Harden was a better lead player than Clyde Drexler. So we were talking about when they were the lead dog, Houston Rockets, James Harden, the Portland Trailblazers. This is why I gave the example when Clyde was with the Blazers. I brought up the All-Stars he played with when he was with the Blazers, and we were focused on those specific years. And then somebody said something about Jerry West, and I said, I think MacDuff said something about Jerry West, and I said, well, he was also a loser in his prime years, from 61 to 69.
He
didn't win anything. Okay. And when I told you that, you said he got to the finals, and I said, well, getting to the finals in the 60s, but during his prime was only 3 games.
You kept hanging on to me saying that, but that was just me trying to lead up to the fact that he did actually win it, though.
We weren't talking. He never won it in his prime.
Again, you keep harping on that.
That's what me and MacDuff were talking about, the primes.
Again, you narrowed it down to that. Just like I'm narrowing it down.
I did not. TruDaKing and MacDuff already said that. And I just disagree with what they said.
No, MacDuff used it as a part of his overarching argument. But
no, he didn't. TruDaKing actually asked MacDuff that. He said, so do you think
that's fine?
He said, do you think James Harden or Clyde Drexler as the lead dog with Portland was better than James Harden? And MacDuff said, yeah, I think Clyde was better. And everybody laughed at him.
Terrible bubble ass.
You're right. So let's do this.
Hey, Michael Jordan got a snap-on ponytail and a bubble ass.
You said
he got a lot of fake accounts.
Again, let's move. So let's start this point.
He got a lot of fake accounts. He put Cuba the GOAT on that.
Didn't MacDuff not go ahead and just concede the point because it was?
I don't know what he conceded. I just hopped in and hopped out.
Okay.
I hopped in and hopped out because I wanted to say something to him. That's what I did.
Out. Okay, that's fine. Well, I'm gonna tell you, MacDuff actually conceded the point. He said, "This is why I went and made my point to." He actually won. MacDuff said, "Fine." MacDuff said he conceded the point and said that the Clyde or whatever didn't win anything significant or whatever. But he actually what he said is, "I give you that," but he did go on to help win a championship.
He didn't say it to me.
He said that to me. He said it to me, and he said it to TruDaKing. That's what he said.
Okay. The point was he conceded the point.
Yes.
And so because he wanted to get back to his overarching point that he believes Clyde Drexler was more responsible for more.
And he did get back to that point when I hopped out because I just wanted to hop in and say something about that one take. And then I hopped out. Okay. I hopped in. I said something about that one specific take. And then I hopped out because I didn't want to jump in on his 30s argument, which was a bigger scope. I was focusing on something that was more minimalized. Being the lead dogs. I typed it in the chat. I don't agree with that. I came in, cooked on it for like 5 minutes, hopped out. They back to their conversation.
That's fair. So you left. And I'm not gonna really hold you to that. But then how can you make this argument if you missed the most important part? Because I said this last night to you too. I said it in the beginning. Is MacDuff had already conceded that point because he was trying to get back to the overarching point.
But it's not about if MacDuff conceded. You said
it is.
The reason why I got on you is because you said Lamont came in capping. I said that Jerry West was a loser and he won. When we're talking in the time frame that I was talking about, Jerry West was a loser. Yes, he won later on in his career. I didn't consider that his prime. Just like Drexler won later on in his career. I don't consider that Drexler's prime, even though Drexler was still putting up 20 a game.
But again, back to McDuff's point. He believes Clyde Drexler was more responsible for winning because he at least did help a team win a championship versus James Harden.
Yes,
he hasn't even done it.
But hold on, Sturdy, you were there. When he said the lead as a lead player, who's better, James Harden or Clyde Drexler? We're talking about those lead years specifically. We weren't talking about if they actually won as a secondary player later on. We were talking about a confinement of a certain amount of time. And I said during that same time frame, even if you look at Jerry West, he was considered a loser, just like Oscar for the majority of his prime was considered a loser because he could barely get out the first round until he moved on until he got. That's not finessing.
No,
that's a fact.
Brother Mark, stop. Brother Mark, he did not finesse it. Hold on, Brother Mark. Listen.
Let me finish it, Sturdy. Maybe finesse is the wrong word then, but that's what I'm saying. You being a little bit disingenuous with that point.
Okay, what was disingenuous about it?
Because again, you are the one that's trying to keep it in that time capsule. McDuff was not trying to keep it there, but you forced him there.
No, I didn't.
Hold on, brother. Hold on. There we go. Brother Mark, you're right. Brother Mark, wait, you're right. Listen, you're right. Listen, but he's doing that with a purpose. The point is, when
I did mine with a purpose too, Sturdy. So what? My purpose don't matter.
No, I'm just bringing clarification to what. Listen, Lamar is a troll. Hold on, bro.
He keeps trying to come to his defense. Brings the clarification to my purpose. Then,
fuck, man. Hold on, man.
I don't know.
Listen, I can see the disconnect. Listen, brother Mark. The point is, McDuff McDuff shares the same criteria as a lot of casual dumbass fans, right? Well, what they will do, they'll use narrative points. Hold on, brother Mark. They use narrative points like, oh, this guy got further in the playoffs as the lead dog. That's why this guy's better. Lamont is like, okay, since you want to use that dumbass logic, let's stay within that realm then. Jerry West, as the lead dog, quote unquote, was a loser. Just like Clyde Drexler, just like James Harden. That's the whole premise. That's it. That's it.
Thank you.
Damn, bro. We're not going to do 2 hours again, bro. We can't keep going back and forth.
It ends right there.
That's the only point. So, Lamont, did you bring up Jerry West or not? Because 30 in your defense, he said you brought up Jerry West, but earlier you said you didn't. So y'all figure it out.
Oh my!
Did you bring up Jerry West or not?
Jesus, brother Mark, come on.
No, hold up, but that's important. See, these little details are important when you trying to make the framework of your argument.
Because listen, no, I brought up Jerry West because I'm answering your question. Hold on, I brought up Jerry West because McDuff brought up individual accolades like Finals MVP. I said Jerry West's name only got brought up because I said this. It started the genesis of Jerry West's implementation was this. I said Finals MVP is not the end all be all, bro. It's an overrated accolade. Jerry West got a Finals MVP on a losing effort.
Thank you.
Just because you get a Finals MVP does not make you better than another player. It's production. That's the whole premise. That's the whole topic of the fucking video last time was legacy. How is legacy measured? McDuff believes legacy is measured through championships, competition, teammates, that bullshit. While majority of people with sense would say production, impact. That's it.
All right, man. I'm just always.
Thank you, Mark. Thank you.
I'm just always.
Salute the chat, man.
In that statement, you just said Lamont brought it up, but then when I challenged you,
I didn't. Hold on. This was 30. You got to understand. This was.
I just told you the genesis, brother Mark.
He just told you how Jerry West's name even got brought up.
You listen. I know, but see, he wasn't gonna correct himself until I corrected it first.
What?
Fine, brother Mark. You're right. Cool. Bam. It's over. Bam. You're right. You got it. You got it.
No. See, no, we ain't gonna just skip over there. Now, see, it's funny when y'all get held to y'all comments and get challenged. And now it's hysterical.
Bro, you didn't even challenge me.
I'm agreeing with you, bro. Like, what the fuck?
Because Lamont said he did not bring up Jerry West.
I didn't bring it up. Sturdy just told you he brought it up.
But see,
Sturdy was in that conversation. You know Sturdy was there.
But hold up. We could just play this back. We could just play this back 2 minutes.
It was Sturdy's debate with MacDuff. I just hopped in on one small point and got out.
So did I not hear Sturdy say Lamont brought up Jerry West?
What I said about Jerry West was he was just as much of a loser as Clyde Drexler.
That's what Sturdy said.
All right, Brother Mark.
Did he not say it?
Brother Mark.
Did he not say it? See, when I'm asking direct questions,
no, you know what, Sturdy? He didn't hear our conversation. He only heard the conversation. He didn't hear our conversation.
It's funny now.
Come on,
now y'all want to go back.
It doesn't matter at this point. Literally, the originators of the conversation, that debate last night, is here right now. That's all that matters right now. That's it.
No, see, that's what I'm saying. There's some cap going on because when you started your defense, you started out by saying Lamont brought it up. Whoa, well, I said that's strange because Lamont said he didn't.
I didn't say I didn't. I said I commented on it.
Now you got to go back and say, "Oh no, I
He didn't say that, Brother Marjorie. He didn't say that. That's not what was said.
Bring it back 2 minutes. You can just hear him say it. That's why I asked the question. And I said, "Y'all two figured it out then." And then he.
All right, Brother Maury.
No,
okay,
I
man.
See, but these details are important when you.
Okay, brother Omar Juma. Did Clyde Drexler win a championship when he was in Portland?
No.
Was he the lead dog in Portland?
Yes.
Did James Harden win a championship in Houston?
No.
Was he the lead dog in Houston?
Yes.
And when I said similarly, Jerry West as the lead dog with the Lakers, did he win a championship?
Can I give my opinion?
Go ahead. Thank you. Give an answer. There we go.
Because it's my contention. I do believe Jerry West had more to do with his championship than you give him credit for.
I didn't say he didn't have any.
No, hold up. So who was the lead dog? Because we never established. That's the point.
There we go. We're asking you, Brother Mark, right now. That's literally the.
Yeah, who do you believe was the lead dog on that team?
There we go. Let's do that.
Obviously, you don't think it was Wilt because you said earlier you think his stats weren't the same. So who do you think was the lead dog?
There we go. Let's start there.
See, I'm about to answer this question, and y'all about to say I'm capping, and that's why.
No, I'm not.
That's why I never gave an answer last night.
Yeah, that's what we're asking now. Just answer it.
Because I believe it was a 1A, 1B situation between him and Wilt.
Okay, so there was no lead dog.
I'm saying there was Shaq and Kobe to me.
Okay, so there was no lead
dog.
So
Shaq. So who is Shaq? Who's Kobe?
Well, obviously you got. I'm going the big man was Shaq, Wilt, and Kobe. The wing man was Jerry.
Okay, so statistically, it just on period. Shaq was the most impactful player for the Lakers winning that first 3 seasons.
They don't win them.
No, they wasn't, motherfucker. Without the playoffs,
this is not a Kobe conversation, Ralph.
It's not. That's it's analogy. It's analogy, Brother Mark. That's the point.
I know. I'm talking to Ralph.
I know, but the point is,
Brother
wrong,
Mark.
though.
Ralph, I don't want to make this a Kobe thing because
exactly. Brother Mark, use the analogy of lead dog in terms of responsibility similar to Shaq and Kobe. Clarification: who is Shaq? Who is Kobe? In the analogy that you use.
In this analogy, I'm using it by the position though, because position to position.
Okay, in regards to responsibility, who is the lead dog in your opinion? One player.
Okay, Jerry still was a 25-point game scorer, correct? What in Lamont? What did I say was different about that year?
After
I want to make sure
somebody got some background noise. If you can mute that.
When I'm about to make that statement, I want to make sure that I'm not trying to finagle. When I said last night, what was different about that year he won the championship? I said he was more of a facilitator. You came here and said that's not the case. But if you look at his assists per game, it was higher than it ever been the any other year. So even though he dropped in scoring, he went up in assists.
So you thought Jerry West was lead dog?
That's not true.
No, Brother Mark.
Time out. What was his assists per game before
he had
that?
Higher assist years than that. Hold on, I'll pull
in
it
the
up.
playoff, right? He had 8.9.
Hold on. Also, hold on. Are you talking about the playoffs?
I'm talking about the playoffs.
But Brother Mark, as
hold on. No, we can go playoffs. I got that right here. Okay, so 72 playoffs.
Yeah, it's actually
72 playoffs, and we're going to compare his assist numbers to other playoffs. Were they astronomically higher? No. His assist numbers were essentially equal to his in 72 when we go throughout. We can even use the whole playoffs, all 3 rounds. So all 3 rounds, and then even when we go to the finals, in that final series versus the Knicks, he only had 1 double-digit assist game. But he had multiple games where he got 2 games where he chucked up 28 shots. We'll pull it up right here. He was putting up a whole bunch of shots. So he put up 30 shots in 1 game. No, 28 shots in 2 games, 25 shots, 21 shots, and 15 shots. Only double-digit assists in game 2. And he shot 6 of 21 in that game. Well, if you say he did more facilitating, I don't see where the more facilitating is because he was chucking up the ball a lot.
So what was his average assist that just go through him. Just go through him. Because I got here, he averaged 9. So if it's wrong, it's wrong.
He averaged 9 assists a game. That's low. He averaged more assists in other playoff series. He averaged more assists in other years in the playoffs.
Okay, give it to me.
1970, he averaged 10 assists a game. Multiple double-digit assist games, 11 assists, 18 assists, 15 assists, 13 assists, 12 assists. He was moving the ball more, and he was actually shooting less than.
Lamont, he led the league. He led the playoffs in assists, Lamont.
Okay, he led the playoffs in assists, but what Brother Omar Juma said, they're not talking about lead. He said his assist numbers went up, and he took less shots. His scoring was down. The only thing that was down in the finals was his efficiency. He couldn't make a goddamn shot. Shot 3 of 15 the first game in 72 in the finals. Then he goes 6 of 21, 10 of 28, 9 of 25, and then 10 of 28.
To the finals, I'm taking the whole playoff because you do.
Even if I go to the other rounds make it worse. The round before that, first game. Okay, so against the Milwaukee Bucks, 4 of 19, 10 of 30, 9 of 19, 9 of 23, 8 of 29.
I'm not talking about his efficiency.
Hold on, his assist numbers: 6 assists, 8 assists, 4 assists, 9 assists. And he had a 10 assist game. How was the assist numbers up?
Give me his averages. What did he? I'm asking.
What I'm telling. Hold on. No, what I'm saying.
Give me the game.
I'm getting yes because now you see what he was doing per game. That make it sound. It sounds different. See the average can get skewed because let's say he messes around. Listen. Because if he messes around and has a 20 assist game, but the rest of the games he has like 5 assists. That 20 assist game is going to make his average higher than what it is. That's why I tell you what he did each game.
Okay, what's good? Hey, let me just for two minutes. We gonna go back and listen to how everything came apart, and then we could come back here.
I'm not about to listen to that whole thing. You about to cue it up and play it
for 2 minutes. It's not even 2 minutes. 40 seconds. How Jerry West and all this stuff came about. 40 seconds. Everybody, come on.
He can do this in the playoffs, then you can't criticize him. You know what I mean?
Hold on, but real quick, he the one who brought up the Kobe and Shaq thing. Kobe's great legacy was built after that because he was the main guy on a championship team. I'm simply saying, how are we going to put James Harden all in this conversation after what he's done throughout his whole career, changing team to team, superstar after superstar teammate, and he plays second fiddle to Joel Embiid? That he builds a legacy off of that?
Well, if he played,
y'all basically him and Shaq played like the same amount of points.
Let's use his logic. What's simple, right? General consensus consider James Harden to be a top 5 shooting guard, right?
I don't.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Okay. Like Def. 2, would you consider Jerry West and Clyde Drexler top 5 shooting guards all time?
Correct.
When they won, they were not the best player on their team.
Boom. Now we can start. Sturdy brung Jerry West up, and then we got our.
But that's not where I came in. I understand,
but you were
because this conversation started based on what Brother Omari Juma said. What I said about Jerry West when I came in, I was talking about something you specifically said about Clyde Drexler and Jerry West. That's just, if you want to talk about the Sturdy's conversation, that's separate. How Jerry West got brought into when I was talking is because of what Sturdy said earlier when he talked about how he alluded to Jerry West winning the Finals MVP, but he lost. And we were talking about Jerry West throughout his prime when he was the lead dog. He was a loser. He was not winning. Everything that he did to make him great was individual statistical accomplishments. He was not looked at because he was just dominating, winning chips, but he was still a great player. We didn't look at him. We didn't judge him based on how many chips he won.
And you and Sturdy concluded that you guys don't believe.
No, me and Sturdy didn't include on nothing. My argument was completely different from Sturdy. I came in and cooked on that, and I left. There was no conclusion with me and Sturdy.
It was about Jerry West that you can debate if he was the best.
And what I said about Jerry West was extremely brief, and then I moved on and continued talking about Drexler and Harden.
I'm saying how it.
So why we're harping on why out of all the things I said about Harden and Clyde Drexler, the only thing that we want to get emphasized and say I was capping about Jerry West when really Jerry West is really looked at as one of the biggest losers of all time, even if you include the chip.
That's correct.
So Lamar, is this not a factual statement? He actually is an NBA champion.
Yes, he is.
Yes.
Move on.
He is.
Boom, move on.
That was my point of contention. Now you said
what?
Fuck, let it go, man. Let it go.
No, it's 30. I'm just clarifying why I jumped in. And stop lumping me in with the rest of the argument. Because only reason I said what I said was because he actually did win. I've said a million times I'm not giving my opinion on who's better, who's not career. I'm not that invested into it.
That's not what we were talking about anyway.
Again, but that's what I was talking about. Just like when you said when you came in and you missed all of Sturdy and McDuff's point. Well, do the same for me. I came in and made a point of contention what you said about he's not a winner.
And I want you to now explain to me how he was a winner in his prime. Explain it to me.
Again,
explain the things that made him a winner throughout his prime.
We're not going back to his prime because you keep trying to.
That's what we were talking about.
Lamar, it's a new argument now. It's a new argument now. Fuck yes.
It's not a new argument because I understand he keeps trying to relegate.
If you say that Jerry West was a winner, if you say he was a winner, then explain to me how he was a winner throughout his prime.
I'm not going to explain to you that because when y'all was having this overarching argument, now you keep trying to say it was you relegating to his prime.
I say he was a loser in his prime, and you say he was a winner in his prime. You should be able to tell me what made him a winner in his prime.
I want you to point the timestamp when I say he was a winner in his prime.
You just said it.
No, I asked. That's why I
just said it today. You said he was a winner.
In the beginning,
let's stay on today. Let's stay present.
I asked you. I said, "Is this not a factual statement? Is Jerry West an NBA champion?" Sturdy quickly said, "Yes." Let's move on because you want to.
Now, in your eyes, is that all you need to be a winner?
No, it's a state of fact. It's a state of fact.
In your eyes, is that all you need to be considered a winner throughout your career?
Is he an NBA champion?
In your eyes,
yes or no, man.
A win. I'm asking him a yes or no.
Bro, I just asked you a simple question.
I asked you a simple question.
You can't answer a question with a question.
You did it to me.
What? Okay, what was the question you asked me before that then?
As a state of fact, again, for the 15th million times, is Jerry West an NBA champion winner?
We said yes.
He's a champion, brother. That's what they're playing for.
We said yes.
They're playing for money.
That's what they're playing for.
Hey, look. I don't know, brother. I don't know who you are, brother, but you're banging your head against the wall because these guys don't.
They play for money.
They don't accept the fact.
They play for money. They play for money.
Obviously, they're doing that. It's a corporation.
Okay, that's simple.
They don't put much emphasis on becoming a champion.
Hold so
they don't put much emphasis
on. No, Wally, what we're saying is, you know this. Wally, can you tell me what made Jerry West great?
Let me say this last thing before y'all go. Up until this point, is James Harden an NBA champion? Up until this point,
that was never the conversation.
That was not the conversation.
Okay, is he a winner up until this point?
Yeah.
No,
he's not a winner up until this point. No.
So, as a fact standpoint, Jerry West has.
You see how we answer with yes or no? Now you answer the question.
He's a champion, Buck Laurie. Okay, yes, for the 15th time, Jerry West is a.
Why are we going back and forth?
Look, man,
why are we going back and forth about our factual?
Because that's what we were talking about when you said I said he was a loser.
Let me help the brother out real quick. James Harden and Jerry West, there's no comparison.
We're not comparing James Harden and Jerry West.
But you were doing something with Jerry West. And,
no, we weren't never comparing them. We were never comparing James Harden.
Talking about a lead dog.
No, Wally, what we were comparing was the fact that up until
I don't get that lead dog point.
Okay, but Wally, I'll explain it to you.
Hold on, let me explain myself.
You about to explain it, Wally.
Wally, you gotta understand what we were talking about. We never compared.
But you were saying something about a lead dog. You were saying something about a lead dog.
I'm gonna explain
it. Clarify it.
I don't get the lead dog.
I'm going to tell you.
He's about to clarify it.
Hold it. Just hold it.
I'm about to get out of here, man. I'm gonna see y'all later.
I don't get the lead dog point.
Hey, Chicago State.
When you have a Clyde Drexler on the team and you have an Hakeem Olajuwon and you got a Michael.
We weren't talking about the Houston years. We're talking about the Portland years.
And you got a Michael Jordan and a Scottie Pippen.
We're talking about Portland years
and a Kareem Abdul-Jabbar.
Talk about Clyde Drexler in the Portland years.
It don't make sense, bro.
We were talking about narratives. Wally. We were talking about James Harden in Houston and Clyde. Hold on, Wally. You talking about?
Cut me off.
You talking about the wrong thing.
I'm about to get out of here. Hey, Lamont, it's 30. Real quick.
You tell me what you was talking about.
Hey, Lamont, are y'all still coming through on Saturday?
Yeah, definitely.
Hey, Lamont, I was listening to you.
Yeah.
Put up community posts like
you
the day
was
before.
talking about a lead dog, man. How you gonna have a lead dog?
All right, brother.
Be smooth, my brother, Mark.
All right, bro.
How you gonna have a lead dog and you got Scottie Pippen and Michael Jordan?
Bro, what are you talking about?
Man, hold on, Wally. Who's the best player on the 92 Bulls? Pippen or Jordan?
You can't look. You can't
get him off the panel. Get him off the panel.
You can't
Wally's right about that. Y'all niggas be quick with that lead dog.
Oh, you asked me a question.
No, hold on. No, we were just talking about being the number one. We were lead dog as being the number one.
This whole problem, we were just talking about best player.
Because you think that's gonna get you by. Let me respond to you, brother. You can't separate the two.
Wally, I don't think you even know what we were talking about.
You take Mike off that floor and you take Pippen off that floor, they don't win.
Well, we weren't talking about that.
Now the brother asked me a question.
Okay, okay. Now I want you to, Wally, tell me about Clyde Drexler when he was in Portland. That's what we were talking about. Who was the number one on that Portland team?
Well, you had a lot of guys on that team.
Who was the number one guy? You know basketball. There's always a number one guy.
Like this. They had a guy on that team, if I'm not mistaken.
Wally, who was the number one guy?
Wow, brother, you asked a question and don't want to hear the answer.
Because it's easy.
They had a guy on that team named Porter, didn't he? He played.
He wasn't the number one, though. I want to know who the number one was.
And they had another guy on that team.
Cliff Robinson, Kevin Duckworth was an all-star. Yeah, we know
Long Kersey.
He wore a headband. What's that guy's name?
Oh, if you don't even, I mean, who was the number one guy, Wally?
He wore a headband.
Talking about David.
I don't know the guys, man. I don't be reading up on.
Oh, so you don't know that Clyde Drexler was the number one on Portland?
They had a guy in the paint. I think he played power forward.
You talking about Cliff Robinson, Buck
That's
Williams?
right. That's what I'm talking about.
Okay, now Wally, who was the number one?
That's what I'm trying to tell you. There is no number one. It's a team sport, bro.
Oh my God!
How can you have a number one with Kareem Abdul-Jabbar?
Oh yeah. So according to Wally, Jordan wasn't the number one.
Let me ask you a question.
Where's
How you gonna have a number one? How you gonna have
rat?
a number one when you got Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, Magic Johnson, Jamal Wilkes? How you gonna have a number one, bro? You missing me with your argument, bro. How you gonna have a number one and Michael Jordan couldn't win a damn thing until Scottie Pippen got there?
He got a point. How are y'all defending the number one?
He can't define it.
What
Hold on.
How can you defend that? Who's taking the most shots?
The number one is the best player on the team. Let's not be.
Man. Y'all acting.
The number one is the most impactful and the best player. I'm trying to tell you, the best player on the team is dictated by production and impact. Simple. That's the best player. Jordan was the best player on the Bulls. Shaq was the best player on the Lakers.
Let me ask you this question.
LeBron was the best player in the Heat. Like, it's clear number ones, even at all levels. You have a clear best player.
There's clear number one.
LeBron needed Ray Allen to win that championship. LeBron needed Kyrie Irving.
So Ray Allen was the number one?
LeBron needed Kyrie Irving. If them two guys don't knock down their shots, and you mentioned something about the brother.
If John Paxson don't knock down that shot, if Steve Kerr don't knock down that shot.
Hold up, but you mentioned something about Draymond Green.
If Scottie Pippen don't get that steal.
If they don't politically take Draymond Green off that floor, LeBron don't get that chance.
Did you just say political?
Yeah.
Did you just say politically, nigga?
NBA politics.
What do you mean politics, nigga? He broke the rules. Do you not understand there's a limit to technical fouls, nigga?
Let me be a translator. Lamont, hold on, Sturdy. Lamont. Let me be a translator.
But let me say this to you, Lamont.
Ain't no my eyes doesn't go to the rule book, nigga.
Yeah, he broke the rules.
Yeah, in fact, there's no more. Hey, there's no more MVP now. Hey, no more MVP. Ain't no such thing as an MVP. It's all equal.
They took one of the best players from Golden State off the floor.
No, it's all equal. It's all equal.
Who's they, nigga? Draymond did it himself. He got suspended.
We're not arguing about the help. Who's your team, bro?
Who?
You. Who's your team?
Well, I like Golden State because I like
great.
Golden State because
great. Okay, in 2015 and 2016, who was the best player on Golden State Warriors?
I'm gonna give it to you again. You had that bad boy over there. Hold up. You had, I think the boy that just got hurt and came back. What's his name?
Klay Thompson.
Is Klay Thompson? Is Klay Thompson better than Steph Curry?
Klay Thompson over there, bad boy. You had Stephon Curry, and you had a monster, Draymond Green.
Hey, this man is.
Draymond Green. Let me tell you something.
No, I see what he's saying,
if you score,
bro, there's always a number one on every team.
Y'all gotta stop capping.
Best
player on every team.
No, there is a best player, but it changes. It changes based on.
Hold on, no, it don't change, bro.
Look at the history of the league. 90% of the teams that won, you could clearly point out who's the best player. 90% of the teams that won.
That's your opinion.
What you mean?
That's how you see the game.
So I guess Jordan wasn't the number one.
All right, we're gonna do this by the last 20 years then. Let's do this then.
This got to be the first time in NBA history I heard somebody say Jordan wasn't the number one on the Chicago Bulls.
So
how's he gonna be hold on. When he needed Scottie Pippen to win?
Hold on, Wiley. Who led the team in MVP votes in 2015 and 2016?
You talking about individual awards? I'm talking about
I answered the question.
I just asked you a question. None of y'all have answered it.
Go ahead. What's the question?
I said, how many championships did Michael, if you want to call him a number one, and I love me some Mike, I think he's the greatest ever did it. How come he couldn't win until he got him some Scottie Pippen?
Well, he got more than Scottie Pippen. He got Horace.
Exactly. He got a whole lot more.
He didn't win until Scottie Pippen turned into
If he don't have Scottie Pippen, he don't win nothing.
You're right. He needed Scottie to
win.
So a chance.
Right.
Who was the best player on the team?
So how can you make him a number one over Scottie Pippen?
Okay, who was the best player on the team? Who was the best player?
Hey, look, again, it depends on situations. You got to look at the foot. You don't have the ability, brother.
So you can't tell me that Jordan was the best player in the Chicago Bulls,
brother. Michael Jordan couldn't play by himself.
We didn't say that.
Where do you
can't nobody play 105
from, brother? You call it a debate show, but you really don't want to debate. How could Michael Jordan win a championship? Yeah, I know.
Wally, you're lying now. Okay, Wally. When you play,
Magic don't win if you don't have no ring.
When you played at Virginia Tech,
stuff that he had around him.
Wally, when you played at Virginia Tech, Bimbo Coles was the number one. You was the number two.
Now, how you know that?
Because Bimbo Coles was the one that went to the league.
All right, he went to the league. But when we were on, when the game was on the line, who number you think they called?
You tell me. That was your team.
Crickets. Now hold up.
That's your team. You tell me.
Hold it now.
Because we can go check.
I asked you a question. Now this is how we can really prove it. I've got Bimbo Coles on speed dial.
Put him up. Call him. Let's get him.
Hold it though. It's probably late, but I can get him. Hold it. I can get him to come to your show. And then
let's get him. No, let's get him on here.
Hold it for a second. Hold it. You talk all you have on. You asked a question. I'm gonna answer for you. When the game was on the line, they called. See that guy going to the rack right there on that picture? They called on number 20.
So that made you the number one. So you were the number one.
No, I didn't say I was the number one. I said when the game was on the line.
So your team didn't have a number one option?
How we gonna have a number one and they rated me?
Oh, so you saying this number one option thing?
I'm asking you a question.
So you saying? Hold on, Wally. So hold it. No, Wally, you just talking now. Hold on, we didn't let you talk for a minute. Hold on, Wally, we didn't let you run on.
Let me ask you a question.
Hold on, Wally, we didn't know. You didn't ran on.
About a number one.
Hold on, Wally. Come on, Wally. you just ramble on. So this is what we're gonna do. So y'all in the chat, I'm gonna ask the chat. Wally says that Michael Jordan was not the number one on the Chicago Bulls. Who agrees? Put a 1 in the chat if you agree with that. Do you agree with Michael Jordan not being? And so he says there's no such thing as this being the number one option is completely fake. Coaches don't talk about it. Players don't talk about it. We don't hear Gilbert Arenas, even though all these NBA players talk about it all the time, because on every team, at least on every successful team, roles are delegated. You have a number one option, you have your number two option, and on all NBA teams, you have 3 options. Right? These are going to be your 3 primary guys that's looking to score, right? They even go as far as telling guys how many shot attempts they're possibly going to get a game because of their roles are being delegated. The number one guy usually gets the most shots, right? Just because Phil Jackson drew up a game-winning play for Tony Kukoc at the end of a game when Scottie Pippen was the clear number one, it doesn't mean that Scottie Pippen wasn't the number one on that team. It just meant that coach felt that he could draw up a play at the end of a game, and he felt like another guy can make the shot. That don't stop Pippen from being the number one. Pippen was the clear-cut number one on that team, and that's why he was pissed the hell off when that play wasn't drawn up for him. Wiley, you got to stop capping like these ain't just universal basketball terms that's been said for the last 50 years. And just because you want to redefine it to make up some bullshit that you want to push now, that you want to now go as far as saying that Michael Jordan was not a number one option. He's the number one. He was the best player. He was the lead dog on that team. However you want to define it, but you got to stop lying, man. With that, and I know you know the game. So for you to come in here and act like you don't know what a number one is on the team, that's sad right there, man. Well, you got to stop doing that. He said Michael Jordan was not a number one.
Hey, Lamont, why you have them monologues when I start talking? You don't let me speak for myself.
Because we got 5 other people on here that you ain't letting up. You keep going on from one
question. You brought up.
No, I didn't ask you a question. I didn't ask you a question.
Me and Bimbo Cole.
Hold on. Let me ask Ralph Lauren. Hey, Ralph.
I got a question for you.
No, Ralph.
Bimbo Cole is rated number one back.
Hold on. Ralph.
So who was the number one?
Hold on. Stand on business.
If we were rated the number one backcourt,
stand on business.
Who was the number one on our team?
Where did this term being a number one option come from? Is this something we just made up today?
No, I mean it's not a number one term, but I see where he's coming from. See, if I'm coaching the game, bro, I want it to be fluid. Roles can be defined, but the roles should be it should be fluid. It shouldn't be solid.
That doesn't work for every team. And
but that's
damn sure. That philosophy that you're saying only works for like a team like the Detroit Pistons. That Detroit Pistons team where it was hard to define who a clear-cut number one is, and they did it as one complete unit. It's hard to find those teams. They're going to be few and far between at the NBA level. In the NBA level, there's levels to it. You got your number one guy, you got your 2 guy, and everybody else is generally going to be delegated to roles considered role players.
No,
that's how basketball really works.
I'm saying on elite teams.
Tell me a team.
I agree with you. On elite teams, so those roles become less and less defined. That's what I'm saying. The better
on elite teams,
the less those roles
on elite teams. You can go to we can go to the top 10 teams of all time in the NBA, and you can easily go through all those teams and be like, okay, that's the number one guy. And a coach, any coach, I can bring in any coach right now. I could bring in a coach that will tell you. That's some bullshit what Wally just said, man. Come on, you got to stop saying that.
When the San Antonio Spurs went on their run, and
Tim Duncan was the number one,
and so David Robinson was the help.
What you doing? You talking about the first? You talking about the first championship?
Look, you better go.
What championship you talking about?
Knowledge. You better.
What championship you talking about?
Knowledge.
Because at that time, David Robinson was a shell of himself.
When Dr. J won the championship and he had Moses Malone, they brought him in so he could win.
Who was the number one?
That's what I'm asking you.
You tell me.
Was it the doctor or was it Malone?
Moses Malone.
Tell me.
See what I'm saying?
So you saying
I don't see it that way though, brother.
I see where he's coming from, bro.
Okay, so you agree with Jordan not being the number one on the Bulls?
Nah, I think he was the number one, but
come on, y'all got to stop this.
Hold on, let me A1B to me. It's not.
I got some new people in here. I
want
to hear from the new people. Well, we got Kendall Matthews. He just popped up in here, man. You can take yourself off mute. Let me hear. Let me know what you got to say about this, Kendall. And if Kendall don't say that, then I'm just gonna go straight to Johnny Ali. Go ahead, Johnny. Johnny, take yourself off mute. Oh, he just hopped out. Come on, Johnny. What's wrong with you?
Hold on. Y'all
there you
niggas
go.
gotta
That's
stop
Spiffy, that's
capping, bro. Y'all niggas in this bitch capping all night. My girl woke me up out here. Y'all niggas capping. Like, what is y'all talking about? Talking about Michael Jordan wasn't the number one on the team, and y'all gotta stop being fake basketball savants and all. Like, yo, just keep it real sometimes, yo.
Man, you ain't lying.
It gotta just stop the capping, yo. Like, for real. It's getting ridiculous.
That's
saying
shit.
I want to say, bro.
Like, I know you want to be right, Wally, but let's not say dumb shit.
May I ask a question to the brother?
Look, I can type it in Google. What's the number one on the basketball team?
Can I ask this brother a question?
Go ahead, Wally.
Could Michael Jordan win a championship if he didn't get Scottie?
Nobody could win a championship by themselves. So that's it. That's
okay.
That's it. What are you talking
so
about?
How do you define between those two brothers who are both?
So do you know what a number one option is?
You got the floor. I'm gonna give you the floor.
I heard you.
How can you define which one of those guys are the number one?
It's the best player on the team.
Both of them are 50.
That's not defined by shot attempts.
Both of them are 50.
That's defined by who has the biggest
impact. Both of them made the 70-15. How can you determine who the number one is?
Hold on, bro. So you trying to tell me when Michael Jordan won in 1993, 1992, 91, 96, 97, 98, he was not the number one on that team? Is this what
I'm
you
saying to you?
No, don't beat around the bush. Answer the question, bro. Who was the number one?
You gonna speak for me, or you gonna let me speak for myself?
No, you about to give a whole bullshit answer.
He just asked you a yes or no question.
Hey, well, you got the floor. If you don't want to hear what I gotta say,
I asked you a yes or no question.
Hey, look, I agree. Since you don't want to hear what I gotta say, I agree with you. How about that? Because you gotta want to have your way. This ain't no debate show. It's about what you say. I gotta agree with it. Because that's how you feel.
Wally, the other day you was talking about Jordan was the number one. Now he's no longer the number one.
I think he's the greatest player I ever seen.
Arguing to be
arguing. That ain't got nothing
to
do with it. It's a team sport, bro.
Wally, let me answer a different question then. Forget about the number one.
You ain't got to call me no nigga, man. You ain't got to be disrespectful. I ain't gonna call you out your name.
Who was the best player? Wally, who was the best player on the 92 Bulls?
Yeah, my name is Wally, brother. You can see it. The man called me Wally.
I can't see your name. I can't see your name.
You hear Lamar call me. I don't know where y'all get all that disrespect from, man. You ain't got to go there, bro.
I ain't disrespect you one time.
All right, but what I'm trying to say to you,
jumping out the window.
Michael Jordan is a great player, but
he the number one on
a basketball team. I'll give you an example. I got two fantastic guards on my team.
Yo, we know you play ball,
I wouldn't designate. If I was calling a play, I wouldn't care if it was that one or that one who scored.
Facts.
All right.
Because both of them can play.
Now,
both of them can play.
Wally.
So how do I separate
the question?
Wally, forget about the number one option real quick. Who was the best player on the Chicago Bulls? Who's the best player?
We're not talking about who the best. We talking about what he said about a league.
Hold on, why are you acting like you don't know who the best player was on the Bulls?
This man is
just answer the question.
Man, Michael Jordan was getting his ass kicked by the Pistons, man.
That's not what we asked.
Wally, hold on. Let me translate for Wally. Hold on, Spiffy. Let me translate for Wally. And when Jordan was getting his ass kicked, was he the best player on his team?
Third dog, no fifth dog.
When Jordan was losing, was he the best player on his team?
Any other topic, this man would be caping for Jordan. Now it's like
now Jordan's not the number one.
Michael Jordan is the best player I've ever seen.
Answer these questions, bro. Answer these questions so we can get through this. When Jordan
he was definitely the number one option based on
Okay, hold on. Hold on. Let's do this.
You better go learn some basketball.
Hold on.
You don't know.
Hey, everybody on the panel, hold on. We're gonna simplify it. We're gonna simplify it for everybody on the panel. Last year, Milwaukee Bucks won the championship. Who was the number one player on that team?
That was clearly Giannis.
You got a guy named Giannis, right? But guess what?
Bobby Portis.
They had another guy. I don't know.
Wally, I'm not saying.
What's the ball headed guy's name?
Hold on. We know that, Wally.
What's the ball headed?
This was blind.
Chris Middleton.
You don't even know his name, bro.
They need him.
I didn't say they didn't need him. I asked you who the number one was.
Everybody got roles, bro. You play.
Okay, hold on.
Everybody got a role.
When we go to 20,
because you got a role that you.
Hold on. When we go to 2019, the Toronto Raptors won the championship. Who was the best player? Who was the number one player on that Toronto Raptor team?
Kawhi Leonard.
Serge Ibaka.
Okay, so we got Kawhi Leonard. When we go to 2018, Golden State Warriors win it all. Who was the best player on that Golden State Warrior team? Who was the number
debatable.
one?
That's
Nick Young.
Kevin Durant.
Thank you. That's not debatable. That's not debatable at all.
That is debatable.
That's
debatable, man.
When the Dallas Mavericks beat the Miami Heat, right? When the Dallas Mavericks beat the Miami Heat, who was the number one player for that Dallas team?
Dirk was.
They needed Brendan Haywood.
Dirk was the clear number one.
You're like now all of a sudden it ain't no such thing as number ones.
Nobody. I wasn't saying that. I'm talking about when you get to talking about the upper echelon of teams, those roles become less clear. That's all I'm saying.
No, it doesn't, bro. They come more clear.
Lamar, put up the top 10 teams of all time.
Hey, look, you never answered the question, bro. Who is the number one?
How do you got all these questions?
Because I'm gonna hold your foot to the grindstone. I'm gonna hold you to that fire. Who is the number one on the Lakers when you got Magic, Kareem, James
Magic,
Worthy?
Kareem was on his way out.
Hold up. Magic, Kareem, James Worthy, and they had another bad boy on that team.
So you putting James Worthy on the same level as
Jamal Wilkes, and you had Byron Scott. Man, you had a whole bunch of soldiers on that team, brother.
Right. So they all
level. Your logic, any one of those guys could have been a number one option.
Okay, hold on. Let's do this.
Basketball, brother.
Hey, let's do this.
You cut me off all you want, but you gotta learn basketball, brother.
Who had the most unstoppable move on that team? Who had the most unstoppable move on that team?
That don't make you the number one, though.
I'm gonna ask you. So why don't they got more points?
You talking about a career?
Why don't they got more points?
That don't matter, bro.
We got to specify which year. We got to specify which year. They won 5 championships.
Kareem was the lead.
Yeah, that's not.
You have a lot of Magic Johnson
we got to
fans.
specify which year.
You got a lot of Magic Johnson fans that would say he was the lead. That was the best example I gave you, Lamar.
No, it depends on which year, Wally. Because each year, each player had different sets of their career.
Because you won't stop talking, man.
No, you don't want to debate. You want to talk
Okay.
somebody.
You just want to debate to be debated.
You don't want to debate Lamar.
I'm not even talking. I'm waiting on you to stop talking.
Well, if you don't want to debate, I don't need to talk.
I can't debate if you keep talking.
At the people, Mike.
No, but some shit just don't need to be
Why don't
debated.
you get a script, man, like Stephen A. Smith do, and talking to people? You don't want
no, it's common sense, bro.
You don't want to debate nobody that truly know the game, brother.
If you build a team, bro,
answer the question. Who
so why did you say?
Hold on.
I told my man when I first came on.
Don't do it, Mike. Please don't do it.
When you building a team, the first
he won't stop, y'all. Now, y'all, like I said, you got him going. He won't. He asked the question.
You want to get somebody to.
Hold on.
Hey, you from your area?
Hold on. He asked the question. He asked the question.
Not from my area.
Hold on, Wally. Hold on. They said they asked me to pull up the top 10 teams of all time. So we got number one. We got the 95-96 Chicago Bulls.
Right.
Okay?
That was a clear number one on that team.
Okay. No. According to Wally, there was no clear number one. So hold on. What we're gonna ask is we're gonna ask Wally who the number one was. Wally, who do you believe was number one on the 95-96 Chicago Bulls?
You gotta tell me the roster, bro.
Well, you got Jordan, Pippen, Rodman.
Wait, hold on. You question our basketball logic. You don't know that team's roster.
This what I'm saying, bro. This is ridiculous.
Yeah, that was a great team.
Yeah,
you got to at least know they started five.
But what I'm trying to tell you, you still got Scottie Pippen and Michael Jordan, brother.
Okay, who was the number one?
You got two first ballot Hall of Famers. They was on the 50th grade and they was on the 75th grade. I don't know why you can't pull that together.
Why did
so who was the number one?
Never win Finals MVP. Why didn't Scottie Pippen never win Finals MVP?
Well, that's what they're arguing about right now.
If he the number
ain't nobody arguing about that.
Ain't that what Scottie? Hold up for a second. Ain't that what Scottie Pippen is mad about right now?
Scottie Pippen ain't never argued that he should be a Finals MVP.
Hold it for a second. Ain't Scottie Pippen mad right now because he feel he ain't getting much credit?
Nah, he don't get the credit he deserves.
That's my point. Wally, you keep hold on, y'all.
Scottie Pippen upset.
Hold on, Wally. You keep bringing up stuff that's completely irrelevant. Being the number one is a basketball terminology. You know exactly what we're talking about, and I feel like you're playing dumb. A number one on a team is the best player.
Fact.
Every team needs that guy who's considered the best player. And I already told you there's only a handful of teams in NBA history that have been able to be successful without having a clear-cut number one. I said it's rare that you have that type of chemistry, and it's hard. It makes it harder. Like the Detroit Pistons team that was elite defensively.
Right.
I can honestly say they didn't have a clear number one, but that was a team we will not see that team for years.
It don't make it hard, though.
Like the Giannis's. Hold on. No. What I'm saying is it's extremely hard to build. It's extremely hard to build a championship team like that, and that's why we don't see a lot of them. While he can go to the few, maybe 4 examples in NBA history that you can find, but throughout NBA history and throughout every team, you can always point to a clear-cut number one guy.
Lamont,
even hold on, there's no but. When you talk about, even if you go to like the 90s, right? Go to Atlanta Hawks. Who do you think of? Dominique Wilkins, right? If you go to that Nets team, who do you think of? Derek Coleman, right? You go to
they didn't have a number one.
Hold on,
but see, that's I'm saying with casual NBA fans, bro.
No, that number one. Hold on, I don't know what basketball y'all play.
No, but it's not that. It's that majority of people that watch the game, bro.
Hold on. If your team doesn't have a number one option, you're probably trash.
Hero ball shit. That's not
man. Stop it, bro.
They have the number one defense player, but not offense.
I got one question for you,
bro.
Let me ask you a question.
Bro, y'all act like y'all stupid.
I got a question, bro.
I don't understand.
Go ahead, Wally. Go ahead.
That's got to be the worst thing.
I got one question. I got a question for him.
Let me answer this man's question. Go ahead.
Please answer.
Bro, this is about to be an
unending question. Ridiculous, right? Now watch this.
Right.
Watch this. The guy with the M on.
Ask the question.
Did Kareem Abdul-Jabbar play with the Milwaukee Bucks and play with Oscar Robertson?
Yes.
All right. Who is the number one out of those 50th greats?
Tell me. Remember, we wasn't alive.
I'm gonna tell you, the number one option was the nigga who averaged 34 and 16, 34 points and 16 rebounds.
Okay.
Kareem Abdul-Jabbar.
So you separate Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, but didn't Oscar Robertson? Didn't he average?
He didn't even average a triple double that year. No, he never averaged a triple double.
I'm just asking. You got two guys that are first.
See how I'm answering your question? I answered your question.
No, you
I said the guy that averaged 34 points and 16 rebounds was the number one option.
Thank you. That's a clear answer.
But
all that other shit is not needed,
both of those guys first ballot Hall of Famers?
Yes.
What do that got to do with it? What do that got being Hall of Fame?
I'm answering your question.
I do. So just because we both Hall of Famers don't make you better than me. I can be better than you. What are you talking about?
I'm trying to find out where you separating the two at.
Hey,
Michael Jordan was a
hold on.
Can I ask a question?
Go back to Michael Jordan and Scottie Pippen.
Can I ask a question?
Michael Jordan was a clear better
let's stand on business. Answer the question.
Than Pippen, bro.
What's the production on the board?
Let's stand on business. Answer the question.
What the hell?
I'm not gonna give you that, man. I'm not gonna give you that easy, bro. If Scottie Pippen's not on that team, Michael Jordan will not win nothing.
Hold on, Wally. I answered.
Hold on. But MacDuff, hold on. You know that when Kareem played with Oscar Robertson was the third leading scorer. So you passed up all over another guy on that team that was actually giving you more production than Oscar. Because remember, this is when Oscar was older.
Scoring production.
No, more production across the board.
He said a number one option. You keep going.
If it's more production across the board,
because he wants to use all. He wants to.
Hold on. Are you saying Bob Dandridge that year in 70, 71 wasn't giving you more production than Oscar that year?
I can't.
I don't know. Hold on, Wally. I answered your question, bro.
But unfortunately, Kareem was averaging 27 and 17. He was the number one on that team.
Lamont, I'm glad you brought that up. When the Washington Bullets won the NBA championship, Who was the number one option on that team?
Look,
when they
you
had
going to every other team to prove a point.
Hold it for a second.
On the team that
because we having a debate, brother. This is
what year? What year? What year?
He talking about when Wes Unseld was on the
when the Washington Bullets won the NBA championship.
What year was that?
When Wes Unseld and them was on the team. That's one of them. That's one of them occurrences where the best player wasn't clearly defined.
Hold up. That's what I'm giving. The more you talk, you trap yourself. When the Washington Bullets,
we was talking about the.
Don't worry about it, brother. I'm gonna help you out, young man. You're young. You're gonna learn something today.
I got it, bro. Hurry up, Wally. We don't know who was on that team. All we know is Wes Unseld.
They had my man that he just mentioned. They had Phil Chenier. They had Elvin Hayes. They had Bobby Dandridge. Those were the three guys that they were coming down the court to and giving the ball to the score. Look it up.
No, hold on.
Who was the number one option?
So you would say it was Wes Unseld?
Wes Unseld was the rebounder.
Yeah, Elvin Hayes would be considered the number one option.
Right, but how do you listen to my question, brother? So what you do with Bobby Dandridge?
I don't know what you mean.
Crickets.
No, that's one of those teams where the roles they was pretty much equal. Like the Warriors.
This is my question.
But they are right when it comes to
my man.
Some teams that are
whoever this guy is over here. That's my point, brother. See, when you get to talking and you really don't know basketball and you don't know the history of it, you had three.
My brother played higher basketball than you, Doug.
Let me say this to you. I don't argue with you, young man. But they had another. You don't want to hear because you don't know how to debate. They had a bad.
I know how to debate. You just want to.
Let me say this to you, Lamar. Hey, Lamar. Let me give it to you another one. I left a couple guys out.
Wally? What about 79? What about 79? What about 80? What about 81, 82, 83, 84? What about 85? What about 86?
Listen to me, Lamar.
What about 87? What about the champion in 88 and then 89? Hold on, no. No, hold on. But Wally, you keep pulling up these individual years. I can give you about 50 years.
They had four guys on there, Lamar, that was bad. Kevin Greavy, Phil Chenier, Bobby Dandridge, and Elvin Hayes. Now, which one of them guys you go?
Hold on. Elvin Hayes led the team in scoring and rebounding.
That's one
and blocks. He led the team in three categories. You would say that Elvin Hayes was the number one on that team.
He got more rebounds than Wes Unseld.
Yes.
The man will be chiming in. He got more rebounds. You don't know the
Yes, he did.
You know, show me the stat.
He averaged 13.3 rebounds that year. He was the leading rebounder on the team.
And Wes Unseld wasn't?
No.
Show me the stat.
All right, I'll put it on the screen for you.
Put it on Summer Jam screen.
Yeah, but out of them guys, man.
Wes Unseld, I'll put it on the screen. Man. I'm not saying it wasn't a bad team, but it was a clear-cut number one.
I'm starting to think.
No, it wasn't no clear-cut number one, bro.
Hold on, we put it on the screen.
This man was a damn bum.
Hey, let me ask you this. Lamar.
No, we're not going to change it. We're going to stick with this team. All right, so you said that Wes Unseld leads the team in rebounding. No, Wes Unseld averaged 11 rebounds a game. Elvin Hayes played 40 minutes a game, 19 points, 13 rebounds. He led the team in points, rebounds, and blocks. And minutes. And minutes.
The best.
Lamar, when you look down that list, bro, that's the type of team. That's the type of team that you don't want to play. You got 19, 15, 14. That's what I'm talking about. Those roles are not clearly.
No, but that means But that means you're looking just to scoring. If you're looking to all around who led this team and who's the clear-cut number one, it's Elvin Hayes, man.
Hey, look, when you look
at with the scoring distribution and the rest of the stats, distributed
equally. Look at that balance.
No, they're not. Rebound is not distributed. The blocks are not distributed equally.
Back then, you're not gonna have that rebound to be distributed equally. It's distributed almost equally between the two power forward and center. The one's averaging 11, one's averaging 13.
Look at that 19.
Mitch averaged 6 points.
Look at that 19.7 and that 19.3. Man, you can't convince me that Elvin Hayes was the number one over Bobby Dandridge.
Okay, so look, this is what we're gonna do, Wally, because you pulled out 1 year. We just go to we can go to the next year and just pull up the champions.
Man, you gotta take
we can pull up the champions for every year by year, and you will see a clear cut number one.
You are right about that. The majority of the championships you will.
He can't cap on this stuff.
Yeah,
Like he act like all of a sudden, like cause ain't no other time when we talk about. Hold on, there's been no other time when we talk about players being number one.
30 years, bro.
And
Lamont,
but then all of a sudden
you don't want to play is those type of teams.
Hold on, y'all. It's just weird how all of a sudden today, being a number one is the worst thing in the world. Now you got to go against the grain. Ain't no number ones no more today. But any other day when we talking about these Jordan debates, Jordan was the man, number one, this, that, and other, better than LeBron. Because like I said, when we talk about LeBron and Jordan, y'all want to get back. See how people
Jordan needed Bill Winning.
This is the weirdest conversation. This is like one of the worst takes I've ever heard. You talk about this number one. That's horrible.
You know what it is, Lamont?
Come on, Wally, and you play basketball. That's the sad part. You know exactly. Well, you know exactly what we mean when we say a number one.
I don't know exactly what you mean because
yes, you do, Wally. Yes, you do.
Hey, when I'm playing point, it ain't no number one. If whoever's open get that motherfucker, you better cut.
Yeah, that's at the YMCA. That shit don't work.
No, that ain't at the YMCA, nigga.
You mentioned my team.
It's at LA
Fitness. And because
Who Academy, nigga, state champions, nigga, 2016. Fuck you talking about.
Hey, Lamont, can I ask SFM something?
Yeah.
Hey, SFM. Who was the number one on the team when Michael Jordan was winning all them championships, bro?
Michael Jordan.
You sure? Wally said it was Pippen. Pippen was the one.
No, Michael Jordan.
I didn't say Pippen was the number one. Don't do that. I didn't say that.
Oh my God.
I did not say that Pippen was the number one.
It was Rodman, Lamont.
You hear me, Lamont? I didn't say it was.
Yeah, Joe Biden. Joe Biden, did you hear this conversation?
Yeah, I heard most of it.
Do you agree that there's no such thing as a number one on the basketball team?
I mean, I guess it depends on the team, but it's tough. But
Tell me.
We definitely know who. There's a pecking order, of course. You know what I mean? The best player should be the one getting the most shots, and it should be a pecking order for sure.
But if it's common that teams don't have a number one, can you tell me 20 teams that didn't have a clear cut?
Yeah, but your number one option don't always be the best player on the team.
Yeah, I mean,
the
main decision maker usually is the point guard.
My man disagreed with you, Lamont. What you gonna do?
No, but what he said was he still said number one option. He still said number one. Every team has a clear-cut number one, whether it's your facilitator. He said
the best player on the team is not
whether it's your facilitator and that facilitator facilitates. No, what he meant, but what I think.
Yeah, like
your number one option.
Your
number one option is always not always your leading scorer.
Like who will be the better option.
That's all I'm trying to say. That's what I'm trying to say.
Your number one option is definitely not always your leading scorer. Chris Paul is the number one option on the Suns, but he's not the leading scorer.
Yeah.
He's the number one on that team, no?
It's tough, man. That's debatable.
What?
That's not debatable, bro. That team.
My man, I don't know where you get your knowledge.
Chris Paul the number one option on that team.
I mean, he's definitely the number one decision maker for sure.
Let me listen to you basketball.
Whoever's the number. Oh, you go ahead.
Go ahead, Joe.
You want me to talk? All right,
Wally. Who was the number one option for the '94 Rockets? Sam Cassell.
Hakeem.
You got to tell me who was on the team, brother.
Sam Cassell, Robert.
Bad motherfucker.
The 2004
Mario Ellie.
Tell me who was the number one option.
Hold on, y'all. Let Mac say the roster.
Let the man ask the question, bro.
Sam Cassell, Robert Ory, Otis Thorpe, Mario Ellie, Kenny Smith, Vernon Maxwell, Hakeem Olajuwon.
Was Clyde Drexler on that team?
No, I said 94 Rockets.
No, he was on 95.
Only one Hall of Famer.
Yeah, who was the number one on that team?
That's hard to call, man. Because
that's cool.
I'm telling you, it depends on the team.
That's an honest answer. That's what I was saying. That's what I'm saying. SFM, you hear how you geeking?
Bro.
You see what I'm saying? That's how you know it's all bullshit.
We know that Hakeem Olajuwon is a bad boy. But guess what? When my man said Sam Cassell, I said,
he said number one.
2 points.
Fuck out of here, bro. Sam Cassell was like in second year. Bro,
Sam Cassell was coming off the bench, barely playing.
You gotta get the fuck up out of here with your bullshit, bro. What the fuck is you talking about, bro?
Robert Ory and Sam Cassell were rookies.
Number one option.
Sam
He was the
Cassell,
best player on that team.
Hold on,
Hey, SFM, yo, Mike bogus,
Yeah,
bro.
your mic
Fix
messed
your
up.
mic, SFM.
I'm trying
It's like
to
you
figure out the
smothering it
team,
or
right?
something.
I know who Mad Max is. He was a badass. Sam Cassell saved him. He saved, and I think that was the year.
Who
when
would
Robert
they asked
Ory
you
hit
who
all
the
them
number
shots,
one
right?
was on that team?
Yeah, it was, but
Yeah,
Wally,
was
bro,
no clear number one.
you have to admit that Hakeem was the clear number one. They ran through him. The reason why all the rest of those players got off.
He was the best player.
Yeah,
That's what the number one
player.
is.
But
That
number
don't
one.
make you the number one. See
No,
what I'm
but he
saying?
was.
my
In
God.
this
Guys
case, he
keep
was.
getting
The
mixed
offense
up. You
ran
keep
through
getting
him.
mixed-
The
what you keep
defense ran
mixing
through
up-
him. He was the clear
What
number
you keep
one.
mixing up is this. You keep mixing up the best player, right? In a team sport. It's a team sport, bro.
It is.
Okay.
I'm not.
How you mix it up?
It's not though. But I'm
Who
saying
was the number one?
in
though?
most cases there is a number one.
Hey, look, y'all mentioned Kobe and Shaq, and who was the number one? You can't have no goddamn championship if you ain't got got Shaq.
Who was the number one? He asked you on that Rocket team who the number one was. A
I
very
just
easy
told
question.
you it was hard, man. I remember that team.
Nah, bro. Shit like that.
Doug, you
nah,
just
bro.
asked was
What you
Clyde
talking
Drexler
about, bro?
on there, bro. This man thought Clyde was on that team.
Max, you had Mad Max on that motherfucker. You had Sam Cassell that saved their ass. You had
Bro, he
Robert
wasn't on the
Ory.
level of Hakeem, brother. The reason why they got those
Hakeem
open
was a
shots is
bad
because
boy. No,
of
no.
Hakeem.
I never
They would
said
all
nothing about
collapse on
Hakeem.
him, and they would get hot from three.
I got a tough question for you
I
guys.
never said nothing about Hakeem, man. I agree he's a bad boy, but Hakeem Olajuwon needed some big time help.
He needed shooters.
Everybody does. Everybody does,
Yeah,
bro.
everybody.
Everybody
So how
does,
you
bro.
gonna claim somebody to be a number one and you need help?
Why you
No, he
equating
does
role
need help, but
players?
he's the number one.
Why
bro.
you equating role players to being the number one?
This ridiculous.
Hold on, Wally. So on
Because
the
he was a
Bro, why are we
role
entertaining this
I
shit?
just
he
gave
was a
you.
role
Yeah, I know.
player.
Let's move on. This sounds
He was
good.
a
Wally,
role
I just
player,
gave you
Lamont.
the roster, right?
Move on.
Lamont,
You
he
got
going
your
so
opinion,
hard
Lamont.
for this
It's
shit
all
'cause he
good.
was a
Yeah,
But
role
like I
player.
said,
Done with
how
that
you
one.
gonna how you
Damn
gonna
role player.
determine who the number one
Run
is
that shit.
between Magic Johnson and Kareem
Run
Abdul-Jabbar?
that
Yeah,
shit.
he
You
asked you
was
about the
never
Rockets.
number one.
Man, I don't know about the Rockets, man. I gotta remember. I gotta go back and look at that team, man. I gotta
But
look
you
at the
Nah,
roster.
remember the 80s?
Brother
but you
Wally,
didn't remember
Hakeem was the
the
clear
90s.
number one on
Yo,
that
Wally,
team.
Hold
you
on, we got
official.
somebody new in here. We got Murgod in here. Murgod, you hear the conversation?
Yeah, man. I just gotta say, man. Shout out to you, Lamont, and shout out to everybody on the panel.
What's good?
So just want to clear this up right here, but each team in basketball always have a number one option. Now, is it clear cut that always the number one option is the best player? No, sometimes it's basically the best scorer on the team. But each team does have a number one option. And in the case of the 94 Rockets, the number one option on the team was Hakeem Olajuwon.
Was there any doubt in your mind on that? Like Wally made
No,
there's
there's no doubt in my mind.
You sure there's nobody else we need to consider?
There's nobody else.
He made it sound like
said Sam
even when
Cassell.
hold
Important,
on. Let me explain. He was the clear cut. There was a pecking. A lot of times there's a pecking order on the team that somebody said early in the conversation.
Right.
Yeah.
So it was Hakeem Olajuwon. And when Drexler came there in '95, Drexler, who was the best player and the number one option on the Blazers at the time, he knew that he was going to have to diminish himself to a secondary role when he came to that team because the offense and the defense flowed through Hakeem Olajuwon.
So he had to defer. He had to defer and be a number two option, correct?
Yeah, he deferred to Hakeem Olajuwon. The same way that when it comes to terms of Joel Embiid and James Harden, James Harden defers to Joel Embiid. He even said that.
From playing point guard, yeah. He should. He's the point guard.
Yeah, he defers to Joel Embiid. That's how that works. Joel Embiid is the number one option.
I got a question for you guys.
And what happens is the teams that don't identify roles quickly, just like this bullshit Laker team, they couldn't identify role for Russell Westbrook. These are the teams that will fail. If you do not identify your roles, you will be a losing team.
That's
so
true.
This shit about not having roles, that's BS.
That's a great
Because a
point.
good team is going to identify roles early.
No, nobody said once it wasn't roles, bro. You misunderstanding what I'm saying. We
understand
that
what
bullshit
saying, bro.
2K shit, the lead dog shit.
No,
Like
we
that shit
understand
is
what you
No,
saying.
well, hold on. The lead dog term just meant the best player. That's it.
All right, so
let's not get it
and
conflated.
I agree with that. But all I was saying is because I don't like this shit to where motherfuckers make it just because you take the most shots don't mean you're the best player. But everything else y'all was saying, I agree with. In most cases, it is a number one option. Well, it always is a number one option. That's whoever's taking the most shots. But and there is a lead dog, quote unquote.
All right, so let me ask the panel a question and salute to everybody, especially staying on business, everybody. So Russell Westbrook, Paul George, and Carmelo Anthony, who's the number one and who should be the number one? It's a two-part question.
On that team?
Yeah.
On that team, Russell Westbrook was the number one.
And who should have been the number one?
It should have been Paul George.
Okay.
And Carmelo Anthony, whose skills were diminishing at that time, was the third option.
So what?
And he was struggling with accepting that role.
Okay. So with Russell Westbrook, he's always had difficulty, like you said, accepting his role and being self-aware enough to be able to, like the man just said about Harden, deferring to Joel Embiid, the better talent or
That's
the
true.
more efficient offensive player. So with Russell, whether the coach tells him, whether the roles are defined, I feel like he forces himself to be the number one option, whether it's detriment to the team or not.
And based on what you're saying, is it imploding? It's very rare that you have two guys fighting to be number one and it works. But Shaq and Kobe thing, they were lucky to have Phil Jackson because that shit wasn't working before Phil Jackson got there. Phil Jackson was able to be there and kind of moderate the egos to a certain degree and make it work. But every team ain't lucky enough to have a Phil Jackson to make that shit work. And if you don't, that shit is going to be looking like what the Lakers got right now. A whole bunch of bullshit. When you got too many people wanting to be the number one. Remember what D Wade had to do that first year where D Wade was number one and LeBron was the number one. That shit didn't work. They got beat by the Miami Heat. D Wade had to come back that next year and say, you know what? I'm the clear-cut number two. I'm going to defer and allow you to be the number one.
So
and it worked.
Who was the number one on that team that you just mentioned with Shaq and Kobe?
Yeah, go ahead.
Shaq.
I would say Shaq was. I would say Shaq. So Phil Jackson. Hold on.
Go one at a time.
Shaq was the number one because I knew my man.
No, hold on. I didn't even answer the question. What I'm saying
I want to respond to the guy in right here. Dang, I can't ask no questions. But let me just ask him: if Shaq was the number one, why did he leave town, brother?
He got traded. He didn't leave.
I mean, they picked.
Hold on, Shaq actually. Shaq just did a video. Hold on. Shaq just. Hold on, Wally. I can answer that. Shaq just did a video. He said it's a myth that people believe that he left town because him and Kobe was beefing. He said that's not why he was beefing. He said the reason why they traded him is because he couldn't come to terms with money. He says the money that they were offering was not what he wanted. That's 150. He said he wanted 150 and they didn't want to give him 150. They wanted to give him less because they felt that his skills were starting to decline.
Yeah, they wanted to pay Kobe out the motherfucking money, man.
So this beefing stuff it wasn't about beefing, it was about money. So they traded him and like I said, they just said we're gonna move in a different direction. We weren't willing to pay Shaq all that money.
That's all good, sound real good. But my point is, who was the number one though? Because
Shaq.
At the end of the day, Shaq left, and if I'm not mistaken,
Shaq got traded. He didn't leave.
Well, to me, it's leaving. But at the end of the day, Kobe stayed and he won, didn't he?
Not initially.
And then I got another question. And if they had stayed together,
made it seem like he won straight off the bat.
If they had stayed together, they would have probably strung off 11. Both of them said that.
Hold on. Did Shaq try to go to Miami and beat the number one?
When he left LA, I can't remember what he did after that.
Because he went to Miami and they won a championship.
He didn't leave.
He won two, didn't he?
Well, he got traded to Miami and they won a championship. But what did Shaq clearly say to D Wade? This is your team. This is your team. You're the number one. I'm going to defer.
Now we got to bring up another question. Who was the number one between Shaq and D Wade? And they won a championship.
D Wade.
So let me hold on, Pat. Let me explain this. Let me explain this because D Wade was my favorite player. Allow me to explain this. I'm going to explain this. Hold on. So when it first started out, Shaq was the number one option. then Shaq basically switched it and deferred to Dwayne Wade.
The greater talent.
Right. So that's what happened. They started out like the first season. They started out together. It was Shaq. The offense ran through Shaq. Then afterwards, Shaq basically said, "All right, I'm going to pass the mantle to you because basically I'm getting older. I can't do some of the things I can't do anymore. You're the young guy. You have all the talent in the world. I'm gonna get a mantle to you and let you lead and be the number one option on the team." And that's what happened.
All right, let me ask you.
So Shaq switched it and deferred. So Shaq switched it and deferred.
This is sports.
So and when Shaq was at the Lakers, hold on. And when Shaq was with the Lakers, when Shaq was with the Lakers, it was Shaq that was the number one option, and Kobe deferred to Shaq. And as soon as Shaq left, that's when Kobe took over as the main option of where the triangle offense flowed through him.
Okay, so my simple question to you would be, how you know that Shaquille O'Neal and D Wade had that conversation that you just?
Because Shaq said it.
Shaq said it. He came out and he said it.
Hold on, I'm gonna pull up the video for him.
Oh, I'm going to defer.
I'm going to pull up the video.
Is that because
he said it in real time too? Like he said it like as it was
going.
going.
He said it in real time. Hold it now. But the question is, was he the number one based on his talent and based on D Wade's talent? Who was the number one?
Wade.
All right, bro. All right,
How many times you gotta answer the question?
So they was playing through a guard versus playing through an established big man. That already won some rings.
Yes. Shaq told them. Because Shaq basically told them. Because Shaq basically allowed them to do that.
Shaq was not over the hill. Shaq was not
allowed them to do that.
My first year, he averaged 20.
You allowed him to do it.
20
but
and 9.
we talking about this. They didn't win.
Brother Wally,
Shaq was
good. But he averaged 20 and 9.
And that's what changed. That would make them win. That would make them advance to the finals.
The more and more we talk, and the more and more we get into the depth of this, the number one, the lead man, the lead dog, and all that, man, that stuff look like mashed potatoes now, watered down with a whole bunch of water, bro.
No, it don't. No, it don't. It was just no, it don't. No, it don't.
You just don't want to accept it.
It's not. No, it don't. A team always has. A team always has a number. A team always has.
He wasn't young anymore.
He wasn't over the hill because they won a championship.
What about the 04 Pistons?
We never said he was over the hill. We said that his skill set diminished at that time. We never said that he was fully.
He was still the most dominant big man in the league, bro. Come on, man.
And he still came out and said that he deferred to Dwayne Wade.
He said that in real time.
Chauncey Billups was the first.
He said that.
2006. 2006.
Hey, I got a video, y'all. Hold on. I'm gonna play a video for you.
Did he really
go ahead and play, Lamont?
Yes.
Hold on. Y'all gotta mute your mics, man. We gotta make sure Wally hears this loud and clear. All right. Wally, you got your volume turned up?
Hey, Lamont, don't put these two zeros on here, bro.
Hold on, Wally. We gotta mute you. They talking to Shaq.
They made the league, bro. Calm down.
Hold on. Let's play it. They're doing an interview with Shaq, y'all. We're gonna play it for you.
We got to the finals. You was going to dominate. You did that off to South Beach. What's that experience like with a young D Wade?
So when I got to D Wade, I was like, I know you heard all the stories. It's your team. What I should have did in LA. Now that I'm thinking about it. So we ain't gonna have any problem. You the man. You the CEO. I'll be the consultant.
But imagine that as a young D Wade hearing this motherfucker say, I'm on your team, but it's your team.
Because crazy, I didn't even. It's not that I don't pay attention to guys. I just don't care. I got my own thing going on. I didn't even know who he was. So while we're in the playoffs, I'm watching him go at Baron Davis. I'm like, who is this?
Young motherfucker.
Right, so then when the Lakers talking about playing me, I said, I know where I want to go. I want to go back to Florida.
So they gave you that chance. They gave you that opportunity?
Yeah, so I want to go play with him. So as soon as we got there the first time, I said, look, man, you heard this, you heard that. Me and you ain't going to have no problem. You the man. Take as many shots as you want. I need to get 28-10 to make everybody feel good, make myself feel good. So, and we never had problems. So, how you talk about the Spurs never had problems? We never had an altercation. Only time we had an altercation was when I had to check everybody during the finals that year. Because everybody
going into the finals, you were already in the finals.
No, versus Dallas when we went down 0-2.
Yeah.
And everybody waiting. Like, yo, man, what you waiting for?
Right.
I got 3 dudes on me when I kick Antoine, Posey, Flat. So then we, and the respect thing, we able to go in the meeting and go at each other. And it just turned around. Flat did. I got 4 people on me, though. Everybody focus on me. We going to use that.
Got to.
Now, what did that
We
prove?
heard him say it.
But what did that prove?
He said
you laughing, you got that hyena up there. He said 28-10. That don't
Hold on,
seem
we're gonna
like
play-
nobody just deferring to me.
we're going to play it again for Wally.
He was a second option, Wally.
He said 28-10.
We're going to play it again for Wally, y'all.
28-10 is 28-10, brother.
We're going to play it again
He
for
was
Wally.
the second option.
Hold on, y'all.
28-10.
Hold on, y'all. One more time.
He was the second option, bro.
Championships, 3 finals MVP. You spoke to, if you ever got to the finals, you was going to dominate. You did that off to South Beach. What's that experience like with a young D Wade?
So when I got to D Wade, I was like, I know you heard all the stories. It's your team. What I should have did in LA.
Experience like with a young D Wade.
So when I got to D Wade, I was like, I know you heard all the stories.
It's your team.
It's your team. What I should have did in LA. Now that I'm thinking about it.
It's your team.
That experience like with a young D Wade.
So when I got to D Wade, I was like, I know you heard all the stories. It's your team. What I should have did in LA. Now that I'm thinking about it.
One more time for the hearing aid.
Yeah. He said it wasn't his team, Wally.
What about the 04 Pistons
Lamar,
guys?
you know what the
04
problem is,
Pistons,
bro?
they didn't have a true
I
number
just
1.
I just figured it
It
out,
was
bro.
Chauncey Billups.
Chauncey got the
figured it
finals
out.
MVP, but you can't say he was the clear cut one.
No, Ben Wallace was the
He was
number
the number
one.
one. He was the number one.
Ben Wallace was
No,
the
he
number
wasn't.
You guys are just
Bill
Yes, he
Wallace.
was.
The defense flowed through Ben Wallace. But when
No,
it
but
came to offensively, the
That
one
was
that was
Chauncey.
taking,
No, but Ben Wallace
the
was
one,
the
the one that was
linchpin.
taking, the one
Chauncey
that was
was
taking
taking the
all the
big
shots,
Right,
the one that was making all the shots,
No, but
the one that basically set up the offense was Chauncey Billups. The offense
took the
flowed through
most
Chauncey
shots?
Billups.
No, but Ben
whereas
Wallace
the
was their best
defense-
player.
Who took the most shots?
No, but that's what
I mean,
we've been
that's
established.
a
That's what we
that's
just talked
a
about.
toss. That's a toss up
It's a
between
toss-up because
Chauncey
it
and
wasn't
Ben
a
Wallace.
clear-cut number
Well,
one.
Rip Hamilton
You
shot a
can
lot of shots.
basically
Hamilton
you
had the
can
most shot
basically
attempts.
toss.
Yeah,
you
Rip
can
Hamilton shot a lot of
basically-
shots.
Of course, Rip
But
Hamilton
listen,
had.
yeah,
I
he's
just
the
wanna
number one
see if you
option.
guys are going to be
The
honest.
exception.
Rip
the
Hamilton
exception
was not
don't
the
make
number
the
one
rule.
option.
Hold on, the
We got
exception
too
don't
many
make the
people
rule.
talking. Let's go one at a time.
The exception don't
Larry.
make the rule. Majority teams that won in NBA had a clear cut number 1 option.
Yeah, we've already said the Detroit Pistons are an exception, and there are very few of those exceptions. Yeah, I didn't say it never happened. I said I even brought up that the Detroit Pistons are probably the closest thing to having one of those teams where you can't
Word, I
define
didn't
it.
hear that.
I said it's possible, but I said the majority of high level teams have to define and clearly define roles to have some level of success. Because we clearly see with the Lakers what will happen if you have a shitty coach that doesn't know how to define the roles, and you have these stars on your team, and you don't know how to
point
No,
guard.
they just got a shitty roster, bro.
No, it's not a shitty
LeBron's
roster.
the number one.
It
Lamar.
is
No,
a shitty
this
roster.
roster, no, it's not.
No,
What
it's a
happened?
great
I'm
roster.
gonna tell you exactly what
They have
happened.
a shitty point
They
guard.
went into this season without really giving Russell Westbrook a clearly defined role, and then also helping them understand, look, AD is injury prone, and if he goes down, this is your role. When you look to those bench players come in the game, and I don't know what the hell they're doing, because it seems like none of them have a defined role. Are you a defender? Are you a 3-and-D guy? Like sometimes their minutes are fluctuating. Then with the injuries happening to Kendrick Nunn, who was supposed to be in an elevated role, now people's roles change. When you don't have clear-cut roles coming into the season, it becomes a mess. And that's what you see right there.
Their problem is defensively, bro. That
It
shit
don't,
have
yeah,
nothing to do with
defensively,
roles.
yes. When you don't have clear roles, you can't have anybody willing to sacrifice their scoring to be a lockdown defender.
But no, but who-
KCP and Caruso and those guys clearly
Russ has
had
never been a
clearly
lockdown
defined
defender.
They're
roles.
not capable
And they were
defenders. That's what
Russ
I'm
has
saying.
never been a lockdown defender.
Don't
They're
matter.
not
Hold on.
capable defenders,
Hold on. When KCP was in Detroit, who the fuck was talking about he was a lockdown defender? He was
He
a
was a
scorer.
good
in
defender.
Detroit.
Everybody knew he was a good
No,
defender.
he not. No, when he was
That's
in
what he was
Detroit,
known for, Lamar.
hold on.
Yeah,
When he was
that was his
when
calling
he was
card
in
coming
Detroit,
into the
he
league.
was scoring. When he was in Detroit, he was scoring more. When he came to the Lakers, he sacrificed his scoring to lock up and be a 3-and-D player.
I mean, he
was
wasn't
not scoring
scoring like
That's
that in
cap.
Detroit, bro. That's
Okay, so
bullshit.
you saying his
That's cap.
scoring?
He
His
was always a
calling card
defender.
was defense, bro.
Yes.
No,
It
y'all
was defense and 3-point shooting.
His calling card was defense,
happened.
bro.
And
It
3-point
wasn't.
shooting.
No, it's not cap, bro.
Okay, so
It's
y'all
not
y'all
cap,
saying
bro. That's literally what he came
That's
to the
why he
league
got
as.
drafted.
Okay, I'll pull up his stats.
Facts.
He did score more, but of course he scored more. Who did Detroit have? But he still his
His
calling
role
card
was
defense.
different. His role was different in Detroit.
It was a little bit different, yeah. He
Not
got
a little
less
bit
shots, but he
different.
still-
His role was a lot
still
different.
Was a calling card, and his calling card was defense, bro.
Was defense and 3-and-D player, Lamont.
He was not a 3-and-D player in Detroit.
Yes, he
what
was.
are y'all talking about?
Westbrook.
Bro, he was one of the best perimeter defenders.
He was not
Westbrook was
But
a
not no
terrible
3-and-D
trade,
player.
man.
I'm not
Yes,
saying
he
he was.
was.
Say, Wally? He was
Westbrook
always
was a
average. He was
terrible
average from
trade,
three,
man.
but defensively,
So
that was
hell
a
yeah.
calling card, bro.
Right, he could lock down
They
players.
should have left Westbrook where he was. That
All right,
In
look,
Washington,
here go
right.
his stats in
He's
Detroit.
been the same
His-
player for
his
10 years,
best
Wally.
years.
Man, that dude.
Sure, I don't want to talk
What's
about
his career
Westbrook
had?
right now.
18
Hold on,
you
hold
don't,
on, hold on.
because that's your
Hold on.
man's.
Well, Westbrook
Hold
is
on, look.
horrible, Lamont.
Hold on. We got Caldwell Pope in Detroit. His best year in Detroit. I'm going to go to his best years. 12 points a game. Then he goes to 14, then 13, then another 13. Then now when he leaves Detroit, now his scoring averages drops 9. Then he moves to Washington. His role changes a bit. Now he's up to 11. When he was with the Lakers and they won that championship, he was not a scorer. They didn't need
Bro,
him
you
to score.
talking about a 3-point fluctuation from
No, his hold on.
He never was a scorer.
Hold on.
He never was a scorer.
What I'm talking about is his scoring went down, his shot attempts went down, his minutes went down, his complete role changed with the Lakers.
No, it didn't.
No, it didn't.
His complete role did not change.
Oh, y'all were.
He was never a great
Offensively,
scorer,
he got
Lamont.
less shots, but his role was still the
Right.
same as it was in Detroit, bro. What are
3-and-D.
you talking about?
So you saying if his role wasn't to score, why is he putting up 15 shots a game?
In
on
Detroit,
a
I'm
worse
not
team.
saying that his role. I conceded that to you. I said that he could shoot less, and
He's
the
on a
Lakers,
worse
they didn't
team,
need his
Lamar.
offense like that. That's going.
Why in his best
the
scoring year
dribble.
they was playing him 40 minutes a game, right? He's putting up all these
Look,
shots.
go look at Detroit's roster, bro.
Bro, they had who did they
And he
have?
wasn't a three. Hold on. First of all, and y'all lying when y'all say he was a
I
3-and-D
never
player.
said don't put
Hold on,
y'all with that. I never said he was
because
a
in his best
3-point
scoring
shooter.
season, he only shot. He barely shot 30% from the 3-point
I never
line.
said
He
was
wasn't
a
even
great
making
3-point
threes
shooter.
like that.
Don't put me in that. That's what dude.
Now he's a 3-and-D guy at 30, shooting 30% from the 3-point line.
No, that was
When he
dude
went to
that said
LA,
that shit.
now when he went to LA, every year he was in LA, he's shooting close to 40%
Jared
from
don't
the
know what
3-point
he's
line.
talking about. He just saying that.
Jared just saying what he.
Yeah, that's good.
He's always been a spot up
Yeah, it
shooter.
is.
No,
But he was the
you just
defender.
said
Though. He always
3-and-D
was a
player,
defender.
and he's shooting 30% from the 3-point line in
So-
Detroit. But when he gets
Jared.
So allow
but
me
when he
to
gets to the
explain
Lakers,
to
he
KC.
improves it, and he's going up to 40%, and he's more of a defensive player under
Nah, he was
Vogel's
always
system.
that
So-
defender.
No,
bro.
percentages can be overrated, Lamont.
Oh,
Yo,
I
just
gotta do it.
I'm not gonna say that. But
So here's the thing with KCP. So when he, of course, basically, I think what basically the thing was with KCP when he was in Detroit, he did have more of a bigger
On
role
ball.
offensively.
more
He did
on
have
ball.
more of a bigger role. He did have more of a bigger role off defensively. Now, I do disagree with you, Omar, in saying that he wasn't a defender because he was known for that
I
when he
didn't say
came
he
into the
wasn't a
league.
good
Right.
defender.
Oh,
I'm
yes, you
saying,
did.
But
You said he
what
was
I'm
a
saying
good
is,
defender.
what I'm
as
saying
far
is,
as but as far as
he
when-
wasn't.
but as-
That was.
but-
They weren't
but as
looking
far
at
as-
him.
Go ahead.
You can't ask your one of your main facilitators to also be your best defender. You're going to spend too much
Facilitator.
energy.
That nigga wasn't no facilitator.
Hold on, he was
KCP
on
never
ball.
passed.
No, he's
Hold on,
giving.
y'all,
He's
hold
not
on.
talking
He never
about
passed.
KCP. Lamont's giving an example right
What
now.
I'm saying is he's
Oh.
on ball. He was on ball much more in Detroit as a scorer, as a guy to go get buckets, doing more offensively, and he wasn't a 3-and-D player. He was
Couldn't
shooting.
shoot.
His best year in Detroit, he was shooting 35% from the 3-point line. I mean, hold on. Yeah, his last year in Detroit, he upped it to 35%. He didn't start being a elite or to good 3-point shooter until he got to LA, where he's shooting 41% and 38%.
What was his 3-point attempts in Detroit?
3-point attempts in in Detroit where he's going his first year in Detroit 2 a game, the second year 5, Next year 4. Next year 5, and then when he gets to LA, he's actually averaging 5, then 3, then 4, and then 5.
Yeah, so that 3 and D shit, that 3 needs to be taken out there. And D, Jared, you tweaking with that shit. He was just never a good 3-point shooter in Detroit.
Yeah, he had more of a bigger role to score in Detroit, but when he got to LA, that's when he became defined as a 3 and D player.
Right.
No, but that's when a lot of people were mad at him. People were mad at him because they were like, "You ain't scoring like you was scoring in Detroit," but his role changed.
No, because those are motherfuckers that don't know basketball. The nigga was never a good scorer.
Yeah, he was shooting wide open threes in LA.
Well, man, you're gonna have the ball less in your hands when LeBron's on your team.
But that's different. Catch and shoot, being a catch and shoot 3-pointer is much different from having the ball in your hands and pulling up for 3.
Well, you're gonna have the ball in your hands when LeBron on the team, though, Lamont.
But
Catch it. Hold on. Y'all don't
that's
respect
what
the
happened
fact that
go ahead.
catch and shoot is a skill.
It is.
It's different from handling the ball and then dribbling into your shot. It's easier to one to dribble into your shot. But when you got to stand still and you got to go ice cold in the spot and you catching and shoot from the spot and you got to fire it up, that's a skill. Those are the Steve Kerrs and the Kyle.
Yeah, but that shit is easy though.
So
it's not easy.
The best. It's not easy.
It's easier to shoot off the dribble.
Harder than
it's much harder because you're shooting cold. And you're probably shooting time bombs.
If you go
no, bro, you don't have to move
off the dribble. Majority of players shoot way less off the dribble.
Yeah, that's hard. You gotta have a dribble package to be even
Hey,
able
Lamont.
to shoot off the dribble.
Hey, Lamont, why don't you talk? Why don't you ask him?
She said Jerry West. She said Jerry West overrated. Only player.
So the best.
ever to win
So
MVP
his.
and
So Pan, I got.
She said
I got to drop this
idiot.
right here.
Let me give
So
my
the
take
best
on that
example.
I haven't given my take on that Jerry West.
She don't understand the context of what we talking. You can hit the link though, so we can educate you.
So the best example I can give.
Learn nothing from y'all, man.
So the best example I can give where Lamont is talking about
wasn't a number 1.
I said Michael Jordan needed some help.
We didn't ask you that. We said, was he a number 1?
Everybody needs help, Wally.
Everybody needs help.
Everybody needs help, Wally.
But yeah, you laughing.
Come on,
bro,
Wally. Everybody needs help.
You misunderstand my point, bro.
But you changed it.
You just said he needed help.
Hey man, the problem with Chicago is this: you got a lot of guys.
Wally, what you doing is when we say if he's a number 1, you can't switch the narrative up to help.
You got a lot of guys that are fans and they never really played.
Bro, everybody needs help, Wally.
That's not my point. You got a lot of guys that are fans of the game. And they don't know what the fuck they talking about.
But
my question.
The point is, what is the question?
That's valid. If they need help.
So hold on, everybody. One at a time.
Man, you gotta stop the cat, Wally.
So hold on. I have a question for you.
That was good.
Hold on, everybody. I have a question for you. So what's the
question? And they don't know the real grit of the game, brother.
So my question to you is what's the issue? What's the issue between Michael Jordan and Scottie Pippen?
Well, the issue with Scottie Pippen is right now. This is just I don't really know because I don't know the full details of it. Right?
He wish he was LeBron James. That's what it really is.
Okay, this brother's talking while I'm talking.
That's what it really is.
Okay,
hold on, man. Allow him to speak.
Spiffy, you gotta stop it, bro.
Yeah, what are you talking about?
It's all good. Let me speak, bro. What I'm trying to say to you.
Talking about Wally?
I'm talking about Scottie Pippen.
Scottie Pippen.
Scottie wishes
Michael Jordan. Usually when guys like Scottie Pippen and Michael Jordan, they have those long NBA runs to championship success. What happens when they're not friends no more and they're not talking? Because Scottie Pippen, just what we're talking about, feels extremely slighted that Michael Jordan gets all the credit for you guys' term for being a number 1. Scottie Pippen, no. Mike, you ain't do that by yourself. That's the point I'm saying.
That's not what he was mad about.
Nobody does.
Hold on, Wally.
But that's a different.
Wally, no, what he was mad about.
Nobody does, Wally.
Hold on, y'all. He was really talking to me because I asked him a question. Hold on.
Wally, come on.
Hold on, everybody. Let me speak because I'm speaking to him.
Hold on.
So let me speak because I'm speaking to him. Hold on, everybody.
That was good.
So Wally, that's a different conversation, that's a different conversation entirely than basically, him talking about a number 1 option. Because we know who the number 1 option on the team was. It was Michael Jordan. That's not an opinion.
That's a fact.
That's not an opinion. That's a fact.
We're not talking about Michael Jordan being the best player. We talking
the
about,
number
we're
one
talking
option
about him
for
being
The
the number
best
one
player is a
option, which he
number
was.
one, Wally.
No, that's not
He
true.
was the best player and the number one option on his
Right.
team.
you already
So
said. When you
hold
go
on,
back
so
and
hold
run
on,
the
hold on.
tape-
Allow me to speak.
Come
Allow
on,
me to
Wally.
speak
When you go
because
back and
I
run
let
the
you
tape-
hold on.
Go ahead,
Hold
go
on.
ahead,
I let you have the
Come
floor. I let you have the floor. So you spoke when I asked you the question. Now let me speak. It was clearly the offense ran through Michael Jordan.
Right.
Because when Phil Jackson ran, if you look at how Phil Jackson ran the triangle offense, the offense ran through Michael. And the reason why it did was because Phil Jackson understood that most of the attention was going to gravitate on Michael. So what he did was he set up Scotty and the other players and put them in position. So when Michael got double teamed, he would kick it out. But the main offense ran through Michael Jordan.
Right.
And the one that facilitated, that got him the ball in the spots he needed to, was Scottie Pippen.
Okay, can I respond? Can I ask you a question?
Yep. Now go ahead.
If you ask Scottie Pippen, because we on this panel right here, if you ask Scottie Pippen if he felt like he was the number two or second fiddle, do you think he would agree with you?
He should, because he was.
Nah, he would agree.
All right.
He would agree. He would agree.
Hold on.
He would agree.
Hold on, y'all.
Yes, he would. He knew he was the number two.
Hold on, Jared. Hold on.
Let me respond. He would not agree with you, and that is what the beef is about today.
Hold on. No, it's not. That's not what the beef is about, Wally.
But he's delusional, Wally.
Hold on, Jared.
What's the beef about, Lamar?
So the beef is because, and the beef, this issue all started because they were fine. Remember, they were fine a couple years ago. You saw them in the box. Hold on, Wally. Damn. Damn.
You gotta stop it, Wally.
Hold on.
We have to stop speaking over one another.
Hold on. Yeah, this is what
allow
the beef
Lamont
is
to
about.
speak.
Remember, just a few years ago, remember we saw Jordan and them in the box at basketball games and everything, kicking it. All the beef started when The Last Dance came out. And when The Last Dance came out, it wasn't just Scotty, but like 5, 6, maybe 7 of those Bulls players all had a bad taste in their mouth after watching The Last Dance because it put some of the players in a bad light. Remember, Jordan outed some of the players for doing cocaine in the locker room. For Scottie Pippen, really, the only thing that they talked about, the only thing that people remember from that documentary is Scottie Pippen throwing a tantrum and sitting on the bench after Tony Kukoc got the last play drawn up for him because he felt like since he was the number one on the team, he should get the last shot. And he was pissed at Phil Jackson. And Bill Cartwright talked about how he had to get on him. He said everything in that documentary, it was either tailored to make him look lower or less than what he actually was for that team. And he didn't get the credit in that documentary. He felt like it was intentional what Jordan did there. And it wasn't just Pippen who felt that way. It was a lot of the Bulls who came out and spoken publicly about that documentary and said, hold on, this ain't how everything went. It wasn't all like this, right? And it's like there's a little bit of capping, but that's because it was a Jordan-produced documentary. He had to okay it before release. And Pippen feels that because of the timing, this was something that Jordan released to stop people from looking towards LeBron as the GOAT. If you look at the timing of it. So again, it wasn't because of it was because of that Last Dance documentary, and it wasn't just Pippen who was upset. There are other Bulls players who are not as popular as Pippen. Horace Grant. Look how he had Horace Grant looking, talking about he was a punk. Jordan took his food. What did they say positive about Horace Grant in that documentary?
Nothing.
They made him look like he was lesser than what his role was.
Hey, Lamar, all you did.
What made Pippen look like a role?
That's a fact. All you got to do is read his book,
That
Wally.
is a fact.
All you got to do is read the book, Wally. The book is out.
Yeah.
What you did just now.
The book is out. Just read the book.
At the end of the day, all you can really say, all you should have just said is Scottie Pippen was disgruntled because Michael Jordan made him
because of the documentary.
He made him look like he was a second fiddle, brother, and he wasn't that.
No, that's not what it was.
It wasn't the fact that he made him look like a second fiddle.
He made him.
No, it wasn't.
Everybody knew Scotty was second
fiddle.
He
was a second fiddle. Well, he was the second fiddle.
He was the second fiddle.
He
the
outed
was
his
the first
contract.
time ballot Hall of Famer, and on the 50th grace and on the 75th
Bro, but he was the second option, bro.
No,
but Jordan, Jordan didn't tell the. See, Pippen in his book.
Because you don't know basketball.
Did y'all know Pippen in his book told the full? Pippen in his book told the full story.
I gotta
stop it, bro.
Hold on, y'all. Pippen in his book.
Possible? Is it?
Hold on, y'all. Hold on. Pippen in his book told the full story of that situation where Jordan, when he told the flight attendant not to give Horace Grant his food, See, Pippen in his book told the full story about what happened.
Right.
And how Horace Grant got his ass up and got up in Jordan's face and said, "You ain't about to see." If you watch The Last Dance, he didn't say all this extra stuff happened. How Jordan cowered down and we didn't want no smoke with Horace Grant on that plane after he did this. So the thing is, when you consciously take stuff like that out and you just really making Horace Grant, trying to make him look weak, you made it look like he didn't stand up and defend himself when the real story was, Horace Grant got up and stood toe to toe with you, and Jordan didn't want no smoke.
Right.
So you got to stop. Like, so that's what it wasn't just Pippen. So it was a lot of those players said that documentary was not right. So let's not act like it was just Pippen, man.
How do you know that Michael Jordan, Horace Grant had that confrontation and you wasn't there?
Because it was in a documentary.
Craig Hodges verified it. Scottie Pippen verified it.
Listen to the question.
It was in a documentary, Wally.
Hey man, let's talk about it.
Listen to the question.
Yeah,
how do you know that is exactly what took place and your ass wasn't there?
It's in the interview.
It was verified.
What do you mean, bro?
Yeah, verified through who?
Horace Grant, Craig Hodges, and Scottie Pippen.
His teammates.
All right. How you know though? Because you wasn't there.
Or Craig Hodges wasn't there, but it was verified through Horace Grant and Scottie.
You don't have to be there to know it, Wally.
Horace Grant said it too.
You can look it up.
Because Horace, hold on, because Horace Grant and Scottie Pippen verified that, and Scottie Pippen put it in his book.
Facts.
Okay. So everything that's written in the book is the truth?
Man, oh my God.
Wally,
yes, bro. It's his version. It's his version.
Every time I ask you a tough question, you go, "Oh my God!"
Okay, so hold on, but Wally, here's the problem, Wally.
Everything that you read in the
Wally,
book is
here's the problem, Wally.
Wally,
nothing you said today can be verified out of a book.
Man, y'all believe everything.
Right.
Man, you know
Wally, you ain't said one thing today that can be verified.
Right.
Talking about
everything you said is your own personal emotions.
You know what I can verify? I can verify this. I bet you Scottie Pippen.
I bet I played
was no second option. I bet you that.
Yeah, right.
He was a second option.
He was a second option, Wally.
I bet you he didn't.
Scottie was self-aware enough to know.
Yes, he knew that.
I bet you Scottie Pippen didn't feel.
Bro, he knew to pass MJ the ball.
You gotta get
because this is the thing. When Scottie
ball,
Pippen played with Jordan, he was a second option. When Scottie Pippen played with Jordan, he was the second option. When Jordan left, that's when Pippen became the number one option. And when Jordan came back, he deferred to being the second option on the team.
Jordan was the alpha, Wally.
Hold up, it's okay. Didn't Lamont just say that Scottie Pippen got upset with Phil Jackson for calling the play for Tony Kukoc?
That was when Jordan left.
Shooter, bro.
That was when Jordan was not there.
Right. Scottie was the first option then.
Shooter. That's
just what you just said. Hold it for a second. Relax. My man right here just said that Scottie Pippen was the number one option when Jordan left. But yet Scottie Pippen, listen what I'm saying, got upset with Phil Jackson called to play for Tony Kukoc. Man, you guys
because he was the number one option.
Because
if he's the number one option, you get the ball, Wally.
How can you be the number one option and the coach is calling to play for the other guy?
Because he missed all them shots.
He's the best player still, Wally.
No.
He's the best player still.
Go ahead and dress it up.
Allow me to answer. Hold on. Allow me to answer. Because at the time, Scottie Pippen was not playing too great that game. So what Phil Jackson did was use Scottie Pippen as a diversion to get Tony Kukoc open because he was hot.
And what Phil
Jackson he got
said,
the ball to Tony.
Phil Jackson said
smart play, man. They're good at temper trying to dress it up.
No, what Phil Jackson said.
You're the number one option, brother. You're the number one option according to you guys.
Wally, the number one option is always take the last shot, bro.
Wally, hold on, y'all. Y'all dominating. Hold on.
Now,
what Phil Jackson said. Come on, hold on, Wally. I'm gonna let you go. What Phil Jackson said though was he said in that particular situation, because these situations are not always about getting your best player the ball. It's about where you have to inbound the ball. A lot of different things are a factor. He said when they ran this play in practice multiple times, he said Tony Kukoc never missed a shot. He says when they ran it in practice, he said that motherfucker never missed this same shot. He says, I'm going to run it the same way we run it in practice because I've seen it work time and time again. And when he ran it, what did Tony Kukoc do? He made the shot. Like, so I mean, when you run up and see, and I understand where Pippen was mad because this is Pippen's MVP season. It's his time to show that he's the man. Jordan got all the big shots when he was the man, but Phil Jackson just made a different decision. And Pippen, as the number one option, was pissed. I mean, there's some people that sided with Pippen on that, even though it was a bad look with regards to being a good teammate. Right. And that's what Jordan emphasized in the documentary. Because if you ask anybody, especially if you read through Pippen's book and he has quotes from other players, all those players on that team, that would tell you the most positive player on that team was Pippen. Pippen was the one was uplifting the other guys on the bench. They said Jordan was probably the most negative person on that team.
I gotta give you credit, Lamar. You know how to dress it up real good. Bro.
That's not dressing; it's just fact.
That's a fact, though, Wally.
That ain't no fact, man. He dressed it up.
Yes, it is, Wally. It's verified.
He know how to dress
Hey,
up.
Lamar, this man is causing chaos tonight, man.
Wally, you're arguing just to argue, Wally.
I like to disagree.
There you go with this guy, man. It's a debate show, ain't it, Lamar?
That's a fact. That's a fact.
No, you're arguing pointless stuff, Wally.
No, I'm not arguing pointless stuff, man. It's a debate.
Yes, you are, bro.
You just, I see.
You gotta stop it.
Ho, Lamar, I get it. You gotta have guys on the panel to just what they call yes or Boston guys.
Lamar, bro, I rarely do.
Bro, none of these dudes agree with me at all.
I rarely agree.
We literally rarely agree, Lamar.
Man, you got a bunch of yes or Boston.
How, bro? Lamar, we disagree a lot, though,
Put
bro.
a dress on him or something, brother.
Who you talking
You
about?
go see my man Westbrook, bro.
Want to be different? You just
Hey,
always want to be.
Yeah, Westbrook's trash.
Wally, why you arguing so
I
much?
agree with Wally there, man.
Lamar,
Yeah, Wally, you wild,
Westbrook
Wally.
like to put them dresses on,
Said
Lamar.
that slick shit in the
That's tough,
comments
man.
that one time.
Why
niggas
that
was
boy
in
like
your
to wear
ass
them
and
dresses,
shit.
Lamar?
Bro, why are you attacking Westbrook?
Right.
Because he put on them dresses, man. I don't like that with your man.
You can't defend that. Nobody can defend that.
Never mind.
Yeah, let's not go there, Lamar.
You tell him facts, he say you finessing. You generally say that when you ain't got no good rebuttal.
How we
Lamar,
finessing
man,
on
you
Lamar?
dressing it up. Lamar, you good at
How
that.
we dressing it up? We're speaking
Hey,
facts.
Lamar, one thing I like about you, man, you got a good handle on the English language. That's good.
Yeah, for
And
sure.
you know how to dress it up.
How did I dress it up? All I did was
And when you dress it up,
bro.
you think in your mind.
This man told you what happened.
No,
and you talking
man,
Bro,
he
he
ain't
literally
tell me,
told
man,
you what
I wasn't there,
happened,
man. I
bro.
don't know. Look, man. Hey, look, everything
you
you
wasn't
read in
there,
the book,
listen to
everything you
somebody
read in the
that
book is
knows
not
about
necessarily
it.
the truth, brother. I know you
Just
believe
listen to
everything Lamar
somebody.
say.
We not
Wally,
saying
bro,
that,
what are you
but we
talking
getting the
about?
information
Yeah,
from
you act
somebody
like I
that
don't know what I'm
was
talking. I
there.
This
know
man
exactly
just
what I'm
showed you
talking
a clip of Shaq
You got
saying that.
right.
You
yeah.
still
You
ain't
said we
believe
was
it.
lying about Shaq when Shaq said it. Then you got
Man,
mad.
that's not what I got from the video.
Wally,
though.
he's
Shaq-
speaking the
You know what he
truth.
said? Shaq said, I wish I had done the same thing in LA, which means is I know I'm the big cheese, but I'm
He
gonna
would have
make this
deferred
guy
to
feel.
Kobe.
I'm gonna make this guy feel like
He
we
wishes
don't
he
have no
should have
conflict.
made
So
Kobe
we
the
go-
number one.
You know
He
what he
should
should
have
have
deferred to Kobe.
He's trying to make him feel
Shaq
like
should have did? Shaq should have took the back seat, knowing he was the big dog, right? And they would have won 11 straight championships, right? He grew up. He said, I'm gonna go and let the young boy have it, even though I know I'm the baddest motherfucker on the floor. That's what I got out of it. But see, he showed that clip, and all you got, Lamont made a hell of a statement. Sure, that's not what I got out of it.
Well, Wally, nobody's gonna win 11 straight championships.
But hold on.
Shaq said
Hold on
out
real
of his
quick.
own mouth, he gave you a statistic. He said 28 and 10. That's a bad motherfucker.
He didn't average 28 and 10.
He didn't
I don't
average
know
that.
what he did. I'm just telling you what his mind, what he was processing in his own
his mind wanted to
as
average
he
20
was
and 10,
deferring-
but he was
as
no
he
longer a
deferring-
28 and 10
a
player.
man
It's not
that
a
ain't
thing
brother,
thing
Wally, now you
anymore,
just
though,
said
You're a
don't
Wally.
believe.
basketball guy, Lamont. You coach teams. If a guy say 28 and 10, he's not talking about
I got a lot of players that want to put up 30, but they can't.
Brother Wally,
You gotta be good enough to put up.
In their mind, I got a couple players that feel like if I leave them in long enough, they can drop 30, but they can't.
Hey, Lamont, Melo going off tonight.
And my response
Yeah,
was
he
they
is.
can't
You know
play.
Lamar won't give him credit.
No, y'all, you always pull up the one game.
I mean, you
Melo
kind of
does
are a
good.
Melo hater.
Nigga, Melo's been cooking, boy.
No, he ain't, bro.
44 from the field.
What?
40
He has
from
been cooking.
three. You know what's up.
He's been balling.
Okay, we're gonna pull up Carmelo Anthony's fans last.
Yeah, pull
few
it up.
games.
And Lamar, you still gonna hold that Westbrook's better than Kyrie? I gotta call you out.
No, no, hell no.
You said yes.
Lamar said
Career wise,
never better than Kyrie.
Career wise, you said he was a superior. He was superior.
No, he was never better than Kyrie.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't know.
Lamar, for his career, he is better than him.
I'm going off recency bias, y'all.
Please tell me you didn't say
When was he better than Kyrie, Lamar?
Can I ask y'all a question?
God damn, man, you really don't know no basketball.
Nah, like Lamar breaks it down. He gives all the details, but then his conclusions.
Hold on. We can get to Russell Westbrook later if y'all want. Let's stay on topic right here.
Yeah. Go to Melo.
Right, go to Melo.
Everybody give a tech.
Russell Westbrook. I mean, not Russell Westbrook, but Carmelo Anthony.
You want to do that?
Hold on,
How many
Carmelo
points
Anthony.
Carmelo got?
He got 19 tonight. 6 for 10 from the field.
And he's still doing doubles.
Are they losing?
No, they up by like
They came back from like 16.
Who they playing?
They suck.
The Mavericks.
They're playing Luka.
Oh yeah, they playing Luka.
Hold on, they doing a good job guarding Luka though. It looked like.
Yeah.
Yeah, Luka's getting shut down.
They keep trying to put Melo in that pick and roll.
Hey, is LeBron gonna win a championship this year? All you LeBron lovers?
No.
Man, why we gotta be LeBron lovers?
He's not winning the title.
Why do we gotta be LeBron lovers though?
Don't ever underestimate somebody. It ain't over yet.
Spiffy, they're not winning this year.
Spiffy's
They're not winning
yet,
Spiffy.
bro.
You gotta respect Spiffy for
it's over.
Stop, man. They're not winning Spiffy.
If they win it, hey Spiff, if they win the chip from the play-in, what that add to his legacy?
He's a fucking
I was
goat.
just saying. If LeBron do that, nigga, he's the greatest of all time.
It's no debate. If he win it from this, it's no debate. Fuck a Michael Jordan, all that. He's the goat. He's the
Spiffy,
goat.
he would still need to get one more ring, Spiffy.
He's the goat.
Win with Russell Westbrook.
He would still need one more ring.
You better have some magic.
No, I'm talking about from the play-in.
This man went from the play-in game.
No, it's not gonna happen though.
Not with no Russell.
Well, no, that's not. That has no chance of happening, Spiffy.
Russell's tough to deal with,
Y'all
man.
don't know the future. Y'all niggas.
I know the future with this.
No, but we know the future. The Lakers aren't that good, Spiffy.
Okay. Hey, hold on. We ask y'all a question. So, if you go by, we go by just assists.
Yeah.
Just passing with LeBron and MJ. Who beats out who?
Well, I thought we was talking about
LeBron has better
those
passing.
numbers up. He's a hater. He hates on.
Hold on. So because this just popped up on my feed. I wanted to read it because it says if we go by assists, LeBron beats MJ.
Mm-hmm.
It says if we go by rebounds, LeBron beats MJ.
Facts.
If you go by points, LeBron beats MJ.
No, he does not.
No, he don't. Not average.
Stop lying, bro.
Not by average.
Hold on. I'm just reading. Hold on. I'm just reading what this says. And it's going by cumulative totals.
Oh, all right.
I don't. Now I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna preface that by saying I don't like going by cumulative totals.
Yeah, that shit is dumb.
Now it says if you go by longevity, LeBron beats MJ. It says if we go by rings, MJ beats Bron. And it said when it comes to being a better basketball player, based on all of this, LeBron beats MJ.
That's a false.
I should add defense in that.
That's the goat.
But who had a higher peak?
Winning has to matter, Lamont.
Who had a higher peak too?
That's really
MJ.
And who was more dominant at their peak?
MJ.
Okay.
It was Mike.
Okay. Who has more 40-point
playing
games?
against no Kevin Durant or none of them.
That's true.
That's cool.
That's true.
He played against Malone and Barkley.
Kareem still got 6.
Barkley and Malone were beasts.
But let's not act like Spiffy. He went.
I don't know if you really want to go off more 40-point games because Wilt got that on lock.
Yeah, whoever bring up 40-point games.
But Will was a stat pattern, though, Lamont.
No, the fuck he was. Shut up.
Yes, he was. Will kind of was a stat pattern.
Jared,
you ain't even seen one game of this nigga play. Shut up.
Right.
I don't think you know what stat pattern is.
He wasn't even born.
Stat patterns when you score points that don't mean anything, Lamont.
Okay, hold on. So basically, say this: Dallas just played Golden State the other day. They was down 19 points with 9 minutes to go.
Yeah.
So are you saying when you're down big like that at the end of the game, you should stop trying? Because we've watched multiple teams this year come back.
No.
We've watched multiple teams keep fighting, keep scoring, keep going at it, grinding away, and chip away at big leads and have massive comebacks at the end of games and surprise the other team. When you're playing this type of basketball, you don't never just fold. You always try to.
It depends on how much you're down, Lamont.
I just told you. They was down.
The Lakers were down 30 and LeBron was still in the game.
You a quitter, bro.
Right.
No, you don't do that.
LeBron was
in pro
some game
basketball.
down 30.
Bro. You
I
never
was just
played
saying,
a day in
Jared,
your
you don't
life.
do that in
Yeah,
pro
you
basketball.
ain't never hoop, nigga.
You never played a day in your life.
Man, me explain to
We
you
can
what
tell
stat
what
pattern
stat
is.
pattern is, though,
Hold on.
Lamont. Like
No,
some
you can't.
games are just
No,
way out of hand.
Hold on, stat
no,
pattern
hold
can
on.
really only happen. Let's say if the team is up 30 and there's 2 minutes on the clock, and you know you don't have enough time on the clock. If you're out there with 1 to 2 minutes to go, this is why
Trying to
coaches
get
usually put
buckets,
it. And
that's
you out there
stat
trying, you getting buckets, and then
Yeah,
like,
that's stat pattern.
and you know the other team is kind of like holding back. You know they probably dribbling the shot clock out. You know, giving you the possession back. You running the score. That's that pattern.
Yeah, then the nigga go
So
score
this is
another
hold
basket
on.
on his
This
own.
is
That's literally what LeBron
this is the
does, so
definition.
Lamont.
This is the definition of stat pattern right here. Hold on. Hold on,
What is the
panel.
definition?
Hold on, quick panel. This is the definition of stat pattern right here. The true definition is when you got a player such as Jared Wallace, who was a rebound away from a triple double, and they were up at least by 10 that game. He runs down the court, basically misses the shot on
Ricky
purpose.
Davis. That was Ricky Davis.
It was Ricky. I think it was Ricky Davis.
Ricky Davis.
But that's the definition of stat pattern. When he basically goes down there, they're up by 10, throws the ball off the rim to get his own rebound to basically get a triple double. That's stat pattern.
Yeah, they didn't count that though.
Yo, Lamont, I put my channel in the private. I need your opinion. I need y'all opinion too. I'm gonna start going live. I need y'all niggas over here.
Don't be on that KD bullshit. And you
What's the name of it? I'll put it on the screen. Hold on, I'll put it on the screen. Hold on.
For the Love of the Sport podcast.
Hey, Lamont.
No, that sounds good.
Sixers gonna have DeAndre Jordan looking like how they had the White.
Yeah, right, man. Come on, y'all got too much faith in DeAndre Jordan, man. Y'all
No, they don't. Don't nobody get faith
Man,
in him. He's
listen,
done.
Well, nobody has
listen,
faith
man.
in
The only
DeAndre.
thing,
Hey, they
the only,
turned
hold
around.
on, man. Y'all got it.
Hey, Lamont.
Y'all
They
gotta
turned
look at it from
around
this
Drummond
perspective
and
right
they
here.
turned around the White.
Y'all got to look at it from this
Well, the
perspective.
Lakers made him worse.
DeAndre Jordan is not there to be some prolific guy come off the bench. He's just there to give Joel Embiid a breather whenever he's tired. That's all he's there for.
Give him some
Okay,
signs.
and Drummond did the same thing. Was getting 25 boards and 10 points.
But Drummond was garbage with LA.
I'd rather have Carly Stan than DeAndre Jordan. Like,
Yeah, hell yeah.
That is true.
So,
Carly Stein gonna be that dog on defense.
I don't know how DeAndre.
Yeah,
Hold on, where did Carly Stein go? Where did he go?
With the Sixers.
The Sixers.
Oh, why are they trying to get DeAndre Jordan there?
I don't have a clue. That nigga's
They want more size against Giannis.
That ain't gonna help.
Nah, he don't help at all.
Big bodies will help you guard Giannis.
I think
not.
Giannis gonna help get Gatorade and shit.
Hell yeah. He's gonna be the
That
ball
ain't gonna
boy.
help.
He's gonna average 100 claps a game. I don't know what the hell he's doing.
But sometimes, Lamont, you need players that are willing to take fouls, Lamont.
Bro, when does DeAndre Jordan
even in the
when is he
Man,
coming in?
don't listen to what
Stop it,
Jared
man.
said. Lamont is going to help on the rebounding because they lacking rebounding a little bit.
No, he's not. The Lakers was the
Bro,
worst.
and do y'all know in the playoffs, coaches is only going what? Maybe 9
8
deep in the rotation.
8 deep, yep.
Rotation shorten the playoffs.
Why would
Hold
you
on.
say that shit after he just said that shit?
I don't know. Hold on, I'm about to show you Joe Biden channel.
That's
It
all
actually
he's
looked pretty
there for,
smooth.
man.
Actually,
He's just there. He's just there to carry Embiid's luggage. That's all he's there for, man.
I'm trying to. You know
That's
what I mean?
all he's
Like
there
the-
for,
like the
man.
edits and shit. The way you be doing your videos, like I gotta.
Hold on, y'all. I'm gonna show y'all Joe Biden's channel, man. Let me move this. This intro is pretty. I'm not gonna lie. It look kind of hard. I gotta hear the sound with it though. Hold on. Let me move this banner real quick.
I appreciate that, Lamont. You're a G for this.
And I'm gonna put the link in the chat, y'all.
I'm gonna need y'all on the panel too. I'm gonna be going live. I need all the heavy hitters.
Jared ain't one of them, so you ain't got to worry about him being on that.
Jared be in all the comments though. I need
All right, hold on, y'all. Check this out. We're gonna check out. This is like I'm gonna just play the first little minute of his video, man. Hold on,
Got a
check it out.
world premiere, man.
Where's the sound at?
Nah, leave it. It's good.
Nigga like me, man. I love the game. I love the hustle, man. Be feeling like one of them ball playing niggas, you know, like Bird, Magic, or something. Yeah, you know, a nigga got dough. A nigga could leave the league. But if I leave, the fans still gonna love me, man.
Matthews up into Irving. Finds some room, finds some space.
Cooking him.
Oh, did you see the move?
What's going on, YouTube? Joe Bond here with For the Love of the Sport podcast. This is going to be our first episode. We're going to start doing a bunch of these podcast episodes, and we're going to start breaking down a lot of things. We're going to go live. We're going to do a couple of things, but with this video right here, we wanted to talk about pure hoopers. My guy at Paul Don't Stop, he talks about pure hoopers a lot, and he tends to give a great breakdown on the pure hoopers and how natural their games are.
How dare you?
How easy it is for them
Carbs
to
thrown into your body.
just
Mint
pick
brown
the
and
ball,
coconut almond, and new
stand
from this
down,
white chocolate
with
cookies.
Kyrie.
They're all delicious, and new flavors come all the time, so be sure to get over to the website and check it out. They're not only delicious and good, they'll also be good for you.
What the fuck is that?
I'm about to kick him out,
So
man.
then, positive aside.
Gee, where's you playing, bro? Take your lame ass on, bro. Fuck.
No, I like it.
Who was
Yeah,
Scottie
man.
Pippen?
This
Who
ass
was
a
that,
goofy, bro.
I kicked him out. That's I think it was that troll who's been popping in all night. No, that's pretty solid. I ain't mind it. You sound like the love late night guru on the radio.
Nah, yeah, you know, the first video, you know, I didn't really have my swag yet, but you know, a couple more videos, I'll get my swag into
You
it.
gotta stop referencing that nigga ball. Don't stop. His ass is an idiot.
No. That's
like,
a good start though.
That nigga just likes motherfuckers that score, bro.
It's a good
I understand that, but the game is about a bucket. To quote Bo Don't Stop.
You're gonna if you want to get monetized though, they're gonna make you get that copyright content out your intro though.
Oh yeah,
with Monkey Fife.
I was wondering how do you?
They're gonna
You can change the pitch. You can change the pitch,
or you can edit it. You can edit it up and put like some graphics around it to kind of make it like edited and. I would say just edit it up.
No, I've been trying to hit you up so I could talk to you off this so we could really chop it up.
I'll put my number in the private chat, man. So you can hit me up.
You should recreate the scene yourself with one of your homies or something.
Word.
That too.
Word.
Well.
Oh
no, but it's solid though. I like to start though. A lot of people just turn the thing on and go live and just start talking and don't give no production value at all.
Nah, yeah, I'm editing videos and shit. I'm learning, man. I'm gonna try to be consistent.
That's what's up.
I'm trying to break it down. So how do you use like videos? Like you use like NBA highlights. You use a lot.
Oh well, for me, I got accepted into Playmaker, NBA
That
Playmaker.
nigga Luka hack, yo.
Okay.
So the NBA Playmakers program allows me to use the NBA
highlights.
content. Yeah.
Oh, all right, no doubt. All right. There's the type of shit I need to know.
Oh,
appreciate.
But like you can go to like if you sign up for there's a website you can sign up for it, man. It'll give you access to a whole bunch of copyright music, like rappers and stuff like that. You can use.
I'm on there. I art something. I forget what it was.
I forgot the one that I have.
I signed up for one.
Yeah. Nah, it's a
for
lot of
rappers.
stuff.
You said.
Yeah.
Nah, that's hard. I only got like instrumentals and shit.
Nah, there's a couple. It's pretty good ones out there. It's a solid start though. Hold on, let me put this in the chat for you. Make sure y'all check out Joe Biden's channel, man. I know he's gonna be capping a lot, but I feel like it's gonna be solid.
Nah,
I ain't gonna lie. I had to block. What's the name, Lamont?
Who?
What's your name? Goat Mike. Yo kept blowing my inbox up like I blocked you, yo.
Well, oh Lord. Who is you on Instagram?
Yeah, like you just kept hitting me like, bro, I'm not coming on, bro. I'm chilling, bro. Like, what the fuck?
I can't lie. I had to low key block him for a hot second too, man.
I haven't heard of Spiff in a minute.
He was all in my shit.
How you living,
Yeah, I've been
Spit?
chilling, bro. I've
That's
been
what's
chilling.
up. That's what's up, man.
You been making
Yeah,
music?
yeah, but I opened up a smoke shop and shit, so that's what I've been doing.
Salute.
Like,
Oh yeah, ain't you in you from Baltimore?
yeah.
And you got your own brand, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're not that far from me. I'm gonna have to see you, man.
Where you at?
I'm there like Connecticut, man.
Oh, all right. So you closer to New York?
Yeah.
Yeah, bet. Yeah, I be in New York too.
You got your
I
own
be all
strand?
over. Something like that. I ain't
Something
trying.
like that.
Yeah,
I know.
man.
Spit said a couple words, times. I remember.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to check you out, man. I'm in North Carolina, man. I'm gonna have to come through.
Yeah. I'm about to come down to Charlotte this weekend, though.
Oh, what?
Charlotte, boring as a motherfucker, man. I was in Charlotte, man. That shit was boring as hell out there.
Man, don't do Charlotte like that, man.
I'm just saying, it was boring.
The
as
whole
a
South is a piece of shit.
Charlotte, cool, man. I rock with Charlotte, man. Shoot.
Hey, we was cooking the South last night.
The whole
on J,
South a piece of
on
shit.
J-Mac channel. We was cooking the South.
Well, I got to ask y'all something. What y'all think about James Harden and Joel Embiid?
Ooh, that's tough, bro.
Yeah,
So that's all right.
Hold up. Y'all
It's gonna
think
work.
do y'all think they gonna be unstoppable? How like they trying to portray in the media?
I mean, they're definitely gonna be.
They gonna have to lose a couple of games to beat.
I don't know,
Disappointing
man.
cast is what everybody's worried about.
I still don't know if they can beat the Bucks.
man, bro. Hey,
James Harden can't play.
Come on, brother Wally.
Oh my God, man.
He can
What
play.
you mean he can't play?
Wally,
What you mean he
Hey,
can't play?
hey, man, that step back traveling bullshit ass jump shot he got.
No, that's because you
that's
big
skill.
and long with the big feet and
No,
can't
but
do
bro,
it.
that's his
Man,
game, though, Wally.
Skill, bro.
He got a step back travel
that's
jump
because
shot.
you
And that
can't
shit
do it.
played
It's
out.
not a
can't.
travel, Wally.
Whatever.
James Harden's about to be third in
Referees-
3 points made
referees
all
are not
time.
gonna
Right.
give
It's
the
not a
guy-
travel. He hasn't.
Hold it. The referees ain't gonna give him no calls.
They not
Now he
giving him
gotta play
calls right
basketball.
now.
They're not giving him calls now, though, bro.
He got to play basketball now.
He not getting to the land like he used to. He
Right.
getting all his
They
buckets out
changed
field
the
goals.
rules, Wally.
Hey, it don't make no difference. That step back traveling jump shot.
It's
That's
not a
not
travel.
It's not
It's a
going-
gather step.
All right, brother. That's
No,
what
he
you wanna
used
call
to travel on it. He don't travel on it no more.
That's
He
a
don't
fact.
do it.
That's
He
what you
never
wanna call-
traveled.
Hey, let me give it
Nah,
to you
that
like
shit
this
was
here.
before travel, bro.
Let me give it
Yeah,
to you
it
like
was.
this here. Straight no chaser. The referees ain't gonna give him no calls.
Nah,
He
that's
don't
true.
get calls like he used.
He don't
Like
get called
every
now,
season
though,
before.
Wally.
He's getting all his buckets this year.
Don't
Straight
try
field
to
goals.
talk
Yeah.
like you don't understand what I'm saying. Like I
His
don't know what I'm
buckets are
talking
legit
about.
this
Wally,
year,
you-
Nah,
Wally.
we do hear
Now,
we
you
we
can go
hear what
ahead.
you're
I
saying.
tell
We
you
hear
what
what
you
you're
can-
saying, but you're going off
you
of
can
a
go
past
ahead.
narrative.
I can tell you what, you can go ahead and put James Harden and the other guy that's with the Lakers, that dumbass trade they made to get him and wasted all that money.
Russell Westbrook.
Y'all go and put him and Westbrook in the same garbage can.
Nah.
Y'all go ahead and talk about it.
Nah, Harden is way better than Westbrook.
Why y'all keep talking about Westbrook like he ass or something?
Nah, he
like
is
that?
trash,
Like,
bro.
No, he is ass though.
No, he's not ass.
No, he is
That
not.
nigga
Yes, he is.
Time out.
Westbrook fucked that
Hold on.
LA
He's been
team.
horrible.
Let
Yeah, he's
let
been
Spiffy-
horrible.
let
I
Spiffy
knew
give
right
his take.
off the rip. I
I
knew
wanna
right
hear
off the
Spiff.
rip when LA got Westbrook.
Let me say one
Go ahead,
thing, bro.
Stick
Let
a
me
fork
say
in
Bro,
the
one thing, bro.
Spiffy, Russ is trash.
Nah,
Bro.
let him live. Let Spiffy handle.
How can y'all say somebody that's on a 75 all time? It's only 75 players that made that list, bro. That ever played in the league, and y'all sitting up here talking about this man is ass, he trash.
He is,
Stop
bro.
doing
Right,
that.
right.
Because he
Smith,
doesn't
3
have
years
enough
straight.
self-awareness.
Triple
He's
double.
flawed,
Let
bro.
me
Hey
go
man,
at Spiffy real quick.
Westbrook got
Ridiculous, bro.
Westbrook got Draymond Green's spot.
Let me break it down
Right.
for you, Spiff.
Draymond Green wasn't making no 75 out. Like,
Yes,
Let me
he
break it down for you,
was,
Spiff.
bro.
You
He's
wanna
one of
know
the great
why?
players ever.
Westbrook got Draymond Green's spot. You got
He
Draymond Green
does.
is not one of the best players ever.
Yes, he
No,
is,
he
bro.
is not.
He was
No,
the
he
he,
Shut
he
up,
was one of the
man.
linchpins of
Shut up.
that dynasty,
Hold on,
Spiffy.
time out. What power forward was he gonna make it over, bro?
Wait, what?
So,
For
Jared,
power
I got.
forward?
Yes.
And they don't get on the team by position, bro. They get on.
Yes,
Right.
they
It's
did
just
it by
it's just
position.
about how many
They did
players
it
are
by
That's what I was
great.
talking about.
They did the list by
Draymond
position,
rode that
bro.
wagon, man. Draymond's
Hey,
good, but
Hey,
he's a
Jared,
utility guy.
is Robert
What's good,
Horry
bro?
top 75?
Hey,
Oof.
Lamont,
Of
they
every.
just said,
Will you
hey,
stop?
Lamont, they just
okay.
said Draymond Green is a top 75
No,
player
he's
of all
not.
time,
No, that's
bro.
cap.
Yes, he is.
That's
I don't
No,
think.
he's
I
not.
don't think.
Man.
Hold on. Even
So
hey, y'all. Even
so
Draymond
allow me to
said.
explain.
Even Draymond said, Draymond said he doesn't think he should be in. He said Draymond was like, if I would have, it didn't get suspended, and I could have won that Finals MVP. Like everyone thought he would have. I think it was 2016.
Yeah, 2016.
He said that would have put me on there for sure, but without it, he doesn't even think he belongs in there. So I mean, if the player himself don't think he belongs in there, then how can
Lamont, you think Westbrook is all 75th or whatever they call that bullshit?
Yeah, he is.
That's undeniable.
You got to think 75 players is a lot of players.
Y'all going to recency bias.
Nah, Lamont. He's been the same player his whole life.
This man is a stat pattern, Lamont.
He's been a terrible decision maker his whole life, Lamont.
No, he hasn't. See, this is the issue. This is the issue with Russell Westbrook. Hold on. Allow me to explain Russell Westbrook.
Hey, one of the
explain him after you, bro.
Yeah.
Say another wild thing about Westbrook.
I want to see if you really know basketball.
Hold on, man. Allow me to explain Russell Westbrook. Hold on. Allow me to explain this whole Russell Westbrook situation. This is the issue. This is the issue with Russell Westbrook right here. Russell Westbrook is similar to an Allen Iverson type of player, where you have to have.
Don't do that.
He has
Don't
to
do
have
that, man. Don't do that. Don't do that.
No, allow me, Wally. Allow me to explain, Wally. Allow me to explain. So he's similar to an Allen Iverson type of player, where if you're gonna have him on a team, you gotta build the offense around him and through him.
That's a fact.
Because he's not the type of player that fits in everybody's system.
No.
So if you're gonna build a team for him, you gotta build a team around him and have players fit to him.
And more specifically,
that's the issue. And that's the issue.
More specifically,
get out the first round.
More specifically, he's designed to be a number one, like in attack mode full time.
Let me give my opinion on Russell.
Yeah, because he's not a great shooter. Because he's not a great shooter because he has to have the ball in his hands. See, if he was a better shooter, he can play off ball a little bit more. But he's not a great shooter. He has to have the ball. He has to have the ball in his hands to get downhill.
Because, bro,
what a man is a great facilitator. I agree with that. And want to get downhill, live in the paint.
Hold on. So
how is he not?
So hold on. Here's my thing right here. Because Wally was just in here earlier. Remember at the beginning of this conversation, he came in here and was talking about a man by the name of Oscar Robinson.
Another one.
And hold on, Oscar Robinson.
I
know. Hold on. Oscar Robinson. Hold on, y'all. The reason why I say that Oscar and Russ are similar was because of the outcomes. These are two players that even when they had their own teams, first round exits multiple times, couldn't go deep in the playoffs. People accused them of being a ball hog, not being able to adjust the systems, and all this stuff. This is what they said about the same things they saying about Russ, the same things they saying about Oscar. Because Oscar was a triple-double king that couldn't get out the first round. Struggled to get through the play, just like Russ. So hold on. So hold on 1 second, y'all. Hold on. So how, when Oscar does it, because the one thing that got Oscar into at least my top 10 and most people's top 20 all time, it's not because he won that one championship when he towards the end of his career. It's because of the triple doubles, the statistical accomplishment. So why can we not give Russell Westbrook credit for doing the same exact thing, even though he had the same outcome as Oscar Robinson year in and year out?
Can you pull up that efficiency, please, on Land Basketball? Compare them to efficiency, bro.
Ain't gonna win no championship.
Yeah, exactly.
Lamont, Oscar play with a guy better than Kevin Durant.
Hold on 1 second, y'all. Hold on 1 second. We can't say that because again, Oscar went and got a chip at the end of his career with some great players.
What was he averaging?
Russell had great players.
He was averaging. He was averaging what Russ's. He was averaging 19 points a game.
Oscar Robinson got a championship.
He deferred. He became the second and third best player. Now the question with Russ is, can he adapt and get that chip? But the thing is, even without that chip, Oscar's still a top 20 player all time.
Right. All right.
But y'all can't tell me if you take that chip away. Hold on, y'all. Y'all cannot say if that chip alone makes Oscar top 20. That's not what made him top 20.
What it is.
That's not what we're saying.
So why we keep going to the chip? Because they had the same numbers. They had the same outcomes.
It's a bad argument, Lamont.
No,
hold on.
How was it a bad argument?
Hold on. How was it a bad argument? They literally had the same careers.
It's a terrible
That's
They literally had the same careers.
Russ played with more great players than Oscar, bro.
Way more great players.
He played with way more great players. He played with Durant and LeBron, Lamont.
Way more.
No, be quiet, Jared. You're not adding nothing to the conversation.
No, that's Jared. I'm not talking about. I'm talking about the individual players because hold on, y'all. When Russ was at his best, as an MVP, he wasn't playing with no Russ and all those guys.
No, he was playing with
Oladipo. That was one season.
Hold on. What made Russ was the years that he had by himself without all the extra help.
He averaged a triple-double.
He had Paul George the next year, Lamont.
I'm not taking a triple-double away.
A little?
But
a little.
Y'all act like the triple doubles was season. Hold on, the triple doubles got Oscar into everybody's top 20 all time, but y'all don't care about his losing.
Not with everybody, Lamont.
Oscar Robinson's overrated. He's not over Kobe Bryant.
Okay, I would much rather you say Oscar's overrated, and you would have to bump him down there wherever you got Russ.
Hey Lamont, can you please pull up the compare?
You have to.
His efficiency isn't.
I got something else on my screen, man. I'm not about to change.
That's blasphemy.
You can just put it on your screen. I'll share
you
your
can have
screen.
Westbrook, brother. You ain't gonna win shit.
Hold on, I'm not saying. Look,
you're not gonna get out the first round with Russ.
I'm not saying. Hold on, Oscar never got out the first round by himself.
Oscar barely made it to the playoffs.
Okay.
Barely made it to the playoffs.
Hold on. So Joe Biden, what I'm saying is this, and if you don't have Oscar in your top 20, that's cool. But I'm talking. What I'm specifically talking to is earlier when we were talking, Wally was bigging up Oscar Robinson, and he had the same exact career as Russ, winning wise and statistically.
He didn't have the same career, Lamont.
No, he didn't.
That's wild.
Hold on.
He didn't have a Durant, though, Lamont.
Okay, hold on.
Shut up, Jared.
So Jared.
Hey, Lamont, you speaking with
Hold on, it's too many people talking.
Speaking with a snake tongue.
I'm talking to Jared.
You cannot compare
a
What's good, Lamont?
to a guy that has the potential to win a championship.
Jared,
Wally, chill out. Wally, chill out, man.
What
you keep mentioning my name, brother.
Wally, hold on, Wally. I'm talking to Jared.
I can speak for myself.
Jared,
what's up?
When they had in the years that made Oscar Robinson, the Oscar Robinson that got him in everybody's top 20 list, not the tail end of his career where he got a chip at the end. Right. What was the difference? What was so different about Oscar's individual statistics and accomplishments compared to Russ?
It's more in context. He had less help.
Okay, can you name any one of his teammates? Tell me some of his best teammates. Oscar's.
Kareem.
Do you know? Okay, that was at the end of his career. I'm talking about in his prime, because he did have some good players.
With the Royals, nigga, you ain't even know he played for them.
So the thing is, you can't name any player that he played with, yet you so quick to say he never played with good players.
Right,
that is.
Well, we know that Russ played with a lot of great players.
No, but you don't know who Oscar played with.
Right.
Or the team he played for.
Right.
So stop. So again, just stop spewing your hate for Russ.
Right.
Trying to deny the fact that
we're giving you
trying to deny the fact
You
that
ain't say no facts, nigga.
Hold on, y'all.
It's not a fact that Russ played with great players.
Lamont, what do you have against championships, bro?
Hold on, y'all. What I'm saying
Wally
is,
and everybody else, allow Lamont and JT to speak to one another.
Thank you. What I'm saying is this right
conversation.
Here. The thing is right here. You can remove the championship off of Oscar Robinson's resume, and he's still a top 25 player all time based off what he did in his prime. Because that's what made him. So the thing is, the same exact things that made Oscar a top 25 player all time are the same exact things that are making Russell Westbrook great. But you guys want to downplay what Russ is doing because he's not winning. But Oscar never won until he got a whole bunch of help at the end of his career.
Right. I'm downplaying.
It's not only that; his IQ was terrible, Lamont.
Let me say one thing.
Capping. Keep the same energy then.
Russ's IQ was horrible.
Hold on.
I know.
Russ's IQ was horrible.
Hold on, bro.
Hold on. Okay, so whatever that means, you think Oscar's horrible too.
That's not what I said. That's why I asked you to go left, man.
We didn't bring up Oscar.
That's what I'm saying. I didn't watch Oscar Robinson play.
We didn't bring up Oscar. We're just talking about
Russ. I'm not acting like I did.
No, nigga. Wally brought him up.
We're just talking about Russ's flaws.
So here's the issue right here. You can talk about Russell Westbrook's IQ, but what you cannot diminish is his talent and the skill set that he brings to a basketball court.
That's
the issue right there.
To me,
That's the issue right there. That's the issue right there.
Hold on, let
Russell
me answer
Westbrook
them.
in his prime
He's
was
a
a
top
very
75
talented,
player all
was a
time.
talented bad dude on the basketball
Period.
court, especially
He's a
when
great
he
athlete,
played for the
man.
Thunder.
He's a
That's
great
what
athlete.
made Russell. That's what made Russell Westbrook.
You can
His
be
That's
sons
what
have
made
ways,
Russell
bro.
Westbrook and
shitty ass
that's what made
basketball
Russell
player.
Westbrook
That's
Russell
a great
Westbrook
athlete.
on the basketball court
Just
was
because
basically
they
during
don't
the
like
time when he averaged triple doubles.
Okay, so hold on. So let me ask y'all this. I'm gonna flip it up.
Great
then.
athlete, but a
Hold on.
shitty
So
ass
if Russell
basketball
Westbrook, hold on. So if Russell Westbrook still
Now
playing,
talking about his, we already said
One at a
we already
time.
said he didn't
Hold
have
on.
the best IQ.
Hold on. Let
One
me
at
ask
a
y'all this
time.
question. This question is for everybody.
What's that?
Let's flip it up. Russell Westbrook this year still playing trash. I'll be honest. He's playing trash this year. Still playing trash. Did the same thing in Washington. But let's say the only thing different in his career is that he found a way to that OKC team wins that championship in OKC. Are y'all going? So does that OKC championship, if he has it, are y'all going to still say he's great even right now in this moment when he's playing like dog shit? Are y'all gonna still have the same energy?
He didn't win.
Lamar, it don't got nothing to do with how
If he did win one, we put him above Oscar. We would put him right there with Oscar.
This is what y'all lying. Y'all lying.
I'm not lying, bro.
How we lying? We would put him with Oscar. He just didn't win
Bro,
one.
who is we, bro? Speak for yourself. Stop saying we.
But that's a what if, Lamar.
I can't hear y'all.
Hold on. Can I say
Hell of an athlete,
Oh, good, Spiffy.
but he can't play no damn basketball.
Hold on, can I
You
say
can have
What's
that.
good, Spiffy? What? What's good, Spiffy?
We already said that, Wally. We said that he didn't have the best IQ, but we never said anything about his skill set and his
What
talent.
are point guards judged though?
I mean, his
That's two different conversations.
Well, he has
That's two different conversations.
IQ.
You have to have IQ if you're trying to win a championship.
Right, you have to know how to use your skill.
Hold on. Let me ask y'all a question.
What's good,
So
Spiffy?
y'all keep saying he's some shit and he this and he that in a down year, right? Hold on.
Nah, this is the
What
same
do you- hold
guy.
on,
This is a bad year.
Y'all let him finish.
Shoot
Man.
44 from the
What's good,
field.
Spiffy?
Y'all let him finish, man.
All right, go ahead, Spiffy.
Yeah, let the nigga, bro. You don't gotta put that shit on there, bro. Just let him talk, bro.
If it's a bad year, what do he average this year? Since he's so fucking trash.
He averaging like
19, 8, and 7. Yeah, 19, 8, and 7.
44 from the field, 30 from 3.
Yep.
4 turnovers.
That
So
shit
in
is
the
bad.
down year,
so-
hold on. As a third option, he's playing off the ball, and he's playing with a dominant player that needs the ball just like him, and he averaging 18, 7, and 7. And y'all niggas sitting up here talking about he's trash, he this and he that. So imagine if he had the ball in his hand more than he is right now.
Spiffy with
You don't
that,
think
but that's
his
what
numbers would go up.
Well, that's
Yes,
the
you right
problem. He
about
doesn't
that,
need the
but-
ball in his hands.
Yeah, bro. Please, if you hit
Right.
somebody
You
making
don't
a
need the ball in his
statement, bro,
hands.
see this, I'm
He
gonna smack
does.
this nigga.
No,
Yeah,
but you got
let's
to
stand on
understand.
business,
though.
No, look, hold on, bro. Y'all niggas got to stop this. Everybody game is niggas game is they game.
No.
Everybody can't play the same, bro.
No.
Y'all gotta just respect. That's his talent. That's what it is,
Bro.
That's just how he.
That's
And
not
sometimes-
conducive to winning, though, bro.
That's the problem,
break
bro.
it
It
down.
doesn't win him anything.
It's not
Break it down,
conducive
stand on
to
business.
winning, bro. The way he
Right.
plays
Alright,
is not
bro.
conducive to winning. What
Right.
makes you a
It's
good
not-
player?
that style has never won a
Yeah, bro,
championship.
stop, nigga. Damn,
Let
bro.
him
You keep
talk, bro.
interrupting me, folks. What the fuck is you
It's
doing?
a debate. Hold on. So you trying to tell me if the Lakers started off this year healthy, AD never got hurt, and LeBron never missed them games, you trying to tell me that the Lakers would still be viewed the same way?
Yes.
It still be ass, bro.
Yes, because they don't play defense.
Oh my god.
This roster's not good, bro.
Yeah, they don't play
The thing
defense.
with
They still
the
be
thing you
bad.
missing with
Break
Russell
it down.
Westbrook, yeah, he's gonna get his numbers.
Why did the Lakers
But he
pay
gets nothing on the other end.
They paid money for a bum, man. That's a shame.
All right, let me
Russell
break it
Westbrook
down.
is not a
Stand on
bum.
business ain't gonna break it down. Let me get
Niggas
a shot.
saying,
How could these
Hey, my
niggas keep
man.
interrupting me?
Hey,
bro?
777.
Right, people
You
are
can have
overrating
it, bro.
Westbrook.
You can have
So
him for your
Wiley,
team.
if he a bum, what would you do?
777. You can have him for your team.
Keep that nigga. I
So
don't
hold on.
I'll take him.
I like
He's a
that.
Hall of
Wally,
Famer, so I'll take him.
Right.
Wally, can I ask you a question?
Have
Wally,
him,
my
bro.
question
That's
to you,
fine.
Wally.
That's
They
cool.
was up. They was up.
That's fine. That's
0-3.
cool. I'll take him.
They was
I'm
up
taking
0-3.
Ricky
And
Rubio over that
guess
shit.
what? And I'll figure out a way to use
I don't
him.
really know.
I'm
the
taking
stats.
Ricky
You gotta
Rubio
check
over
with
that
Lamar.
nigga.
They was up 0-3.
Wally.
And
Ricky
Golden
Rubio.
State came back.
Yup.
Golden State.
Hold on. Let me ask Wally a question.
Oh man, just let me. I'm talking to 777. They came back and beat them 4-3. Good God, you had
What you mean? You can't just put that on him. KD was out there too.
Nigga, Russ.
No, that was on Russ. That was on Russ.
Game 6.
That was on Russ. Look at it, Spiffy.
3 turnovers in the last 2
go
minutes
back
of game
and look
6.
at it, Spiffy. He shoots the ball. Hey man, he shoots the ball. He should be passing that motherfucker.
Right, and KD was
pass it to KD.
KD was getting double teamed all night.
KD was taking bad shots too.
Hey man, why you think? Hold up, why you think KD left?
Because of Russ.
Because
no,
that's not. That's
yes, it was. Yes, it was.
Come on, Jerry, you got to stop lying. KD said why he left.
Let James Harden go.
We know he left because of Russ.
No, he left because of James Harden. He left.
He said because the team let James Harden walk for $2 million.
Okay, KD's capping though, bro.
That's a fact though.
KD's capping.
No, hold on.
Man, this nigga's irritating.
Hold on. First of all,
ain't it very, very interesting? When KD left, he went and got some chips and.
First of all, KD specifically
left and went to a stacked team, man.
No, hold on. What
that was already winning without him.
Look, y'all. KD said.
Oh shit! Here come the excuses.
Hold on. KD said he left because the OKC Thunder had one of the first naturally built super teams, and that stupid ass GM let James Harden walk over $2 million. He said that was the decision right there that made him know he's out of there because they wasn't trying to win. They made it to a final. They had made it to the final. They had been getting close, right? They had the team they needed. They just needed to work out a few kinks, and they would have been right there. Because again, it's hard to get to your first final and win the very first time.
Right.
You don't always get that type of luck, but just by getting there, you know you got something. And they said they let Harden go over $2 million. They had the first naturally built super team. That's why he was out. Y'all trying to make and see y'all just running blaming on Russ.
KD left and got 2 chips.
Yeah, he went. Where did he go? He went to a team where he knew he had a super team.
I don't give a damn where he went. He left and got 2 rings.
So why didn't KD
That's the end of the story right there.
Why KD not winning?
That's what
They
you
were
play
hurt.
for.
What are you talking about, Spiff? You can't be doing that.
That's
bro.
what
You gotta stop capping,
for.
Spiffy.
Yo, you can't do
He
that.
left and got
Yes,
2
Spiff, you can.
Game 7 with Milwaukee by himself. What are you talking
Okay, so
I don't care what happened.
I know you don't care because it doesn't fit your narrative.
We know they
gotta
playing
be
for
honest,
salary
bro.
and big paydays. But
I know
y'all got to go one at a time.
You gotta be honest, Spiff.
your legacy is in the championship, brother. Not how much money
hold
you
on.
make.
Wally, and Joe Bond.
I got you when LeBron was in the same.
I got a question for Wally.
Got his team to the finals, nigga.
I got a question for Wally and Joe Bond. My question to y'all would be this:
Ain't no nigga.
His team lost. He lost with a hurt team too.
Nigga, he went to the finals.
Wally,
what you talking about, bro?
My question to Wally is:
he went to the finals.
Hold on, Joe Bond. Joe Bond, hold on. Wally. So when we taking it back to Oscar Robertson, when Oscar Robertson played, would you agree? Because he played so similarly and had so similar results to Russell Westbrook up until the end of his career, was he trash to you all the way until he got that championship? And then once he got that chip, he was no longer trash.
Listen to me, man. Oscar Robertson, right?
That's a yes or no question. That's just an easy answer.
That's a no.
No, Oscar Robertson.
Was he trash until he got the chip? Because he was.
Oh, you want me just to agree with you?
No, I just want to ask you because you about to give me a diatribe.
He's not trash.
Can I ask the question?
Let's hear it.
Oscar Robertson and Russell Westbrook are 2 different basketball.
Facts.
How?
Number one.
How?
I'm going to tell you. Russell Westbrook is a high energy player.
So is Oscar.
Let me speak. He is an athlete.
So is Oscar.
Most of his production on the offensive end is explosive. Oscar Robertson was not a leaper and a jumper. He was a basic basket. His fundamentals were sound.
Yeah, he was more skilled.
He had a jumper.
He's a lot more skilled.
Russell Westbrook, right?
That's crazy.
Is the most what you call it?
Unskilled.
Unfundamentally sound basketball player.
Yeah,
on the planet.
probably.
He don't have no goddamn fundamentals.
Stop.
He's an athlete. He is an athlete. That is the big difference.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he
That's
top
the big
75.
difference.
Well, Oscar can shoot too.
And when you put an athlete on the ball, right, and his skill set is based on his athleticism, he gonna fuck a game up real quick.
That's a fact.
And that's what you see.
That's a fact.
So Dominique Wilkins was fucking games up?
Bro,
No, Dominique Wilkins was a point guard.
Dominique could shoot.
Dominique Wilkins was not a point guard.
Yeah, and he can shoot.
All right, hold on.
Dominique could score.
I'm pulling up their percentages right here.
Man,
Who?
Russell Westbrook,
Dominique
man, he
and
fucked the game up real quick, man. I'll tell you what, again, you can have him.
Yeah, you can have that nigga.
Who paid him? Who paid him to come to LA?
Okay,
LeBron.
I heard you say that like 10
Hey, guess what?
times.
They got buyer's remorse. They got buyer's remorse.
Yeah, that's on
you
LeBron.
see, if that's the case, why?
They
If
went
that's
on
the
the
case,
joint,
why
man,
they
and
trade
bought
him
one of
then?
them.
If that's
They
the case,
couldn't.
why
Nobody
they
wanted
trade
them,
him?
Swift.
Them 750
Yes, they
odd
could've.
BMW.
Nah, they tried
and
to.
after
Yes, they
driving
could've.
1 week, that joint.
tried.
that
Nobody
joint
wanted
fucked out on the
Russ Spiffy.
Nigga, the Rockets was gonna take him. What is y'all
Look,
talking
Yeah,
about, bro?
they needed that first round pick.
OKC
What
was
you
up.
talking about,
Because John Wall's even
and
worse.
Golden State came back and
Oh, they were gonna give a
Golden
freaking
State.
Wood and John Wall.
Right. What are you
That was a
talking
separate.
about?
Nobody
was
wants John
on
Wall
TDC.
either.
No,
Lamont.
y'all just said he ain't had nowhere to go. Then I
John
gave you
Wall,
somewhere
John
he
Wall
was gonna go
did
now.
too.
It's all
John
it's
Wall's
all-
done, brother.
bro.
John Wall's done.
Yeah, he's cooked.
He got to
man
try to
ain't
steal
done.
some money. Now, in his position, he got to try to steal some money. He got to steal some money.
Right.
Westbrook, he got to try to steal some more money because they
Hey,
done.
that man ain't stealing no
And
damn
LeBron,
money. What are you
he
talking
got to
He
steal
is.
some
He's
money.
not
Hey,
playing
not
with him.
playing them.
He got to steal some money, man. They on their way out.
That nigga
No,
ain't worth no 40 million.
Man, that's good. That's
They
a good
wanted
steal.
to go young.
Man,
They
hey, look,
wanted
when
to
you
go
get,
young.
hey, look,
That
when you
man
get
could play
40
right
million, hey,
now.
look, when you get 40 million
What
for
y'all
nothing,
talking about, bro?
when you get 40 million for nothing, man,
Yeah,
they
because
stole
they
some good money.
Right.
That's good
that's
money.
because they going in the young direction.
Look,
That's
man,
why.
that's good money. When you
That's
can
why.
steal $40 million like Westbrook stole, man, that's a good steal.
That man Westbrook ain't
Nah,
stealing.
Westbrook's
he
on
ain't
the
say
court.
that, bro. He put in
See,
the
hey,
stats
look,
to get the
you
money.
know
Westbrook
what?
robbed the
Hey,
Lakers.
His
Hey,
stats
Spiffy, let
got
me
the
give it to
money.
you
Like
like this,
that
brother.
contract
I
was
don't
from
hate on
years
no
ago.
soldiers.
You
I don't
is
hate on no
hating.
black man.
You is hating.
No,
You
I
We're
is
don't
not
hate on
hating,
black
bro.
man.
We're
That
telling
money
the
is
truth
years
about
ago, bro.
Russ.
He stole
niggas
that
That's
hating,
old
money.
money.
bro.
He went right in. Hey, look, he went right into the Lakers a warehouse and came out there with that bag and them sacks.
Bro, that's
Hello,
old money.
but
That's
he
an
can't
old
play no goddamn
contract, Wally.
basketball. He stole that goddamn money.
Oh,
He
we
act
gonna
like the
see. We
Lakers
gonna
just
see.
re-up
We
with him,
gonna
man.
see, bro.
They got that.
We
He got
gonna
that money
see,
in
bro.
OKC.
We gonna
He
see,
got the
bro.
money. Hey, look, if he can keep, hey, look, he might have one more bag left.
Nah, he ain't getting another
Nah,
No,
he ain't
hell
getting no
no.
more bags, bro.
He ain't getting no more
If
bags.
he gonna get
You
veteran
crazy?
He
minimums if he
might
play.
get one more bag.
No
Nah.
way, bro.
Not at
He
his
said
age,
Hey,
bro.
look, Lamont,
I'm really
you know how you
really
gonna get
see
the
y'all
bag,
niggas
Lamont?
really don't know
Lamont, you
basketball.
know how you gonna get the
Nah,
bag?
Spiff. Yo, I
Lamont,
just
you know how
want
you
to
gonna
get
get
a
the
chance
bag,
to
Lamont?
break it
Spiffy,
down.
you're a
Lamont,
Russ stand, Spiffy.
Give me a
hold on a
chance,
second.
Wally.
Honest. I'm
Hey,
not
let me
no
say
Russ
this to
fan. I'm
Lamont
just
real
being
quick.
Give me a
Lamont, you know how you
chance.
gonna get the bag, Lamont?
being honest.
Lamont, you know
I
how you
don't
gonna
know,
get the bag,
man. I don't know why y'all talking about his money. It has
I'm gonna
nothing to
tell
do
you.
with the
Yeah, his money.
conversation.
I'm gonna
He's
tell you how you
overpaid,
get the
Lamont.
bag.
My
He
favorite player
deserves
is
it.
All
Chris
he got to
Paul.
do now,
My favorite player
all
Chris Paul,
Westbrook
nigga.
got to do now is put on a pink dress.
Hey,
He got
fellas,
that
I'm gonna
money.
call it a night, man. Y'all have a good one, man.
Hey, have a good one, my dude.
All right, y'all.
Lamar, you
All
put
right,
that
Y'all
in the
y'all
chat.
be going off on these weird tangents, man. Y'all don't know how to stay on topic.
Let
I
me.
don't
You talking
know.
about the conversation was between Russ and Oscar.
Yeah.
And again, I didn't say that they played exactly verbatim, exactly the same. What I said was, the production at the end was resulted in triple doubles all over the place, and the output at the end was a whole bunch of first round exits for both guys with not a lot of playoff success. Yet for one person, because he could make a jump shot, he's a great good player. But in Russ's case, even though both players who got triple doubles, even though it resulted in a lot of playoff losses, no real success that could be translated on the floor, even though it resulted in the same results, you applaud one guy because you like him, but because you don't like Russ, you shit on him and say he don't belong where they have him.
No,
I don't
that's
understand that.
not the case, Lamont.
That is the case.
No, it's
because
not.
again,
Because
so let me
not-
ask you this. Let me ask you this. I want to cut you off. Let me ask you one question. If we take away Oscar's championship, because that's not what made him who he is, because he wasn't even Oscar that year. He didn't average a triple-double. Is Oscar Robertson still a top 25 player all time? If you take away the chip.
Me personally, yes, because I don't really
Because why?
championships to me are a team accomplishment.
Okay, so why would he still be a top 25 player?
The difference between him and Russ is the turnovers and the efficiency, bro.
Well, yeah, Russ actually will cost you more games.
That's the only problem. That's the only. If
Exactly.
Russ had the same numbers and he was a smidgen more efficient, if he take his average to like 46 to 45%, and he takes them 4 turnovers a game to 2
cut him in half.
to 2.5.
Yep.
You talking about it? Yeah. Then
How many turnovers did Oscar have a game?
It wasn't no 4.
I think it was like 3.1.
I don't know, man.
No, hold on. Why you would lie like that, Jared? See, there you go again. The only way you would know his turnovers.
Up numbers, bro.
Hold on. The only way you would know his turnovers is if you had synergy. Jared, do you have synergy?
No.
Because they didn't record turnovers.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say.
So y'all taking
setting up a line.
Y'all taking a stat category that you don't even know what Oscars was. Remember, what did all the reporters and everybody write about Oscar when he played? He couldn't win. He ball hog, shooting too much, trying to do too much. It's the same things they said about Oscar in the media are the same things that people said about Russ. And they had the same output. I'm talking about in his prime when he was getting all the triple doubles.
For the turnovers, because I have it pulled up, Lamont. So what year are you talking about, Lamont? I have it pulled up.
So, but Russ, I mean, when Oscar had talent around him, he won, right?
Career. Okay, hold on.
No,
I can't. I'm not going to speak on the I know when he played for the Royals, it wasn't.
Hey, Lamont, why is Westbrook not winning right now? Because he's playing right now. Why is Westbrook not winning right now?
Why is he not winning right now? That's a team thing. That team is trash.
Now it's a team sport.
Well, isn't he a part of what makes it trash, Lamont?
Hey, but Lamont, you just said that team.
Hold on, didn't I just say he was playing trash?
Of the team.
Now the
just
team
said that team was not.
Hold on, this year. So basically, what y'all saying is y'all taking this year and judging Russell Westbrook's whole career off this year.
I'm not doing that.
That's exactly what
he's doing this his whole career.
Exactly
I'm definitely not doing that.
No, we're not. He's been doing this his whole career.
Now it's a team.
He hasn't.
Yes, he has.
Now
you lie like that.
Stop it, bro. He's been averaging like 4 turnovers.
Shot, man.
Russell Westbrook doesn't play championship basketball. He's never had.
You right here say, "Wow, he's stuck in the '90s and the '70s." Man, I played in the '80s.
Did Oscar Robinson play championship basketball?
How Russell Westbrook?
Yes.
So how many championships did he win in his prime?
I played in the '80s.
He didn't win any championships.
But you stuck in the '70s.
How many times did he get to?
Just because
no, but you can play like a champion and still not have any championships.
Oh, so just because he don't win all the first round exits, he's still a good player.
You can play well and still not win, Lamont.
Same as Russ.
No, that's not the same as
That's
Russ.
not true. Russ had KD.
He's single-handedly losing his team games, bro.
Oh, name one game that he lost.
That entire Warriors series. That entire Warriors series.
Okay, I didn't
series. Entire series.
Lamont, with 3 minutes to go in the game, and you're a coach, take.
I just asked y'all, give me the game so I can pull it up and we'll play a game on how Russ lost a game, a clutch game. I want y'all to give me the exact game so I can pull it up. And
Games 5 through 7 against the Warriors.
No. Hold on. Now you got to go, Jared, because I specifically asked you to give me one game that I can.
I'm not even going to put a game off the top of my head because I don't know at the time.
I just want to know. I just want you to know because if these mistakes were that glaring, you should be able to identify one game like the J.R. Smith game. We can identify that real quick because he fucked up. Give me one game that he cost
but that's just
game.
one.
No. Y'all said he cost his team games. You should with all the games that he's played. He's a high-profile player, always played on the big stage. You should easily be able to point to one game that he cost him. Show me that game so I can play it on the screen. Just tell me one game,
bro. Like I said,
just tell me one game. All the stuff, all the stuff that y'all can remember.
You can't, bro.
If you have the nerve to say this man cost them games, but you can't tell me one moment. If I'm gonna call a player trash and he cost people games, I should be able to give you at least one example of one game. You can't give me one without using Google. Now I'm sure right now everybody's scrambling to Google to find that one game.
There's a bunch of them.
Okay, Joe Biden, pull me one. Joe Biden. Give me one, Joe
It's pointless to do right now because
Game 5 against the Lakers.
Niggas cost his team.
Give me one.
I just told you. Game 5, 2010 against the Lakers.
Lamont, he stole the money, man.
I just told you, bro.
Okay, what time was it? Okay, so he cost him the game. How did he cost him the game? Break it down. Because you went back over 10 years to give me a game.
That was just the beginning of it.
Okay, you didn't. Hold on, if it happens all the time, you should be able to give me a game last year.
You want a more recent one? You don't want that one?
Just give me one recent. Give me one recent.
Okay, you want the whole?
Give me one from last year.
Series.
Give me one from last year.
The whole Houston series.
No. Give me one game.
Okay.
What Houston series? You talking about against the Lakers with LeBron?
Yeah, against the Lakers
in the bubble.
Yeah.
You talking about the season series? He was injured.
Nigga, he was hurt.
Oh, he was injured, but it didn't stop him from being a high volume shooter.
That nigga was talking to the Lakers, talking about some you can't guard.
Exactly. Now he's injured.
Oh,
He
hold
never-
on.
he never
Y'all
got
still
on the
ain't gave
basketball.
me a game and a time stamp.
He never gets off the basketball.
Bro, Lamar, come on now. Like who off the top of their head can give you a game and a timestamp?
I can.
Stop saying it then. Stop saying it then.
No, it's not no stop saying it. If I go do the research, I can give you a montage of this. Bro, there's full game montage of this nigga talking shit. Go look this shit up. Just because I can't present it off the top of my head right now, don't mean the shit don't exist. The absence of evidence is not the evidence of absence.
Okay,
Yo, that's what I be saying about Lamar.
Hold on, y'all. It's too many people talking. Too many people talking. What I'm saying is, so if we actually go look up the clutch game, if we actually go look up like Russell Westbrook in the end of games, you're gonna find more games with him coming through in the clutch than more games where he messed up in the clutch.
Nah, bro.
Okay, then find me one game. I'm asking y'all can. I'm gonna allow y'all to go Google. Go find me a game that I can.
That's like me saying, yeah, I say Kobe is a shot taker, inefficient, a bad shot taker.
Can y'all give me one game?
I can't pull you up no specific game.
Game 6 versus the Warriors.
I told you can Google it. What year, Jared?
2016.
Yeah.
Okay, hold on. Now we going off what Jared said. So we're gonna break
he
it
said
down.
5, 6, and 7.
No. I'm talking about just game 6.
Okay, hold on. We're gonna pull it up.
Yeah, game 6 wasn't better either.
So he said Russell Westbrook. So because this should be a historic game.
Bro, Russell has shot under 40%.
Bro, I don't care about that.
Series.
You can say that. You can say that. Russell Westbrook has never been an efficient player. Iverson was never an efficient player, but yet you don't run around saying he's not clutch or not a good player. It's a lot of players that ain't efficient that you still give credit to. So don't run to that efficiency bullshit because you don't hold every player to efficiency.
I do.
People criticize Iverson, Lamar.
I definitely do.
People criticize Iverson all the time.
Joe Biden loves Iverson. Joe Biden loves Melo.
No, yeah, but depending on your situation,
depending on you love a loser like Melo over Russ, and they have the same outcomes in their career. A lot of stats, but nothing, no win.
Yeah,
but you love Carmelo. You applaud this dude when he comes off the bench and scores 20, but the next game he'll drop 3 points. You hiding somewhere as a chat warrior.
I'm not hiding. That's because Russell Westbrook won't give him the ball.
Man. Now, what I'm saying, he did the same thing in Portland. He did the same thing in Portland.
Nah, he did his thing in Portland. He still was averaging.
Yeah. Oh, now okay. So if he was doing his thing, he wouldn't be. If he was doing his thing, he wouldn't be a minimum contract player. He would be earning a minimum as a vet.
You said no team would even pick him up. You said that.
Right. Hold on. Wasn't he out the league? Almost out the league.
But he was.
Well, he was out the league.
Went to the playoffs.
No, I'm just saying. But the thing is, it's just weird how you love Carmelo, a guy that ain't won shit. A guy that's played losing basketball. Hold on. I'm just saying, and I don't knock you for it, but it just blows my mind how you can give a guy like Carmelo credit. He ain't won shit in his career, right? He's been just as inefficient at times, right? Same as Russ. A lot of numbers, a lot of accolades as well. Actually, more accolades than Melo, but Russ is trash. And Melo's this dude you running around saluting every time he come off the bench as a veteran minimum player and he dropped 20. You got to stop.
You don't see the difference,
man. Yeah, I see the difference.
So I'll tell you the difference. One played with amazing talent.
Capping.
Yeah, come on, bro. Hold on, let me get it out.
This dude applauds Russell. Let me drop it. Let me see if we can get anti in here, man.
Hold on, but
I seen anti in the chat, man.
All right, let me hear what you saying, bro. Go ahead.
All right, so Russell Westbrook doesn't have enough self-awareness to know I can't take the most shots. I can't make these 3-point shots. I can't shoot 5 threes a game and turn over the ball.
What do you think he's been doing the last 6 weeks?
And he
plays with reckless abandon. Hey, look, he plays with reckless abandon.
Definitely don't understand pace and space.
Hold on. The last 6 weeks. Hold on, the last 6 weeks
from his decision making.
The last 6 weeks, Russ has taken a step back. His turnovers have drastically went down. You don't see these high turnovers games. He's taking the back seat, playing more of his role, right? He's accepting that reduced role, and the only thing that's happened since then is the Lakers have gotten worse. They were actually better when he was on the goddamn attack, and they had better chances of winning these games. They wasn't getting beat by the goddamn New Orleans Pelicans by fucking 20.
If Russell,
they at least were putting up a fighting chance when he was attacking. Now that they've changed his role, they can't even compete.
Bro, but they ain't win no championship like that anyway it goes.
They're not going to win a championship either way. Oh, Anti said he got to be up in a few hours. Salute to Anti in there, man. I just don't understand it. You sitting here applauding Melo. He ain't won shit, just as inefficient. You sitting here talking shit about Russ, man. I don't understand it. The only thing I can think is you think one dude look better than the other. That's really the only thing that you might like one the way one look over the other one, because it can't. I don't know what else is. They're very similar.
One guy is a point guard.
You think one is cute and one is not?
Who gets the ball and who shoots? And whenever
come on, stop it. Melo was a shot chucker like a motherfucker.
What was that?
He still was, but he was efficient. I gotta get him that. He was making no shots.
Yeah, I mean he was more efficient than Russ.
Don't matter. He didn't win shit, and he didn't
You're
play.
right. He didn't. Just like Russ. You're right. He didn't. You're right. He didn't.
And on top of that, he was a much worse defender than Russ. He didn't even try.
Yep.
But Russ,
at least Russ out there. Russ tries. He just fucks up.
Let me just say this. But let me just say this. I don't have Carmelo in my top 75. I do Russell Westbrook. I do say that. But the Lamont, I will say this though. You got to stop that, because you know for a fact. Even you called it. You even called it yourself, saying, "Wow, Westbrook looking worse and worse by game by game."
I mean, he does make excuses for Russ.
But Kenzo.
You came out and talked about it.
Kenzo, that's this year.
Okay.
I'm not. If we're talking about Russ's entire career, that's different. If we're talking about his career, look, I can judge him this year. Is he having a bad year? Yes. Just like I've seen other players have bad years and come back the next year and have bounce back years. Is Russ having a bad year this year? Yes. His roles changed. He hasn't adjusted well. His numbers are bad. His efficiency is down, right? And it doesn't look like the Lakers have a fix for it. That's 1 year. I'm not going to summarize his entire career. I'm not going to summarize his entire career into, into just this year and say he's trash. That's what they're trying to do.
I'm dropping.
Well, I ain't saying he's trash. I ain't saying he's trash, but he's trash as a.
Well, if you got a game, why don't you just tell me the game so I can put it on the screen?
Exhibit A. Want to put it up? Jared told you.
That's one game. Hold on, Jared. That wasn't even against Golden State. The game you had was against Boston. So if you have a game, just tell me the game.
Game 6.
Okay, then I can remember one game. And
this
granted,
is exactly what White's talking about right here.
Well, I was going to say the Houston Rockets versus Lakers, and don't get me wrong. Yes, James Harden and others did not do well, but it was clearly showing that Westbrook was not doing his part too, because the Lakers were leaving.
What year? Hold on. What year was this?
2020.
The bubble.
Yes.
Okay.
They were leaving him slap.
Hold on. First of all, hold on. How about this? How about y'all stop going to the playoff series where Russell Westbrook?
But that was moments though.
Hold on, Kenzo. Let me finish what I'm saying.
Okay.
You're running to a playoff series where Russell Westbrook was clearly hampered by an injury where he probably shouldn't even have been playing. So let's not run to that and then say he played bad, because there's an overlapping reason why you can see that something, because 2020, up until the point he got hurt, he was having one of his most efficient seasons of his career, 27, 7, and 7. With a higher field goal percentage. He was shooting only mid-range shots, and it looked like the Houston Rockets could have been a contender in the West if they hadn't run into a buzzsaw like the Lakers. So let's not act like hold on, Joe Biden. Let's not act like, hold on. What I'm saying is 2020 was probably his best year up until he got hurt as far as efficiency, scoring, and playing within the team concept. So let's not act like that wasn't happening. Then he got hurt, and then y'all want to say, oh, we'll use this as to say he was playing bad when it was injuries happening. Injuries change playoff series. It happens all the time. We see it every year.
So did his brain get hurt?
I can tell James Harden was hurt when he had a hamstring problem.
Was it a
we
brain?
can all see that.
Okay, but he was on the floor. But he was on the floor. Are you going to hold it against him?
Oh no, I don't hold it against him. But Westbrook though? I'm looking at him.
Reggie, hold on. You're not in that man's body. All we know is that man was hurt, and from what the doctor said, he shouldn't have been playing. How are you gonna tell me what he was feeling because it didn't look like?
I didn't say how he was feeling. I was just saying I was going by my eyes.
God damn, y'all just be saying stuff. He was hurt.
No, I'm not saying
if you give an exception any year, that would be the year out of all the years y'all said he messed up. use that as an exception. Find me another one.
Is he
Game
not
two,
is he not a superstar?
the
Yes or no?
2012 finals.
Is he a superstar? Yes or no? To them?
Bro, I don't want to hear no bullshit. If you're going
I
back
know
10
you don't want
years,
to hear
man.
it. You don't want to hear the facts.
Okay, hold on. We'll
Bro,
do
what
it. We'll
you
do
mean
it.
going back
2016
10
game
years,
6.
bro?
This
What the
motherfucker,
fuck?
hold on.
That's even more of an indictment. He's in his prime.
Hold on. Every player, if you give me over a 10-year stretch, I can name mistakes. Every star player's made a game costing mistakes within a 10-year stretch. I'm sure Tim Duncan has a mistake over a 10-year stretch that cost the team a game.
Entire
series, he missed the layup against the Heat.
What about
wow. Oh my God, man.
I just want to know this right here. Russell Westbrook had 3 good years with triple doubles. I don't know how many triple doubles, but he had 2 or 3 good years in my opinion. And come down to Oscar Robertson, he had like 8 great years. And granted, he was not winning, but I'm looking at how long he was playing great. Like I'm looking like how long he was playing great, how long he was dominating.
So you said Russell Westbrook's only had 3 good seasons?
Yes. Yes.
Was Russ ever the best point guard in the NBA?
Russell was talented. That's why we put him
That's
on.
what I'm saying. Like, yes.
That's why we judge him so
Yeah, Russ
high.
was never the best point guard in the NBA.
His decision making is questionable, to say the least.
It's not questionable. It is questionable. It is. That's a fact.
Is
questionable big time,
to say the least.
It is.
He like you said, Lamont, defer. That is what Russell struggles with.
Bro, we all know what his weaknesses are. It don't take a rocket scientist. Just like everyone tried to do with Oscar, they tried to emphasize and point out his weaknesses and say, oh, that's why he's not winning. When nobody talked about how half the time when he got to the playoffs, his whole rush was injured. But see, nobody cared to really put it, especially at that time. Everybody was looking at Oscar Robertson, calling him selfish, calling him X, Y, and Z. That time he went to the playoffs, his whole squad was injured. He was by himself, and so that played a major role into why he wasn't having success. So the thing is, but y'all didn't bring it up as Oscar's excuse. Y'all didn't know.
That's a good point. That's a good point.
That's a good point. Yes.
Man, come on, man.
But I just want to know this though.
Bro, Russell doesn't have that luxury of saying his team's been injured. Russell has had healthy players.
And Russell Westbrook had KD. Hello, look. Think about the name I'm going to say. KD and LeBron James. You still ain't winning no championship.
Yeah, I let him make the same point.
He was the first. Hello, and let me just say this. And let me say this. Yes, you're right. But he was also the number one answer. He could have, like, we had Paul George. Granted, that wasn't a great team, but we wanted to see how far he can carry his teams.
Hey, so 3DH. When he had Paul George. Okay, so when he had Paul George.
And he was the second answer for the Houston Rockets.
Wasn't there a playoff series where Paul George completely disappeared on him and didn't score nothing in the game?
Well, he always does that, Lamont.
Nah.
So why the hell y'all keep bringing Paul George as
Paul George?
His star-studded superstar teamate?
This nigga Russell took 43 shots, bro.
What he?
46 shots, my nigga.
46.
43, bro.
He had 46, bro. It was 46.
That's fucking nuts.
He had to.
Okay.
You know how demoralizing that is when you're fucking
official players don't shoot 46 shots.
43 shots.
Yeah, official players shoot 46 shots.
I might have to fight you after the game.
How many times?
Shots points on 60 shots.
Okay, and how many times when we talk about Carmelo, have I known him for taking 30 and 40 shots?
But we don't care about him though. He's not the top 75.
Shots in Portland, they would have fucking sent them home, Lamont.
Bro, because he's a bench player where he should have been.
Lamont, you capping for a dude who was the first Austin.
Bro, he's in the top 7. How can you say I'm capping for a dude that's named the NBA top 75? He's top 75. So hold on. First of all, most of y'all say he's top 75. So how it cannot cap for a guy that's top 75? But Joe Bond comes in here and caps for Carmelo Anthony, and y'all cool with it.
I ain't saying I was cool with it. Hold on. Let me just say this. Let me put myself out here.
A guy that ain't won nothing, a guy that's just as inefficient, a guy that's been just as selfish. But yeah, it's cool with Melo. I told y'all, I don't know if y'all really have like pressures on some of these guys, and y'all really like
they
some
just
of
don't
them.
like his game. They don't
nobody
like
bring up Melo. Nobody ever brought up Melo.
That's what I'm saying.
When I brought up Melo, Jared. I brought up Melo because Joe Bond.
I'll be going.
Joe Bond comes in here faithfully talking about Melo.
Let me just say this again. I got Russell Westbrook over Melo. I would take Russell Westbrook over Melo. I just said Melo is not my top 75. Westbrook is. That's all. So you ain't got to keep telling me that.
Okay, so Westbrook in your top 75, then you don't even need to be in the conversation. You think he's a great player.
No, I think
Yes,
he's
but
top
I know
75.
he's
He
great
really
playable.
fabs a
But
lot
I'm
of
If
coming
you
in
think
because of
he's
Oscar
top
Robertson.
75, then we shouldn't have no more conversation. That means you think he's a
He's
great
not
player.
Facts.
just
It was
because
There are
we was
levels
talking.
of top 75 players, Lamar.
Hold on. The
Okay.
debate was about Oscar and Robertson
What do you
too.
mean?
That's
Hold
why.
on. Let Jared clarify this. Jared just said there are levels to the
Well,
top 75 players. Jared, please
there are
break this
levels to
down for me.
all-time great players. Just because you're top 75
No.
doesn't mean you're all-time great.
Hold on,
What?
bro.
Yo,
You know how many
shut the
players
fuck
Hold on,
up,
say
bro.
what?
Shut the
Hold on,
fuck
Let's
say
up.
hear Jared
what?
explain this, man.
Shut the
Jared.
fuck up, bro.
Jared said
Jared,
there's levels to the top 75. What does that mean,
Jared,
Jared?
I hope you got a
Basically,
good
what I'm saying
explanation,
is
bro.
just because you're great doesn't mean you're that great. Like
All right, bro.
there's
Block
still
this
separation
nigga,
in
bro.
greatness.
Elaborate. I need some more out of this.
Elaborate. So it would basically be like me comparing LeBron to somebody like Pau Gasol. Like they're
Okay.
both all-time great, but LeBron is way greater than Pau Gasol.
We get that for it.
But he's still great. But
But
Paul Gasol's still
even
great.
do you know how many players played in the NBA in the history of the game, bro?
Yes.
How many?
How many?
How many? Oh, in the history of the NBA? No.
Yes.
In the history?
He said
I
no.
have no idea.
He
I don't
just-
know the exact number. No.
He
Bro,
said no.
look at Oscar Robertson's efficiency,
You
bro.
want me to
What's
tell
the
you?
number? Yeah.
About 5,000 players have played in the NBA.
Okay.
And out of
And-
5,000, he top 75.
And so Russ, if you're telling me Russ is the top in the top 100 of those players,
He
that's
is.
pretty good.
Bro, come on,
Yeah,
man.
that's good. Yeah, that's
Russell
good.
Westbrook is not to compare. This nigga Oscar Robertson, 47%, 47%, 51%.
I'm not saying
why I
Russ.
came on.
Hold on, I didn't say Russ was better than Oscar.
49%,
Okay. That's why I was just
No, I
checking.
don't think
That's why I was
anybody's
just checking,
saying
make
that.
sure. Oh, okay. I was just checking, make sure on
I
that.
didn't say
I'm
Russ
like,
was
oh.
better than Oscar. What I
I
said
ain't
with
say
them was I said they had similar production, and similar outputs, which means that all that production that they gave with the triple doubles, because Wilt Chamberlain called Oscar Robertson and Jerry West out about this. Said these dudes be putting up all these numbers. These motherfuckers ain't winning nothing.
But let me
Wilt
ask you
called
this.
him out about it.
Bro,
Would you
Oscar
still-
Robinson's
Would you still
efficient,
take
bro.
would you take
all that
Oscar or Russell
efficiency,
Westbrook?
and he wasn't winning.
Bro, he didn't have the
That's
team.
more
So
team, though, bro.
Oh, hold on.
Right.
Teams, bro.
Hold on, but
Oscar can't help what his
hold
team
on,
does,
hold
Lamar.
on. So why with Russ, nobody says it's team?
Because he's played with great players. He's played with
Kevin
more
Durant.
played with greater players than
No, hold on. But when he
a
played
lot
with
of
Kevin
players.
Durant, they went to the finals.
And he shot 120 times.
Bro,
That's
he
not true.
lost in
Kevin
that
Durant
finals,
shot
bro.
106.
Russ didn't cost them the finals, man. Stop
Yes,
lying.
he
He shot 120 times.
No,
and
Harden
He
cost
shot
them
38%
the
in that finals.
Bro, y'all
Harden
just be
cost them the
saying
finals.
stuff, man.
Harden cost
Harden
them the
shot
finals.
48 times.
Harden's the one
Right.
that didn't
Talking
show up.
about, bro.
Harden
Harden
got
cost them
48
that
So you
Harden
finals.
was a
gonna blame
bench
it on the
player,
sixth
Lamar.
man?
He was
and
a
you
bench
gonna
Harden's
player.
the only
Shot
one.
3 times.
Harden
He
did
was
not play like he
talking
normally
about.
played. That's what I'm
Niggas
saying,
don't even know
Hitman.
what y'all
Hitman, top
talking about,
500
bro.
is pretty good. This man Russ is in top 75, and they spent this whole last 45 minutes talking about how Russ is trash.
Bro,
So that
this
means the
man
only
is
players y'all
Kyrie,
think are
bro.
nice in NBA history are the top
It's
15.
the top
Lamar.
75, right?
No,
Lamar.
like the
I
top
I just want to
15.
say this. Lamar, I just want to say
Because if a
this.
player in the top 75 is trash,
Lamar,
then that means a whole bunch of players is trash in y'all eyes.
This is
hold on, Lamar.
Oscar Robinson's
Hold on,
roster.
I just want to say this first. Lamar, I just want to say this
They
first.
had the nerve to say Kyrie Irving was better than this man. I heard them earlier.
He
Y'all was
is.
fucking
I
Hold
didn't
on,
I'm
say
hold on,
still
that.
Speed.
saying
Hold
that.
on.
If you
Y'all
believe
I just want to say this.
Russell's
Hold
better
on.
than Kyrie Smith,
Y'all was fucking
Hey,
geeking.
Joe Bond, is Carmelo better than Russ?
No.
nigga, hell yeah, I'd rather take Melo.
Oh,
Hell
come
yeah.
on, Joe Bond.
I don't give a fuck. This is the point
Joe
guard.
Bond,
Kyrie is
This
stop
not
motherfucker's
it.
better
point
than
guard
no
player. This
Kyrie
nigga's
ain't better
delusional.
than no
Russ is
fucking
better than
Westbrook.
Melo, Joe
I don't
Bond.
give a fuck.
Look, this
I
is
just want to say
Oscar
this.
Robinson's rookie roster. These niggas
Yeah,
are
you
Will
better keep on
Fong,
talking
Bro,
about
I
Oscar.
already
Zach
broke down that
White.
his roster was inadequate. I know his roster was inadequate.
Why
And
you
Russell's
compare apples to
roster has
oranges
been
then? Them
amazing,
niggas
right?
is in two different leagues, bro. Stop
Because
that bullshit.
Melo's roster wasn't always
they're not two
amazing.
different leagues.
Yes, they are, bro.
Similar production,
Why you
similar
running from
outputs,
that Kyrie?
and similar
I'm
media
not running. I
backlash.
definitely debate that.
Nah, they two different. They in two different
Why?
leagues.
Why did the media? Why was the media saying the same things about
Fuck
Oscar
is
when
you
he was
niggas
getting his
talking
triple
about?
double?
Who's a
This
better playoff
nigga
performer, Smith?
Westbrook has played with an
Kyrie or
all-star
Russell?
in every year he's played for what? 2
Who?
years?
Who's a better playoff playoff performer, Spiff? Kyrie or Russell?
He had LeBron James.
No, in total.
Russ had Kevin Durant.
Career.
He had LeBron James.
Career. Their career
No.
playoff. Who's better?
Who's the top 75 player? Who's not?
Russ had Kevin Durant.
Break it down, Smith.
What do you mean?
Hold on, that's a good one. That's a good one right
Who's a
there.
better playoff performer?
As a second option,
Kyrie
it did.
by far.
Yes, that's a
By
second
far.
option.
Yeah,
Ooh.
Kyrie by far.
By far.
Yeah, it's not even close.
Kyrie has had one bad series his whole playoff career, and that was against the Bucks on the Celtics.
Against the Bucks.
Yes,
Russell
by far,
Westbrook
Kyrie or
is
Russell
under
Westbrook.
500 in the playoffs. He's 54 and 55, Spiffy.
Hold on. Do you know that Kyrie was
With all
never
that
in
talent.
his shoes? He was never in his shoes.
He was never
You
in what
understand
shoes?
that, right?
He wasn't as delusional.
What are you talking about? He was the number 2 to KD.
And had the responsibilities of Russell Westbrook.
What
You
was Russell's
understand what I'm saying?
responsibility?
That's cap. They were both number 2 options, dude.
But Russell would
my
take more
God,
shots
bro.
than KD.
Russ was the number 2 to KD. Kyrie was the
Kyrie's
number
not
2
a
to
pure
LeBron.
point guard. Kyrie's not a pure point guard.
And
He
Russell,
may not be a pure point guard.
Neither
but
is
he's-
Westbrook. Neither is Russell
pure
Westbrook.
point guard.
Russell's a
So
delusional
how he
point
not a
guard.
Yeah,
pure
he's a
point
2
guard?
guard.
But he average. But I could argue that because he averaged over 10 assists a
No,
couple
that's
times.
but that's
Nah,
That's a
what you're not
flawed
understanding,
stat, bro.
That's what you're not understanding, bro.
How is it a flaw? So if it was so easy, why other niggas not doing it?
I never
All
said
assists aren't
I
created
never
equal,
said
Spiffy.
it was easy.
Hold on, bro.
All assists
If
aren't
it's
created
so
equal.
easy, if it's so easy to just get 10 assists in the NBA and just average 10 assists, why niggas just not doing that?
Listen, Spiffy.
Because they don't have the ball in their hands, bro.
Yeah, please, bro. If you hear somebody talking, don't talk, bro.
Yo,
Please.
y'all niggas, yo.
You can get
Hold
more
on,
assists if
and
you got the
also-
ball
And this nigga
more.
continues to
Also,
talk.
hold on. And also, another thing is, you trying to
Bro,
win. You ain't care
whoever
about
says
stats.
that
You trying to
ain't
win.
never hooped
Facts.
a day in their life, bro.
10 assists don't equal championships,
So
Spiffy.
hold on,
You
hold on.
can't
You
just
know,
pick up a basketball and get
hey
assists
Yeah,
because you on
Lamont,
the
shit
court.
is
hey
crazy.
Lamont, hey Lamont, can you pull up that when you showed that one time when it be like, Russell Westbrook stats equate to winning, so we could kill this argument right here. Remember that stat that
Nah, the
shit
triple
you showed
double.
Oh, yeah.
earlier?
What has he won,
Triple
Spiffy?
double to winning.
Hold on, bro. Just let him pull it up, bro, so we could kill this argument. Because you niggas keep saying he a loser. Yeah, everybody don't win, but he get his team to the to the playoffs. These
Nigga, this
niggas,
nigga had a
these
stack
Is that
niggas, you
really
niggas
winning,
acting
Spiffy?
like he not making the playoffs. You niggas sitting up here talking like he not making the playoffs, just putting up stats.
18
Okay,
just
so
make the playoffs.
right
He's
here,
not
right
no
here.
Bradley Bill.
Spiffy.
He's not no Bradley Bill.
Here it is
man.
right here,
Stop
Spiffy.
talking about
Let
him
me share
like
my
that.
screen.
Nigga,
So
I just
what
want to say
Russell
this.
better than him.
Hey, hold on.
Hold on, I just
What
want
he
to say
was
this.
referring to was and I'm gonna share my screen just to show
The
y'all.
triple double numbers in the regular season.
No, it's basically
It
that
shows that
his triple doubles always his
equate to
triple
winning.
yeah, because
Spiffy.
he has 100, he's 150 and 40 when he drops a triple double. So he has a 73% win percentage when he drops a triple double. So that right there
So what
already
the hell
kills,
are you niggas talking
so that right
about?
there already kills the fact that he's stat padded. So all his
So
triple
what the
doubles are
fuck
done
is
in
you
wins.
Bro,
niggas
no, I
talking
never
about?
said the man was
Nobody
stat
said
padded.
stat pad.
Regular
Spiffy.
season.
No,
Lamar.
that's
Y'all
specifically
bad
what I want to
argument
share.
maker.
Spiffy.
You said he has bad
Spiffy.
IQ.
No, you niggas keep
Regular
talking about he's
season.
stat pad.
We
He's
say
just
he's
putting up
I
delusional.
stats.
never
You don't
said
care
stat
about
padded.
no.
We never
Somebody
brought up
Nobody
just
stat
said
told
stat
me.
padding.
pad.
Somebody just told me on
Jared
here.
did that.
We don't
Jared
care
did say
about
that.
it. No, it wasn't
Lamar,
Jared.
do those stats
It was
include
a
the playoffs?
it was a nigga talking about his shit don't add up to winning. We care about winning.
Oh,
We
all
don't
right.
care
I
about
think that was K.
stats. Somebody just said that.
I
You
said
don't
his
remember
game,
saying it.
the way Russell Westbrook plays is not conducive to winning games. No, it's not.
How? I just
Champion.
showed you a
Hold on,
I
hold
stat.
think
on,
he
hold on,
means
hold on.
winning
I
I
can
just
see
showed
it.
championships,
you a
not
stat.
Hold
games.
on.
I
No,
just showed you a
yeah, of
stat.
course, bro.
So a
Yeah,
Yeah,
nigga win
championships, not
over
games.
I can't even talk,
73%.
bro.
A nigga win over 73%. That don't matter.
Spiffy, those aren't playoff stats.
And that's what I'm saying,
All
bro.
right,
He can
bro.
do that in
All right,
a
bro.
regular. If you trying to
So
make
why
these
Bradley
championship
Bill
runs,
not getting
bro,
his team to the
I
We're
know
not
playoffs?
you ain't
talking
bringing
about
on no
Bradley
Bradley
Beal,
Bill.
Bradley
You
Spiffy.
Bill.
talking about Bradley
We're
Bill?
not talking
Come on
about
now.
Bradley
Bradley
Beal hasn't
Beal.
had the talent.
No, I'm
It's just crazy.
Man, Spiffy, you gotta stop capping for us.
You're capping.
It's not
bro.
about
This
capping
nigga's
for
losing
Russ.
with
Yo,
AD
how am
and
I
and
capping,
LeBron
bro? You
James.
niggas didn't even know I knew
You gotta
that.
stop.
You niggas didn't even know
Okay, so
nothing about
hold on.
this.
So now
I
that you
definitely
know,
Niggas
did.
on
We
here
didn't know
just
nothing about this.
talking.
I
We've seen
definitely
this.
did. That's
You
common
Ain't
niggas
no,
knowledge.
just
no, you haven't.
talking.
information, Spiff.
That's
You're
common
Spiff.
Come
knowledge,
on,
You're
bro.
bro. You
capping,
niggas didn't
bro.
even know nothing about this,
This
bro.
is
You
old
niggas just
I
information,
talking.
definitely
Spiff.
did, bro. They put that
Come
shit on
on,
ESPN
bro.
all the time.
This
Back
isn't a
when
So why do
playoff
y'all
back when
article.
Yeah, I
Kevin
do
was
remember
getting
saying it too.
He
They
don't
did.
win. Why do y'all keep saying he
wins
don't win?
regular season. He wins
Because he doesn't have a championship, Spiffy.
Spiffy. Hold on.
Everybody don't win a championship.
Hold on, y'all just literally y'all
fucking
literally just
talk,
got through saying the playoffs was team. Why are we mixing in team stuff? But now,
Bro, see, this is
Spiffy,
the. I can't. If
you gotta
read
stop
what the
it,
fuck I'm
Mark.
saying without being interrupted,
Hold on,
I'll
y'all.
explain this shit.
Oh, there's too many people talking. Hold on, let me finish my point.
Bro, you gotta stop.
Let me just finish one point, y'all. Just finish one point. When Spiffy brings up that Russell Westbrook's statistical anomalies in accomplishment, because it's hard to get triple doubles at this high level when they directly equate to wins. because he has a 73% win percentage when he gets it proves. It says right here, proving that teams win when he gets a triple-double. So it almost looks as if you could almost, I mean, looking at this stat, because this is a compilation throughout Russ's career, it would be stupid to try to shell up what he does best. You have much more effectiveness by just letting him go out and play and do his thing, because he wins most of the time when he gets triple-doubles.
Facts.
But in the regular season. Now,
that doesn't include the playoffs,
can
Lamar.
please? Can I explain this, please? Yeah, please don't fucking interrupt me, bro. Russell Westbrook, yes, he can get you triple doubles, and it equates to wins in the regular season. When you get into a playoff series, you do not want to play at Westbrook stats at 6'3", having that high usage rate to where he has to get those 30-point high volume triple doubles. That's not going to get you wins.
Don't you think the Lakers? Hold on, don't you think? But don't you think the Lakers could use something like that so they can even get to the playoffs? Because it's looking like these fools might not even make the playoffs, because you need to win regular. Because you need to win regular seasons games to even get to the playoffs.
I'm not even. I don't know what this.
You act like the regular season don't matter.
Yeah,
it has no matter.
It don't matter.
Talk, bro. I'm talking about this.
Jared, that got to be the dumbest comment of the day. You said the regular season don't matter.
I'm not talking about this season, bro. I don't give a fuck what he. I mean, he's not in his prime no more. So I'm not even judging what he's doing now. I'm not even judging him off because he's not in his prime.
What you're doing is, remember, what you're
prime.
doing is exactly what I talked about with Oscar. The people criticize Oscar for having all of this numbers, but none of it was equating to winning in the playoffs, and that was the biggest.
Is a different situation.
That was That was the media. That was the media using the same. The media was using the same arguments about him, and they tried to diminish his greatness for the same exact reason, because they wanted to find a way to hate him. And that's just local media, because it wasn't always winning. They didn't want to look to the roster. They didn't want to look to the other stars on the team and be like, okay, you getting hurt too much. You're not playing up to your level of performance. You're not looking to nobody else. You're just looking at Russ and saying he's the problem. However, when he does his thing, they generally win.
No, that's bullshit. What you
Lamar, that don't go down like that. You just say that all wrong.
That's
okay.
Oranges again.
To be talking like this, Lamar.
Okay, hold on. Kenzo. I want Kenzo. Kenzo said I explained it all wrong. So Kenzo, if I explained it all wrong.
Regular season context, bro.
Hold on.
Regular season.
Hold on, what I'm saying
you
is
have to win regular season games to get to the playoffs.
But if you're not winning in the playoffs, then what the fuck does that mean? It's the same shit with James Harden, bro.
Oh, so
you need to
Oscar, hold on. So how come you didn't say that about Oscar?
Because his rosters is not the same.
You didn't even know his
God,
roster,
bro.
I just looked this shit up. His roster's fucking trash.
You don't even know those players.
Niggas. You don't even
I'm looking
know
at these
them
players'
niggas.
numbers, bro. No, I don't know them niggas.
No, but we do know that Russ played with Kevin Durant.
These niggas' numbers.
And none of them was KD. And not only that, let's think about another thing. Back in that era,
Russell wasn't getting triple doubles with KD.
Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, Doug, y'all niggas.
I'm not talking about his last 2-3 years in the league.
We're not talking about that, bro. We're talking about
you niggas say he didn't have no teammates.
Hold on. He wasn't. Hold on. You know what though? But you know, here's the problem. Here's the problem. Hold on. Here's the problem. Hold on, y'all. Here's the problem with Oscar. If his team if they weren't getting kicked out in the first round, they wasn't even making it because they couldn't win enough regular season games to get there.
Facts.
That's a fact.
You niggas act like it's easy to win in the NBA.
It's also 8 teams in the league back then too.
It's don't matter. Easy to win in the NBA.
Teams will be more stacked in an 8-team league, Lamar.
Because the good teams had a monopoly of the talent, bro. That's a
let me just say
pressing an 8-team league.
Let me just say this. Oscar Robertson, we talking about back in that era when he put a triple doubles. I don't know how long the NBA been out since that time, but him doing that on this in that era was great. That was amazing.
It was unheard of.
That's what I'm saying. Now
so
you
it's
see
not
people,
great now. It's
everybody's doing it. Everybody's doing it.
Demonte, do you know
what do you mean
Murray
everybody doing it? Who else averaged a triple double for a season? Who else did it? What are you talking about,
but
bro?
Jokic is about to do it.
Triple doubles in the past were more.
Y'all are lying. The era with the most triple doubles was the 70s. Why are y'all trying to lie?
Who's
the era that had the most
triple doubles? Count the total number of triple doubles in a season on Lamar.
I'm talking about the way that the pace is. The reason it's more triple doubles is because of the possessions, bro.
It was more triple doubles in the 70s and 80s.
Oscar Robertson didn't play,
and there's more long shots that miss though.
And there's more rebounds in the 50s.
Yeah, you get more rebounds. There's more long threes taken.
No, there's more rebounds in the 50s and 60s.
It's way more possessions, bro.
There was 70 rebounds a game.
There is more long threes taken.
Hey, hold on. Hey, Lamont. Pull up.
So Jerry West wasn't shooting these long shots that were.
No,
let me ask you this.
Hold
on, let me ask you this. Hold on, let me say this.
60s. Stop lying.
Lamont, let me say this.
Pull up the pace. Pull up per possessions back when Oscar Robertson played, bro.
I just want to say this. Hold on. I just want to say this. How did
He's better than that man.
Let me ask you this.
50, 40, 90, damn near for his career, bro.
I don't give a fuck about that.
I know you don't.
Crazy.
But why was he getting bounced? Why was he not making playoffs?
Bro, we didn't explain this shit, bro.
He couldn't even. He was struggling. He couldn't win nothing. He wasn't equating to winning
because, bro, they had the teams.
He wasn't playing winning basketball.
The good teams had monopoly.
He wasn't playing winning basketball.
How do you define winning basketball, Lamar?
You talking about an era? You're talking about an era where you could.
This shit,
you're talking about an era where all you needed, you could have a losing record and still make the playoffs.
Facts.
That's not true, bro.
Yes, it was. Did you know how many games I pulled up?
That was literally LeBron's East.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on, Jerry. Do you know how many games I pulled up with Jerry West playing like the Detroit Pistons in the first round? Detroit got like a 37-43 record, some bullshit losing record, and they're playing them in the first round to get to the finals because there was only 2 rounds.
His second year, he finished second in the West.
Stop it, man.
Offensive rating 98.3. Expect to win. They expected him to win 44 games. They won 43. He played with Bucky.
You want me to tell you what I really think? Why y'all don't like Westbrook?
Wayne
Embry, why y'all don't like Russell Westbrook? Y'all don't like how he play. Y'all don't like his game style. Y'all don't like y'all don't like how he play, and y'all don't like that he can't shoot. But that don't mean that he not good. That's what I'm trying to tell y'all.
Nobody said the man wasn't
Nobody said he wasn't good.
Yes, y'all just say he's trash. You niggas
I'm
talking
about
hold on.
Y'all can't say somebody trash and then say they good in the same.
I'm talking about when it's point guards.
You niggas is
I never said he was trash, bro. I said he was a bad season.
Hold
on. Now it's a bad season.
Hold on. I just want to say this. I say he's trash as a superstar.
How y'all want to push this shit? This track still remains.
So how did we get here? If y'all niggas wasn't saying he was trash,
I'm talking about compared to the upper echelon point guards. He's a trash ass point guard. He's a good player, but he's a trash point guard.
Exactly.
Yes.
Wait, that's the first time you said that all night.
I said he gets judged by his point guard play and decisions.
He's not a point guard.
Y'all don't listen to what we want to say
all the time. Come on, man.
All right, y'all. It sounds like y'all trying to make up a new excuse every time.
We're not making up excuses, bro. We know
I swear, y'all just came up with that right now.
No, I definitely didn't.
We've been saying that.
You niggas been interrupting me on business all night.
And then Joe Biden's like, yeah, that's right. That's what we trying to say.
We're trying to tell you the man is having a bad season.
Bro, I said he was having a bad season.
First of all, Jared, you not gonna keep saying this bad season. Your bitch ass was on here keep talking about he ass, he trash.
I never said that, Spiffy.
Yes, you did, bro.
No, I didn't.
You did say he was
I said he was having a bad season.
No, you said the nigga was trash, bro. Start with this land, bro.
You confused me with somebody else, bro.
No, bro. You said he's trash.
When that 73% hit the screen, niggas start backpedaling.
It's definitely not no.
I did it,
bro.
That's a flawed article,
bro. That shit is easily debunked, bro.
It's a flawed article. It doesn't include playoff stats.
Like I said before, that level of usage.
How was that easily debunked? Because
it doesn't include the playoffs.
Hold on. It's showing you right now that it's hard to win in the NBA, that the Lakers can't win.
It's not hard to win in the NBA,
it's
bro.
Not easy to win.
8 teams make the playoffs, bro. That shit is not hard, bro.
Yeah, right.
16 teams make the playoffs, Spiffy. That's more than half the league.
All right, so I'm gonna ask you this: why y'all on here with me if it was so easy to do this shit in the NBA?
I'm talking about the level of players.
You can't compare us to actual NBA players.
No, bro, that shit is just asinine what you just did, bro.
Yeah,
I'm being real.
You're moving the goalpost, Spiffy.
Tweaking, bro.
I'm being
Y'all
real.
just
You're moving the
16
goalposts.
teams make the playoffs. That's
No,
not
I'm
shit.
showing y'all that it's not as easy as it look.
Nigga, the Clippers,
bro, I know it's not as easy.
We didn't say it was easy, Spiffy.
When you get to giving niggas cookies, bro, when we talking about the upper echelon of NBA players, the all-time greats, bro,
you gotta compare.
playoff
You gotta
appearance,
compare
like,
players to
make it
contemporaries.
will you please?
He is the top echelon. He
bro,
is.
I can't even.
Hold on, y'all all admit
He
that he's top
is.
75, so he's in the upper echelon.
So what are y'all talking about?
Bro,
How do you
can I
define upper
finish a
echelon?
statement without getting
He's in
interrupted?
the top 75.
He's not
I
better
just
than
want to say
Kyrie.
this.
Hold on.
I can't even get a fucking thought
Let's
out.
just do this to end the conversation. Does everybody agree that he's top 75 all time?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Then that means he's a great player.
Then stop bringing up Oscar
But
Robertson.
a terrible decision maker. I don't give a
Yeah,
fuck.
but you
hold on.
you brought up Oscar
Every
Robertson.
single
Nobody
player has a
argued that
flaw.
shit. You try to compare.
Hold on.
Everybody got
clearly
flaws,
better
bro.
than that nigga.
Every single
Stop.
player has a flaw.
What's KD's flaw?
Bro.
Every single player has a flaw.
He
Every
don't
single
play
player.
defense like that.
He's skinny.
What? Wait, KD don't play defense?
He's a great shot blocker.
He's not elite.
Spiffy, you capping. Now you capping.
I'm
He's
being
not
real.
He's not
He's not elite.
He don't play
defender,
defense.
He's not elite. How many?
Lamont, is a
How many
one-on-one
first
defensive
team
rating
NBA
elite?
defensive teams he made?
Lamont, is a one-on-one defensive rating elite?
What are you talking about? Who are you talking
I'm asking a one-on-one defensive rating. Is that elite?
That's pretty good.
101.
That's pretty good,
First
right?
team NBAs did Kevin Durant make?
KD was the best defender on the Warriors, Spiffy.
No, he wasn't. Draymond Green was the best.
Draymond Green was shut the hell up.
KD had the most blocks on the
hell
Warriors,
up, bro.
Lamont.
Wait, Lamont. One-on-one.
Bro,
is
you
elite.
don't know basketball, Jared.
Defensive rating, Lamont. You said?
Jared, you gotta
Niggas
stop.
was just sitting up here talking about this man was top 75.
I don't even know who you talking about with the one-on-one. I just said one-on-one is good.
4 years in OKC, 101.
All right, that's a good defensive.
All right, then. So let's cut the cap.
So,
I didn't say he wasn't a good defender.
KD can defend.
Nah, Spiffy said it.
Yeah, Spiffy said that KD couldn't defend.
He's not elite.
I'm saying that he's not all of that. He's not a top defender in the league. He's not.
We didn't say that, but we know he can defend.
I said one-on-one's pretty good, but that defensive rating can get really like Steph Curry was. Steph Curry for like the first half of the year this season was number 4 in defensive rating, but ain't nobody gonna be like he's
defensive rating has a lot to do with team defense.
Thank you.
He has.
Well, Steph Curry did improve his defense though, Lamont.
I just want to say this though.
No, but ain't nobody running around talking about he's clamps.
Westbrook got a lot of flaws more than you think.
Well, he top 75, so it don't matter.
I know that. I'm just saying he do got a lot of flaws though.
Every player has flaws.
Everybody.
Yes, he got flaws, but he got more though. Is what I'm saying.
No, he don't.
He's got more flaws than most other all-time
James
greats.
got flaws, nigga.
No, he got. As a point guard,
What? What's LeBron's flaws?
Yes, hold on. Spiffy. You listen.
First of all,
LeBron can't shoot free throws.
y'all judge Russ as a point guard, but he's a natural too. And they tried to.
I can't help that. Hold on, I can't help that. I can't help that. They got him as a point guard. I can't help that. Yeah, you're right, but I can't help that.
I mean, he
Y'all
came
didn't
into
even
the
know he
league
played two guard his whole
as an
life.
athlete and a defender. Nobody thought he was going to be a point guard when he got to the league.
No, that's true.
Facts.
That is true.
They changed
What
his
the fuck
position.
do that got to do? He's
He
playing the position.
He is.
because he was a
That's
two
what we
guard
gotta
his
judge
whole
him.
life.
Point guards are supposed to play
but
like
in this
point
era,
guards.
Again, he's
But
playing
in
the
this
position
era-
of point guard. If
but
you
in
play
this era, out of all
Right,
eras,
and he made top
hey y'all,
75.
this era
throws,
out of
bro.
all eras
Facts.
has redefined what a point guard is. A point guard can
You
be
gotta be
a
self-aware,
facilitator.
Lamont.
A point guard can be your primary scorer. A point guard
You
can
gotta
be a
be
lot of different
self-aware,
things.
Lamont.
This
Russell
era of
was
all
If you look
eras.
at the championship
Y'all
teams,
stuck
if you
in
look
that
at championship teams,
traditional.
Lamont,
Y'all stuck in that
a majority
traditional.
of
Everybody
championship
gotta
teams,
be
the
like Chris
point guard is
Paul.
definitely not the leader
Everybody
scorer,
don't gotta be
or
like
not
Chris
even
Paul,
close.
bro. Everybody don't gotta play like
Nobody's
Chris Paul.
saying he has to play like Chris Paul. This is what
Nobody's
I'm
saying
That's the only
that.
way.
I'll
That's
tell
the
you
only
what,
way y'all
Spiffy.
think that he.
Hey, hold
Niggas
on.
get an
If
inch
If
and
he
take
did
a
play like
foul.
Chris
Rondo's
Paul,
an actual
that
point guard.
motherfucker will have a ring right now because his talent and with the IQ
Thank
of
you,
Chris
thank
Paul.
you, Hitman X.
What do you say? What do you say?
Because Rodman
Rodman had more flaws than Russ, and he's still
Rodman
respected as
point
guard,
all-time
bro.
great.
Rodman played his role though, Lamont.
What the fuck?
No,
Y'all
he just
niggas
telling
be
y'all
y'all
that
be
he heard a
motherfuckers. Y'all be
conversation.
reaching like a
He heard this
motherfucker.
conversation
That's
that
not
they
reaching.
having.
That's
He
true.
heard
Y'all
y'all
done
pass.
talking
That
about
is
Russell
reaching.
Westbrook.
That is
No, but
reaching.
Robin wasn't a
Hitman.
point guard. He wasn't supposed to handle
Hold
the
on.
ball.
Let me address
Robin's
Hitman.
not even a
Hitman,
superstar. Robin's
Right.
not
He
even a
wasn't supposed to
stop
handle
superstar.
the
What
ball.
the
smoking
freak are we
cigarettes.
talking about?
All right, Hitman, stop smoking cigs.
That's not. Yeah, him man. That's
Let
not
me
a
just
That's
say
problem,
this.
bad.
bro. Robin's
That's
a role
bad
player.
Can I
IQ,
just finish this?
Hitman.
Can I finish
Smoking
it? Can I
cigarettes
finish
Hey,
is
it?
bad for
Hitman,
your
hit
Hold
the
on,
health.
hold on.
link,
Let me just
Hitman.
Let dude talk, man.
Not good.
hold on, let me just say this.
Okay.
Well, it's a superstar. Russell Westbrook has more flaws as a superstar than any other superstar.
Okay,
And
wow.
he is
Yeah, probably
he's
in NBA
not,
history.
The fact that you
and not
call him
only
a
Yeah,
that,
stop
superstar,
interrupting motherfuckers, bro. Damn.
and
you
not
called
only
him a
that,
superstar
and
though.
not only that, he I question his superstar because oh my god, dude, yeah, it's not even just this year,
Man,
all the
click.
years.
I'm about to pay to
He
block this man, bro.
Bro, you
About
can't
to
call
keep
him a
talking,
superstar
bro.
and then follow it up by saying he's the only
he
superstar
won
with more
he
flaws. If he really had all these flaws, then you wouldn't even consider him or use his word superstar with his name.
the reason he got a superstar because he got MVP and he putting up stats like a superstar. That's why.
Bro, no, because you really know he's a
Yes.
superstar and you nitpicking his
This
flaws.
nigga's
That's not
shooting 40,
nitpicking. That
50.
He's a
we calling
superstar
his
and
flaws.
statistical
Yes,
player.
fuck
I
That,
All
that's
just
the
players
facts,
got
told
Lamont.
y'all
flaws.
LeBron is the
All
GOAT,
players got
and
flaws.
he got
Lamont.
flaws.
This nigga
Let me
Russell
finish.
Westbrook.
You
Stop
didn't
Plus
even let me
explaining
KD's
y'all.
finish.
flaws.
This nigga
Let me.
Russell Westbrook has played what 15 seasons at the position of point guard. Never played nothing else.
Thank you.
Yo,
This nigga's
what do you
played
think about
1,
this
2,
though?
3,
Stay in our business.
4.
Let me give you guys some. I want your opinion. So the first 3 years, Russell was more reserved and not as erratic. Would you guys agree with that?
Yeah.
All right. So after 2012,
I'm tired of talking about a top 75
but hold on.
player.
I'm getting to a point now.
Facts, bro.
Y'all said he was top
This nigga
75.
shot.
Why are we still talking?
But Kobe told
Oh
Russell,
my
why are
God!
you
Now he
letting
on Kobe
Kevin
Bryant.
Durant
Oh my God!
win all these scoring titles? And after that, bro, they were either even or Russell would shoot more shots than KD
Joban,
every
you
year.
said Russ was top 75 all time.
Oh, so you guys don't want to
He
address
is.
my point?
Why are we talking about how bad Russ is?
After that,
Why am I listening to people talk about how bad he is? When
Because
y'all
we still
admit
have to
he's top
nitpick the all-time greats, Lamont.
You don't
That's
nitpick
a
the
huge
huge
drop off. Hey Lamont,
There's a
this
huge
comment
drop
at
off
the
from the
bottom of
top
the
10 to
screen.
the top
That's a
75,
fact.
bro.
What she just said.
What she said?
That's a fact. That's a fact. What she said in this comment right there.
That's
a
true.
fact.
Klay Thompson was up there too, though.
He was, but I still got to put because Iguodala had the toughest defensive assignment, and Draymond was the best team defender.
Well, Iggy was usually guarding LeBron.
Lamont, can I just ask you this question? It's a yes or a no. Have you ever seen somebody like Russell Westbrook as a point guard, as a superstar, who played that bad? Like I'm talking about in possession wise, making
Played
bad
that
shots.
bad win because I've seen seasons where he's been.
Oh my
last
God.
year, hold on. So
Lamont.
Kenzo, last year, the second half of the season with Washington, could nobody in the league stop Russ? He was
We
playing out
get
of his
that.
mind.
We didn't say that.
Hold on, so Kenzo, what you're doing is you're judging him in the moment this year when we all know he's having a down
I'm judging all his years for who
Bro, hold on.
he's
You
been.
can't be judging all.
Every
Hold
year,
on. There's no way you're judging all his years because in
I
2020,
am.
in 2020 he was great. 27, 7 and 7, and
You're looking at those
efficient.
stats. I'm not
Hold
looking
on.
at those
Last
stats.
year, last year he was great. The
What that
second half
don't
of the
matter?
year. What are you talking about? So what year are you talking about? Because I can point to years where he's great.
Stats are overrated, Spiffy.
Nah, but
Even you say that. Even you say it. Hold on.
You
Hold
can't point to no more years,
Stats
man.
is a motherfucking.
Otherwise, he wouldn't be
Lamont
top
is the main.
75.
This nigga
Hold
has
on, Lamont.
this nigga has not shot above 47% ever one time in his career, bro.
He's barely shot about 45%.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
39%, 41%, 44%.
And you still got him in your top 75.
Lamont is the main one who says
that's not
stats
really
don't let
saying
stats
much,
fool you all the time.
That's not
How great a player
saying
he
much.
is.
It's not
I'm just
when
saying,
you
That's not
it's
saying
not
much.
saying
all
much
of
when you
this
talk
stuff
about
wouldn't
players
matter.
that'll add his
If all
numbers.
this
It's
stuff
not.
mattered, then why do you
Bro,
have him
that's
in your top
saying a lot
75?
to make top 75, bro. That's a lot.
Because he's a dynamic athlete.
Because he got a triple double.
When
Because he
you
got a
talking
triple double.
about
That's
the
why I got my
top
top
15
75.
players,
Bro,
bro,
y'all
y'all
niggas
is out of
talking
your
about
mind.
him like he putting up Lonzo Ball numbers, bro. That's how y'all
Oh,
talking.
bro. But you
Like
all I
he
talk
putting
want.
this
up
is
Hold on.
Lonzo
this is
numbers.
I
what
just.
Wally be. I be agreeing with Wally with this. With you niggas that be on that 2K shit, bro. bro. It's not
Bro,
about
I'm not
fucking
talking
numbers
about
all
no
the
2K,
time.
bro. This
It's
ain't
not
got
about
nothing
numbers all
about
the time, bro.
2K,
Chris
bro.
Paul listen, bro. Chris Paul will never have none of the type of the upper echelon numbers that Westbrook.
Nobody say Russ was better than Chris Paul.
My favorite player, bro.
He's a way better player than that.
Didn't nobody say Russ was better than Chris
way
Paul?
better player than
Who said Russ was better than Chris
Well,
Paul?
some do say that, Lamont.
I'm not.
Nobody
bro, I
said
didn't
that.
say that y'all said that. I'm giving him an example, bro, of how if you go look at Chris Paul's numbers for a career, bro, Russell Westbrook's killing him.
You don't
but Chris Paul is a far superior player. He's a far superior basketball
player. My favorite player, bro. You
And that's why I see him say. And that's why I see him say that's on memo
Kyrie.
time.
He's better than Kyrie.
Did we overrank him?
No, he's not.
He's not.
Who has better basketball IQ, Kyrie or Russell Westbrook?
Joe Bond, do you have Kyrie in your top 75?
Hell yeah, way over Russ.
I have him. Yeah, I have him there too. I have him in the top 75.
Man. Don't ask me that
No, I
question.
mean
You know the answer,
Kyrie hasn't really did shit by himself, bro.
He
I don't care
has
if he
it.
done
That's
it by
a
himself.
fact. He never
He's a
even won an
walking
MVP.
50.
I've never seen him lead a team.
Hold on.
MVP.
Didn't
I
the
will
man
say-
literally win a game 7?
He
Hold on,
never
I
won
will
an
say this.
MVP.
Yeah, shut the
Average
fuck
is
up,
27 in the finals.
What you mean he won a game 7?
Didn't he literally hit the game winner shot in game 7?
How does that mean he won the game? That's a
Without
shot,
that
bro.
shot, they weren't winning the game.
How many points did Westbrook average in the finals, Lamont?
25?
Which one?
Which
The
finals?
only finals he went to.
He only went to
Which
one.
Oh,
final.
2012. He averaged 25. Yeah.
My bad.
And he shot 13% from 3.
I got too much stuff with him. I gotta find
He's
it.
not a
he's never
three-point
been a
shooter.
shooter.
So why does he shoot 5 a game, Spiff?
Hold on.
That's true.
You just said
Yeah.
Kyrie averaged 27 points in the finals.
Yeah.
I asked Lamont, how many points did he average in the finals? Nigga said 25. So you screaming about 2 points. You jumping up and down about
We
2
averaged
points.
29 the next
13
year.
from 3, Spiff.
He's not a shooter.
So why does he
Well,
shoot
get
5
that.
threes a game?
Well, why does he keep
That's what I'm
shooting?
saying.
That's the
Because you gotta
basketball
keep
IQ
the
we're
defense.
talking
And let me say
about.
this.
Oh, hold on.
Honest.
So remember, Mississippi, you hear what they saying? So they saying since he struggles to shoot the ball, he shouldn't shoot. But remember when I was in here
Lord, he about to go to Ben
Don't bring up
Simmons.
Ben Simmons.
He about to go to Ben Simmons.
Hold on. Remember, see, this is where y'all get hypocritical. When I was defending
Right.
Ben
No,
Simmons,
it's not.
yeah,
Who the
hold
fuck
on,
said
hold on,
anything about Ben
hold on. Let me
Simmons,
finish.
bro?
Let me
Don't
finish.
run.
When I was defending Ben Simmons, y'all was saying he still. Remember, I talked about players that couldn't shoot but was still shooting them. Y'all was saying
Fact.
at least they shooting them. They just getting
Right.
them up. You want to be a threat out
Right.
there, but
Go-
so now,
hey, go
hold on.
back
What
to-
do y'all want? What do y'all want? Do y'all want
Go
them to
back
be
to
a
the
threat?
screen.
No, hold on. Let me finish.
You gotta keep the defense honest.
Because first of
Hold
all,
on, hold on. Let him
y'all
finish.
literally
Let him
hold on,
finish.
Kenzel. Y'all got on Ben Simmons because he don't shoot, and I said he don't shoot to stay efficient and find the best shot. But y'all said he needs to shoot anyway just to keep the defense honest.
Nigga,
Russ
you said
shoots
Ben
to
Simmons
keep
was
the
a
defense
top
honest.
point guard.
Y'all say he needs to stop shooting, right? So which is it? Because when it goes to different players, y'all switch it up. When it's with Ben Simmons, he needs to shoot. When it's with Russ, he needs to stop shooting. What the hell do y'all want?
There's a happy medium.
Go to
Either
any
one of
stream.
them.
Go
Hold
to
on.
any
There's a
stream
happy
dealing with
medium.
Ben
I got a
Simmons
good
that I'm
example.
on.
Bro,
I got a good
y'all
example.
use much, man.
Hold on, I got a good example.
Ooh,
Jimmy
go
Butler
to
don't shoot no
any
threes.
stream when I'm on with the talking about Ben Simmons and see what I
Hold on,
say
hold on.
about the nigga.
Hold
I
on,
don't
hold on.
remember.
Jimmy,
You're
hold on,
capping
Jimmy.
on Simmons,
Hold on.
bro.
Hold on. Jimmy Butler don't shoot the threes, and he's still able to play great, even though he's not a superstar. But
Yeah.
so what's we can do the same? Jimmy Butler don't shoot threes at all too much. Go
Not
look at his
really.
threes,
Because that's self-awareness.
and that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
And that's what I'm saying.
IQ.
You
That's
have
That's what I'm
to
saying.
keep the
He's a
defense
smart player.
honest.
Nah,
And that's
but
my
Russell
point.
Westbrook's not keeping him honest because them niggas is sagging off him anyway.
They literally just sag completely off of him.
That's what I'm saying. Who you
Come on,
fooling? I
Spiff.
don't care. Take that.
Spiff,
He's
you
not
know way
putting
too
up
much
Lonzo
basketball
Ball
to be
numbers,
saying this
bro.
shit, bro.
He's
Shit,
not
I wish
putting
he
up
would play
Lonzo
like
Ball
Lonzo
numbers,
Ball.
bro.
He would have
Nigga
won a
shoots 5
championship.
But
threes a
Lonzo's a
game.
more efficient point guard, Spiffy.
Yeah, okay.
Nigga
From
shoots
3 he
5
is, not
threes a
from 2.
game,
He's a
Spiff.
terrible.
Yeah,
Lonzo Ball
okay.
suck at driving to the basket. His ass is trash.
That's a fact. That's a fact.
They really the antithesis of each other.
The way y'all talk about him, you would think he was Lonzo. That's all I'm saying.
Shit. I mean, Russell
But
Westbrook.
Lonzo's not a bad player, Spiffy.
I just can't stand how stupid that nigga is. Like, he's really a dumbass on the court.
Yeah, he is.
I give you that. I give you that.
But like, do you get dumber as you grow up, or like I don't get it? How is he
You're supposed to get smarter?
Still making the same mistakes. He can't make an entry pass to the post. How?
Yeah,
that's crazy.
That's
How the
terrible.
fuck? You're a point guard. You don't know how to make the
what you?
He can't play off
Hold
the
on,
ball.
that's what.
Hold on.
That's what. Hold on. I just want to say that. That's
hold
what.
on.
That's
Y'all
why I've been trying to tell
get on
Lamont.
Russ. What would you say is the biggest detriment in this game? Would you say it's like the turnovers? Wait, what is it? What's the biggest detriment?
Who you asking?
Because I'm just saying, if y'all say decision making, are you saying the decision making leads to turnovers? Like, what is it that he does so bad?
IQ.
He doesn't
the whole
understand
thing.
pace.
IQ.
One at a
No,
time.
because I'm saying the IQ leads to what? I'm saying, are you saying the IQ leads to turnovers, or what does it lead to?
Well, the IQ leads to bad shots.
All right, go ahead. Stand on business.
Okay.
He doesn't understand pace. That'd be my worst thing about the nigga. He don't understand pace, time of possession. He don't understand the period of possession. He don't understand.
He does understand time and score very well. That's
no, he doesn't.
No, the fuck he doesn't, bro.
Okay, Jared, hold on, Jared.
This nigga will be
Jared, hold on.
This nigga will be up five and take 3 threes in a row.
What's good, Lamont?
Jared interjected. Jared, what's time and score?
So it's time and score.
Yeah. When a player, as a coach, I yell at my players time and score. What does that mean? What's generally going on the court?
You have to know how much time is on the clock where you can shoot it and pass and make your move correctly, Lamont.
Well, when does the coach say time and score?
Late in the games.
All right. Why did they say that?
Because you want to be able to get your best stuff late in the games to close out games.
All right. So if Russell Westbrook wasn't aware of time and score, then why does he have some of the best clutch numbers late game than most players in the league?
Lamont, that's a
Jared. The thing is, y'all say this stuff, but the numbers say y'all lying.
That's a fact.
Y'all keep saying this stuff with. Hold on. Y'all keep saying this. Y'all keep saying this stuff, but ain't no stat, number, game situation back up what y'all saying on a consistent basis. Y'all might be able to pull up one or two situations, but the thing is, the numbers show that the numbers show
winning.
The numbers show in the clutch. That means late game situations. Russ is more efficient than most players in the NBA. All his percentages go up. Field goal percentage, 3-point percentage, all these numbers increase. His efficiency goes up, and the ability to make game-winning buckets goes up. But yet, y'all say, hold on.
Wait. What the fuck? How do you measure the
Hold
ability to make
on.
game-winning
Hold on. Y'all let me finish. What I'm saying is, y'all keep saying that he's making these bad decisions at the end of games. Y'all struggle to find me one game where he made a bad decision, and the numbers don't support that he's a bad player late game. So who should we believe?
I just gave you a game, no Lamont.
Jared. I said you can pull up one game. I can pull up 1-2 games for Giannis. I can pull up 1-2 games for anybody. I can pull up 1-2 games for LeBron. I can pull up 1-2 games for Kawhi Leonard, Paul George, Kyrie Irving. I can pull up 1-2 games for all the stars, all the players that make plays in this league. That's easy. But the numbers show what you do consistently. This is why Kyrie's clutch numbers are pretty solid. LeBron's clutch numbers are pretty solid. Kawhi Leonard's clutch numbers are pretty solid, even though all of these guys have made mistakes in the clutch.
You know what? I'm gonna start writing down games when
it don't matter how many games, Kenzo. It don't matter how many games you lay down because the numbers don't support what you're trying to say.
You say bring up games.
The numbers. Hold on, y'all. The numbers show that he's more. He's better in the clutch than he is in the first, second, and third quarter, efficiency wise. Because y'all were talking about efficiency.
By that time, the game's over.
Bro, we just said turnovers, bro. And pace and
okay, so tell me. Okay, so if the turnovers were that bad, okay, hold on. Tell me.
Hey, Lamont, I'm a
hold on.
Let Lamont finish.
What I'm saying is, okay, throughout his career, because this year's not over with, so let's not count this year. Tell me when he led the league in turnovers.
Are you serious?
Yes.
Hasn't he done that like 4 times?
Hold on. Jared, you lied right there. You lied one more time. I'm kicking you out. So tell me how many times he's led the league in turnovers.
So you want me?
No. There's no so. It's a very easy question.
Off the top of my head.
I'm gonna look it up, Lamont.
Yeah,
how many times has he led the league in turnovers since it's been so detrimental?
All right, so he's either been 1 or 2 the last.
Jared,
1 or 2 the last.
Don't let him up.
First of all, okay, so you're lying, Joe Biden.
Don't know.
Joe Biden, you're lying.
Like y'all know.
Joe Biden, how many times?
I'm not. I don't act like
it's a very easy answer to this. How many times has Russ led the league in turnovers?
Number 4, y'all.
At the end of the season, the leader in turnovers, how many times has it been Russell Westbrook?
They
talking about total or per game?
They don't know.
Bro, what do you? I'm talking about average turnovers per game. Y'all know exactly what I'm talking about. This ain't rocket science. How many times
No,
has
I'm
Russell
asking you. I
Westbrook?
don't know off the top of my head. I know he's been top 5 them his whole career.
Yes.
Oh my God! Hold on. Okay, I'm gonna ask you guys one last time. How many times has Russell Westbrook led the league in turnovers?
They don't know.
Okay.
I don't know.
Okay, let me say this.
Just say
No.
know.
There's no. Let me
don't
say this.
know.
Let's not move past this because y'all said turnovers. How many times has he led the league in turnovers since he does it so much?
Jerry, pull it up for me, please.
There's nothing to pull
trying
up.
to look it up. I'm literally trying to look it up.
Hold on. I'll answer. It's 0.
Okay.
0.
So he's not
Zero.
that number still.
That's shocking.
No, hold on. It's shocking because you push a fake narrative that he's making all these mistakes.
How many? Nah, that's bullshit. That's bullshit.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's bullshit.
I can
Yeah,
put it
don't
on the
mess us
screen.
up.
Okay, now
No,
if I'm lying,
Lamar, you don't have to lead the league in turnovers. Have high
That's
turnovers.
what I'm saying, bro.
Okay, hold on. Okay, so
just
what would you
because
consider?
he didn't literally lead the league in
What would you
turnovers don't
consider?
mean the nigga still trash.
But with a point guard,
now y'all
hold on. Okay, so with a point guard, okay, hold on. So with a point guard, what metric do they use to determine how damaging your assists are as a point guard?
Assist to turnover ratio.
Okay,
right.
Facts.
So what's Russell Westbrook's average assist to turnover ratio for his career? Where does he
Probably
normally
like
fall?
Probably like
Hold on,
2 to 1.
let me look it up. I'm gonna look
like
it up.
2 to 1. It's probably 2 to 1. That's not good.
I'm literally looking it up.
It's better than
for his career, he
better than
averages
LeBron.
2.12.
Yeah, that shit is not good.
No, 2.12. But that's from when, and that's if you're counting from the beginning of his career when he wasn't pass oriented and the offense really wasn't, pass friendly for him. He wasn't passing that much.
What the fuck you mean the offense wasn't pass friendly?
He wasn't the primary. He wasn't never the primary facilitator when he first got to OKC.
No,
it was James Harden.
It was James Harden.
Bro, I don't.
He wasn't the primary facilitator.
No, it was Harden.
James Harden role when he was playing with OKC.
Nah, you are right.
He was literally playing the point guard off the bench.
His ass. That's still if you're not the primary facilitator, bro, you should not be turning the ball over. This nigga's.
That is true though. That is true. He had less turnovers.
His first year,
he
averaged 5 assists.
It's a part of the game.
He averaged 5 assists to 3 turnovers. Are you fucking kidding me? He averaged his second year
for
in the
these
league.
teams.
He averaged 8 assists to 3 turnovers.
That's his flaw.
Okay.
That's his flaw.
I want Lamar to look at 2010.
Third year, 4 assists.
So let me ask
that's
you this:
2 to 1.
Who
That's
leads
bullshit.
the
That nigga's
NBA
not
in
good as a
history in
point guard.
turnovers? Who leads the NBA in history in turnovers?
Carmelo.
So he has an above. So he has a.
I'm sorry. Yeah, LeBron. My fault.
So he has a higher. So his
LeBron.
assist to turnover ratio is higher than 2, which is good for a point guard.
Yeah, 2.12.
Nigga, so is Kyrie's.
Hold on. We're not talking about Kyrie.
Kyrie doesn't pass.
So hold on. But so his assist to turnover ratio actually, especially when he's the number 1 guy on the team, is really closer to 3 to 1.
And his usage rate is high.
So his usage rate is high. So we're going to another metric that doesn't support all this bad decision making.
Nah, yes it does.
So
y'all making this up as you go.
Right.
First of all, Spiffy, when I asked him how many times he led the league in turnovers, you got people saying 4 times, 3 times. I know.
I never said
he never led the league in turnovers. Oh, that's surprising.
Well, I said 4.
How many times in his career?
Y'all making this up as y'all go.
You guys.
How am I directing the conversation?
That's what I'm saying.
Motherfucker can't say nothing.
Moving the goal.
No, you niggas getting cooked and don't got
no, we ain't. You getting cooked.
Spiffy, you're moving the goal.
I just want to say
you gotta
this.
keep the goalpost still, Spiffy.
Put that number in the private
Why
chat.
don't y'all like stats when the shit don't
If
support
y'all said
because stats are overrated,
bro, because you're not putting the stats in context, nigga.
How is stats overrated?
You're not putting the stats in
facts. You're not putting any context on it.
Stats tell the story of what happened.
Chris Paul.
Stats tell what happened.
Chris Paul.
You're not putting that
Chris
shit in
Paul.
context, though, bro.
That's why they keep stats.
Chris Paul's
That's why they keep stats.
No, they don't. You gotta watch the game, Spiffy.
So why do the NBA keep stats? Why do they keep stats,
bro?
Because guys need to track stats, Spiffy.
Give me a point guard that's shooting that's averaging 18 points on 48% shooting than a nigga that's averaging 30 on fucking 41% shooting, bro. I'll take that shit any day with 2 turnovers on.
You talking about? He went back to this season, a season where we know he struggled.
So I told you, like, at
So
the
you want
beginning
12
of
less
the
points?
argument,
We
you
know
don't
this
like
season
how
he's
he
struggling.
plays.
It don't take a rocket science to see he's
That's why
struggling
we.
this season.
That's why we saying this nigga's
So
not
you'd
a good
rather have
point
Steve
guard.
Nash and Russell
That's the
Westbrook?
biggest aspect of playing the game. Of
So
playing
you
position.
using this one season to say he's trash?
Hey, I just want to say this.
Season, bro.
It's not just this one season.
Okay, no, hold
I
on,
just want to.
hold on. The reasons why
So
y'all said
y'all
he was.
back to saying he trash again,
Look,
right?
this is
Y'all
this
back
is.
to saying
I'm
that
talking
again,
about
right?
playing point guard. He's
Hold
trash.
on.
Yeah,
Hey, I got to
trash
shut it down here in a second. But
Oh,
what I want
Lord.
to say
Spiffy,
last is
you
this,
gotta stop
and y'all can
lying,
respond.
bro.
Because Jared was saying this. Y'all said his biggest flaws is late game in the clutch. He makes bad decisions. He's inefficient and he turns the ball over a lot. That's what y'all said. But yet, when I go look at the stats, he's never led the league in
Oh
turnovers.
my God.
Hold on,
He's
Kenzo,
leading the
hold
league
on.
this year, Lamont.
Hold on, Kenzo. He's not right now. Actually, so what I said
James
was
Harden.
so hold on. What I'm saying is this: y'all said he was inefficient, makes bad decisions in late game, but all clutch metrics point to him making great decisions in game. Hold on. So that kills that right there. Then y'all say he turns the ball over. Hold on, Joe.
You said field goal percentage.
Hold on. Jared specifically
field goal
said.
percentage.
Hold on. We can go to that later. Jared specifically said turnovers. The decisions, the bad decisions he makes leads to turnovers.
Facts.
So when we went to turnovers, okay,
And
he
you
has.
was saying that too.
That's what I'm saying.
Hold
When you
on.
brought up
And
field goal percentage,
hold on. When he's the number one guy on the team, like he was with OKC, he was having a 3-to-1 assist to turnover ratio when he had the ball in his hands with a high usage rate, right, which is good, and he never led the league in turnovers. I don't know where y'all getting this.
Let me look at this shit.
He shoots 43% for his
the reason
career.
y'all gotta look this shit up because y'all don't really know.
I'm looking at the numbers.
He shoots 43% for his career.
So I'm
I
not
don't
saying
care about that.
I just want to say this.
Put that number in the private chat, though.
I already know that he's not a good shooter, bro. I already know he's not efficient, bro. That's the only stat you want to use. That's when the stat in your favor, you're going to use the stat.
I got you. You got it.
For his career, he averages 4.1 turnovers.
Hold on. Since we're going by stats, then Stephen Curry is a great defender. He is third in rating. Stephen Curry is a great.
Your argument, bro.
Stephen Curry is a great defender.
No, that's bullshit. I don't do that shit.
That's what I'm saying. Stephen Curry is a great defender. He's third.
How can they, Lamont? Can you answer me this, Lamont? How can niggas say stats don't matter? Is this, and that? But when they screaming out these turnovers, they bringing up the stat. So which one is it?
I never said stats don't matter, bro.
Do you want the stats or
if you look at the
these stats actually are facts, though.
Oh, you want to look at advanced metric for Russ Westbrook?
This man
look
said
at the advanced metrics.
Oh, okay.
So when we showed you that his stats was facts when he win a lot, when he averaged triple doubles, you didn't like that. You didn't even know that.
That's bullshit, bro.
There's no context, Spiffy. He didn't put context.
Is Stephen Curry is the third greatest defender in the NBA? Was he?
No, hell no. Only error
okay,
that I
man.
ever heard when niggas keep yelling out context. We gotta.
I say that shit every time.
Stop that
you
shit,
talking
bro.
about?
Well, Spiffy, you don't give context.
Stats is stats, bro.
No, it's not. Stats are not just stats. You gotta contextualize that shit.
Facts. Everything has to come in context, bro.
My nigga, when it's all said and done, and when he retire, niggas gonna go back and look up his stats. Just like you niggas Googling right now, Jared Googling like a bitch to look up his numbers. So you like the stats, my nigga. Stop acting like you don't.
Nah, who said?
I'm literally on Basketball Reference, Spiffy.
We're gonna watch
But
film.
you gotta
Basketball Reference looking up his stats.
We
gotta put that shit in context. You can't just
Spiffy,
you can't just say that's stats, bro. You gotta put that
you
shit
watch
in
NBA.
context.
And
Hold
it's
on,
like,
y'all ain't gotta say that.
It's 1,
Spiffy
2,
watch
3,
NBA.
4, 5.
No limit for you.
I think it's 4
Spiffy,
y'all that
come
got
on,
cooked
man.
tonight.
Nah, nigga, you get cooked, nigga. I saw
Bro, you got cooked, bro. You didn't give any context.
I turned you to a
That's what I'm saying.
basketball
He know what
fan.
he doing. He know what he doing. They ain't gotta say nothing.
Yo, Spiff knows basketball.
Nah, he do.
I don't know, man.
No, I'm telling you this.
Hold on.
Let me basketball.
Yes,
The
you
way
gotta
I'm
watch these games
arguing
more.
for
You guys
Russell
know
Westbrook
exactly
is
what we're
because I'm
pointing out.
honest. Hold on,
Don't
let me
act
tell
like
you
you
this,
guys
bro.
don't know and don't
Let me tell you
agree.
something, bro.
You do slant stats, though,
I'm gonna
Spiffy.
leave this argument alone. I'm gonna leave this alone. Russell Westbrook is not my favorite player. My favorite player is Chris Paul. My second favorite player is LeBron James. I'm gonna keep it honest. I'm just being honest. I don't have no dog in the race, but I'm gonna be honest about what's going on. That's all I'm saying, bro. Russell
And
Westbrook is
that's
not
all
my
we
favorite
doing.
player.
I get what you're saying, bro, but you were heavily defending Russ.
Cause I gotta be real when a nigga make top 75 in the NBA, bro. That's an accomplishment.
Nah, it is.
It is.
That's an
accomplishment. We know that. I mean, we know that.
Hey, hold on. Let me do this real quick because we got people in the chat saying Russ led the league in turnovers. So we're gonna just pull it up right here.
I'm already on Basketball Reference.
So we're gonna pull it up.
He ain't first. He was second, Lamont.
Oh, so y'all.
I didn't ask second. Hold on. Why I didn't ask all that.
Second. It's real.
So hold on. No. I'm going.
Bro.
Critical
So
thought
either
said.
one or
Critical
two.
thought said. Hold on. Critical thought said it'll be 4 times after the season. So when we go to his turnovers, right here in this row, generally anything you lead the league in is highlighted in bold.
Yeah, it's in black.
How many years are highlighted in bold for Russ?
0.
Dude's probably talking about total
turnovers.
turnovers.
Oh,
He's probably
total
talking
for
about
the year.
total.
I mean,
no, but he has averaged 4+ turnovers the last 8 seasons.
he averaged 5.4.
He's averaged 4.
That shit is bad, bro.
Yeah, he's averaged 4+ turnovers
And he
last
still
8
didn't
seasons.
lead the league. And he still didn't lead the league.
4 over 8 seasons is horrible.
He still didn't lead the league in turnovers.
It's a part of the game,
that's like saying a nigga's averaging 30 every year, but he don't never get the scoring title.
Bro, in 2016, he literally averaged 5.4 turnovers.
Capping for Bradley Beal.
Bradley,
why you keep on bringing up Bradley
bro?
Beal?
He's on a bad team.
You stop.
Y'all do that all the time.
You stop, man. Y'all are capping for Bradley Beal.
Them stats were interesting, man.
Jared,
you included too?
Nobody brought up Bradley Beal, bro.
I just want to say this.
Bradley Beal
stop addressing me as y'all, bro. I don't be saying none of that shit.
Spiffy be moving these goalposts.
I have to. I don't know who you are no more. You got different names every time you pull up.
Yeah, you definitely switching up.
Spiffy, you gotta keep those goalposts still, bro.
Hey, I just want y'all to know.
I'm talking to all hustle, no luck.
Yeah,
you from DC, right?
I think that's stand
I'm from Chicago.
Oh, all right. I thought you was the guy from DC that be on
that's
here.
Wally, bro.
No.
Wally.
Yeah, West Wally.
It's a young guy that be on here that be talking about Bradley Beal all the time.
Bradley Beal. I mean, he's good, but he not.
It is, bro.
That nigga's like
Bradley Beal's a second option.
Hold on.
He's a poor man's Michael Redd.
Think about this.
I'm about to
Bradley
shut it
Beal.
down, man. I gotta shut it down, man. I gotta get up out of here.
Appreciate arguing with y'all, man.
All right, salute Lamont. Good stream.
Stop capping, bro.
Salute to you, man.
Yeah. You guys stop capping about Russell, Lamont.
We cook Wally up out of here.
No, we
cook brother Omari Juma up out of here.
Spiff, you tweaking.
I cook
You're tweaking.
You did not cook, bro.
Man, he ain't cook nobody, Spiff.
Later.
Bro, we go by average. E. Gibson, you go by averages, man. You go by averages in first season, man. You can't say a total number, but averages. Russell Westbrook never led the league. When they say somebody led the league in scoring, they don't say who had the most points. They say who averaged the most points per game. What are you talking about? When they say who led the league in blocks, they say how many blocks per game did you get, not how many blocks you have for the whole season. See, you got to stop with this, man. Come on, stop with the finessing, man. We know Russ never led the league in turnovers. You're running the cumulative totals is the worst metric to use.
Yes, but we know those stats of being clutch is something you should be using either, even though they may be true. Well, y'all know he ain't clutch like that.
No, but you just because you say he's not clutch because you don't watch all the games.
Okay,
it's a small sample size of games that you watch. You might see that one mistake, or you might see the mistake that gets spread all over YouTube, and the narrative is pushed that he's not clutch. But what about the other 82 games? When in that game, what about that game in Sacramento that's not nationally televised? And he makes that, like last year against the Pacers, when he made a game-winning block. Nobody gave him credit for that. Nobody talked about his defensive awareness, right? There was another game where he made 2 free throws. He's not even a historically good free throw shooter, but he made 2 free throws to win a game with 1 seconds on the clock. But nobody gave him credit for that. But what I'm saying is, no. But all I'm saying is that whenever he is clutch, nobody's there to give him credit, and nobody cares because he's Russell Westbrook, and the narrative is to say that he makes these mistakes. Every time he makes one mistake, you over glorify it and you overemphasize it, like just like when he was in the bubble when he was hurt. So he had a couple bad games and he was injured, and now the narrative is getting pushed that he choked and he sold the series when he had one of his most efficient years in the league.
What you're saying is
Nick Jared said the Pacers and Kings are garbage. That's why it don't count. Do you know how many buzzer beaters we would have to take away from Jordan and Kobe if we took away the buzzer beaters against teams that you felt were garbage? Stop it, man. Kirk Verse said move the goalposts, but you can't come in here and debunk none of it. You can't. These people say it, but they can't. They try.
Lamont, though, you know he ain't clutch, even though you look
I
at
know,
the stickers.
but Kenzel,
that's all I want you to say.
Let's say this, Kenzel. Let's say I want to believe you. Let's say I want to believe you. Let's say I'm an alien from another planet, and you walk up to me and say, "This is the game of basketball, and that dude right there, Russell Westbrook, he is not clutch at all. Don't pass him the ball at all." But then I come home and I start doing my research, looking up this dude, Russell Westbrook. I'm like, okay, well, the numbers don't match what you just said. You told me he's not good at the end of games, but I got a sample size of 82 games across a whole season here where he was the number one clutch player in the NBA. You don't get ranked as the number one clutch player in the NBA if you don't make some clutch plays.
And Lamont,
so where's the mix up here?
I just want to say this. All day you keep saying regular season. Can you give me at least a one playoff moment? That's all I ask. 15 years of his career. Can I get one playoff moment clutch? Can I get that at least?
I can't remember one off top, but I'm sure
that's my point. That's my point.
But Kenzo, I'm not gonna fake. I'm not gonna say either way. See, the thing is, y'all won't know either way, and y'all would just say for certain that you think he's not clutch. Now, if I go do the research and find out in the playoffs his numbers suffer in clutch moments, then I'll tell you. But the thing is, right now, I haven't done the research on the playoffs. I just know in the regular season, where y'all also said he was not clutch, the numbers don't support you. So I can only surmise that if I go to the playoffs, the numbers won't support you as well because y'all didn't even do y'all due diligence on the regular season.
So you want me to call him clutch in the regular season? Is that what you want?
No, I don't want you to call him anything. All you got to do is come back with some research that shows me you looked at all the games, you looked at clutch moments, last 4 minutes of the fourth quarter, big shots late game, overtimes, missed free throws, defensive stops, and you've analyzed all this, and you can give me a summary of if he's clutch or not based on that. If you can't do that, which I know the research is out there, and it probably doesn't support what you're saying, then we can have that conversation on the playoffs.
Though I get what you're saying right there. Once again, those stats, all that stats you just said about all that clutchness, but the man still don't. If he does all that clutchness like Carmelo and all them who does it in the regular season, why is he not going? Why he not going?
I don't know. Hey, you know a person that would be great to ask that question to? That the best person to ask that question to would be Jerry West. They named this man Jerry West Mr. Clutch, and he lost. He lost 8 NBA. He lost 8 finals with great players, with Elgin Baylor. Like, so he didn't have the excuse of bad players like Oscar. So he got labeled Mr. Clutch primarily based on clutch moments in the regular season. He's labeled Mr. Clutch, and nobody asks why. We just call him Mr. Clutch. Nobody cares why. Nobody cares when it happened.
I know
if he won, if he lost. Nobody cares. But he's Mr. Clutch. You fine with it.
Hey, I know who Mr. Clutch though, and he's not really a superstar, and that was Joe Johnson.
Yeah, but what did Joe Johnson win? How many championships did he win? How many times did he get his team to the playoffs?
You right about there, but that man was clutch when he.
He was clutch, but how much? What did they get him?
No ring, no. That's what he did.
Jamal Crawford clutch. What did they get Jamal Crawford? Jamal Crawford was clutch.
Yep, he so was too.
But the man with 3 championships, Steph Curry, and multiple MVPs, people run around saying he's not clutch. But the man has all the hardware you need: the championships, the MVPs, the 3-point titles, a lot of records. But people still will run around and say Steph Curry's not clutch, even though he's done it all in every single moment.
Hey Lamont, I ain't the one going around saying you need to be clutch. You need to have some clutch games. I'm not even saying that.
No, what I'm saying is it's just weird to me how the players who, when I watch them play, they look clutched than a motherfucker. But it seems like they have a lot of group of haters out there willing to say they're not clutch. And it just don't make no sense because there's no way Steph Curry, because I watched this man Steph Curry knock down 2 crazy threes against New Orleans in the playoffs, send the game to overtime, then dominate the overtime to win a playoff game. But people will still say he's never made a clutch playoff shot. And I just gave you one right there. It's more. It's more than just that. That's just one.
Yeah, I could bring on one about KD. All I know is KD making them Brooklyn Nets shots, clutch shot. Other than that, I can't bring on nothing else he came up clutch. Other than, in the finals. That's it, too.
Yeah, but the thing is, even though it's not a large sample size of KD making clutch shots, I'm for damn sure giving them the ball in the clutch.
Oh, yeah. You know.
Right. You don't have to. You don't have to make a gang of clutch shots for me to trust you with the ball. Shit, if you KD, you getting the goddamn ball late in the game.
Heck yeah.
I don't care how many shots you missed in the clutch. And the same with Steph's. People say Steph's not clutch. I'm giving Steph the ball if I can get it to him at the end of the goddamn game. I don't care all that nonsense y'all talking about. Fuck that. I'm giving it to Steph.
Okay.
I'll live with. I remember there's sometimes the coaches say I'll live with that miss. Fuck it. Because I'm going down with my best player shooting the ball. That's just how it is. 4 and 6 is the record stats. I don't know what you're talking about, Jared, man. Jared, you still for the love of that's Joe Bond. For the love of the sport. Make sure y'all check out Joe Bond's channel. He says Steph has never missed a late game free throw ever. All right, I guess. Not sure what that means. But it's still a narrative out there that he's not clutch. You can't lie about that. People do say that.
Hello, what he say? He said Steph has never missed a late game free throw. That means I know like 3 minutes. Yeah.
I mean, but the thing is, there is a narrative that Steph isn't clutch. And then what people say is he's not clutch in the playoffs because they know they've seen it in the regular season. So they try to say in the playoffs. Then when you start naming big shots, then they start copping-deuces making excuses for, it wasn't at the buzzer. Oh, then they start trying to put these labels on it and telling you what is clutch and what's not clutch. It's sad.
Yeah, it's sad. But Lamar, I just want to ask you this one question before I leave and get on there.
Yo.
Because my phone about to go dead. Who gets more subscribers in your opinion on YouTube? People who talk about sports or gamers?
Oh, well, if you're a gamer, I don't recommend YouTube. I mean, I guess you could do YouTube, but if you're a gamer on YouTube, I think most gamers, they use YouTube as a secondary platform, and mostly gamers go to Twitch and then just also live and put their streams out on YouTube for additional, views and stuff and visibility. But sports channels, it just depends on how you do it. Sports channels, you got to be consistent. It's hard to be consistent because sports changes every day.
Yeah.
So sports channels, man, you got to really be on top of it, and you got to find a way. I mean, I even struggle with finding a way to make it entertaining on a night in, night out basis. That's why sometimes when I can't come up with new ideas, I just be like, I'm just not gonna post because I'm not trying to put out no dry material that I don't think is gonna be good that anybody be interested in. You just gotta, and then you gotta market yourself. So it's about there's some people out there with some trash channels. They just put money into marketing their channel and they can blow up off that.
Yep.
Somebody will watch it if you put it out there.
Heck yes. But that's why I wanted to ask because I always thought about them. Like, who gets more subscribers, gamers or people talking about sports?
I don't know. I would say combine both. You see, I'm starting to do the gaming. I'm doing the NBA Jam little stream soon. I'm adding that in every now and then.
They be for you for real playing the game? They be for you for real?
Yeah, I already did one video, so I'm covering. I'm gonna play all the teams. I'm gonna try to get through all teams and just beat the game. So I'm gonna be playing. I got to play the Dallas Mavericks again. I lost to them in the first game.
Do it online. I want you to go online, play 2K, and play somebody.
Nah,
that would be,
I want to more fun. I want to go online. It's NBA Jam though, so I'm doing NBA Jam, not 2K.
Oh, okay.
Everybody does 2K, so I wanted to do something different.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, understandable.
Yeah. So I got to go against the CPU. I can go live now. If I had a way to put this on the stream, I can play other people on here and play random matches. But when you play live on the arcade machine that I got, it pisses me off because I'll be beating a team and then like somebody random would hop in my game and be player 2 and fuck it all up, man, and get me smacked. Yeah, they make it like if you open it up, anybody can join your game, so it messes it up bad, man.
Hey, yeah, I hear you on there. And also, you never did finish saying this. Who won in the chess match between you and TruDaKing?
Oh, so I'm look, bro. Look, I wish I could show the game, bro. I'm talking about True did something. True was about to fall for the four, like the little 4-move checkmate. Right, so I pushed my queen to a corner. He blocked it the wrong way. I slide over, put his king in check. He didn't open himself all up. I'm about to slide in, take his rook, eat the whole right side of the board up. Next thing I know, he texted me talking about, the game's messed up. I can't make a move.
Wow, TruDaKing, I can't believe you did that.
And so this is what Hitman X do. So I play Hitman X one night. Hitman X catch me because Hitman X worked late night. I'm I'm up. I've been up editing a video. He catch me at like 4 a.m. and he get to moving. We moving real fast. I'm talking about I'm sleeping and shit. I done messed around and slipped up. He got one on me. So I was like, all right, we're gonna run it back now that I'm woke. I hit him with the same thing. Whoop, 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 then ate up a whole side of the board. All of a sudden, this man taking 2 and 3 days to make a move.
Dang.
Before, when he was winning, when he caught me sleep, I'm talking about he moving in 2.2 seconds. All of a sudden, when he get to losing, this man got taken 2 and 3 days in between moves. And then he ended up not moving and forfeited the game. He took too long. So,
dang.
Man, these people don't want no smoke.
Oh my goodness! I wish you to say something about it. I think you did, but I wouldn't have.
There's somebody off the chat that I'm playing. His name is Wada. I be saying it, Wada. He nice though. He been giving me some problems. I ain't gonna lie. He been giving me problems.
I'll tell you right now. I'm willing to admit it. I'm trash at chess. I don't know too much about chess, so I'm willing to admit that. I ain't gonna just see and cat like I'm good at it.
No, it's a good thing. It just makes you think. You know what I'm saying? Just does what you know, that's all. Keeps your brain active. We got. Come on, man. What are you throwing kissy faces for? We're gonna go ahead and shut it down, man. We on 6 hours, man. It was a good stream.
Yeah,
man. We on a lot of things. Appreciate you pulling up, man. Great chat, man.
You have a good life, bro.
Yes, sir, man. But man, appreciate everybody pulling up, man. It was a great stream. Over 12 hours, man. We did what we supposed to do, man. We cooked the people that we supposed to. You know, it's FYF Sports, man. So hopefully nobody gets in their emotions off these debates, man. I know the ether comes harsh, man, and y'all don't like the way it hits you sometimes, but you'll be okay, man. You can come back. You'll live another day. You'll be able to fight another fight. Maybe you can catch another debate, but for some of y'all, man, y'all holding on to some bad logic and arguments, man. Y'all dying on the wrong hill, man. And hopefully we straighten y'all out today. But hey, y'all, it's FYF Sports, man. Another great podcast episode. We'll be back. Not tomorrow. Probably be back Thursday with another show. Hopefully, just depends on if we got some ideas out there. So if you guys got some ideas on what you want to see, man, just throw it in the live chat, man. Throw it in the comments, man, and we can see what the people think about it, man. We can go live about it. But it's FYF Sports, man, and we out.
All I hear is yap, 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 yap. Ain't talking about nothing, right? Watch this. We gon' bring that pressure.
Just a little FYI, FYF, 20K sub 6 months, what's next? They been hating at first, now they calling us the best. Hit up YouTube, tell them cut the check. Just a FYI, FYF, 20K sub 6 months, what's next? Woo, fuck your feelings, we all know who the real is. I be getting to it, ain't wasting no time. Walking straight in, we ain't waiting in line. Fuck your feelings, you don't care about mine. You a YouTube gangster, don't be yelling out slime. Or you talking LB, talking Ticket TV. Ain't nobody watching them, all the viewers be sleep. 5 years in, all your subs is your friends. Ticket TV, watch the cars again. Just a little FYI, FYF, 20K sub 6 months, what's next? They been hating at first, now they calling us the best. Hit up YouTube, tell them cut the check. Just a FYI, FYF, 20K sub 6 months, what's next? Woo, fuck your feelings, we all know who the real. They all know, shop don't close, working 24, trying to make the channel grow. Look at them, pointing fingers, hating on the low. You can't compete with our podcast show, couldn't make it in the league, so we got on TV. Crying by LeBron like a little baby. You must be crazy, trying to ever play me. Or you super tough until it's time to say cheese. Just a little FYI, FYF, 20K sub 6 months, what's next? They been hating at first, now they calling us the best. Hit up YouTube, tell them cut the check. Just a FYI, FYF, 20K sub 6 months, what's next? Woo, fuck your feelings, we all know who the real